for bringing this delegation to Israel, to Jerusalem, to recognize the 75th anniversary. Catherine Drinker Bowen wrote a book about the miracle in Philadelphia in which she talked about the forging of our Constitution, the oldest Constitution in the world. If you had said to people in 1948 that you would be celebrating your 75th anniversary, they would have said, if so, it will be a miracle. And they would be right. First time I visited Israel was almost a half a century ago, in 1976. I had the opportunity to meet Shimon Peres, who was then, I believe, defense minister. And I've come back decade after decade after decade, year after year after year, and I will return in August of this year, bringing with me a large delegation. Now, we won't be coming at the same time, but what Speaker McCarthy said today about the 400 plus, that's 90% of the Congress of the United States, who stand on the words, perhaps not exactly, but Speaker McCarthy represented the sentiments, the overwhelming sentiments, the overwhelming commitment to Israel, to its people, to freedom, to peace. But we know that peace does not come free. We know that courage and commitment and willingness to fight for, and yes, to die for, freedom,
help support our nonprofit operations
and equality, as it was in 19.
Washington Journal continues.
We're back and returning to the question about the 2024 presidential election. Polls show that President Biden and former President Trump are leading for their party's nomination, but polls also show that there are a lot of voters who don't think Biden and Trump should be running again. So our question is, who is your candidate of choice? If it's Biden, call us at 202-748-8000. If it's Trump, 202-748-8001. And if you prefer any other candidate, call us at 202-748-8002. We're ready to take your calls now. Let's go to Belvedere, Illinois first. I think we just lost her. So instead, we're going to go to Marbis in Booz, Arizona. You're a Trump supporter.
Correct.
Tell us why.
Well, I like his values. I feel that he's more honest and he gets more people.
Say that last part again. He what?
He thinks more. He's concerned more about the Americans. Yeah.
Understood. All right. Well, appreciate your call this morning. That's a call for Trump. I want to bring up, there has been a lot of speculation, of course, about Biden and his age. He is 80 years old. That means if he were to be elected, he would be 82, retiring if he is granted another term at the age of 86. This is Biden Saturday night at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, cracking jokes about his age. Let's watch.
I get that age is completely reasonable issue. It's on everybody's mind. And everyone, by everyone I mean the New York Times. Headline, Biden's advanced age is a big issue. Trump's, however, is not. Sorry, that was a New York Times pitch spot. I apologize. I love that guy. I should do an interview with him. You might think I don't like Rupert Murdoch. That's simply not true. How could I dislike a guy who makes me look like Harry Styles? You call me old. I call it being seasoned. You say I'm ancient. I say I'm wise. You say I'm over the hill. Don Lemon would say that's a man in his prime.
Again, that was current President Joe Biden at the White House Correspondents' Dinner last night. Former President Donald Trump is leading in the polls, but there have been some recent articles because Trump has indicated he may not participate in debates against the other Republicans who are running in the primary right now. The other announced candidates are Nikki Haley, the former governor of South Carolina, former ambassador, as well as businessman Vivek Ramaswamy. But Trump currently leads in the polls, but we want to hear from you. Who is your preferred candidate? Let's go to Hawaii. John, you're on the line. Who's your candidate of choice?
Hi. I usually vote Democrat, and I voted for Biden last time, but I mean, there wasn't really any choice. I would vote for AOC if she ever got in the mix, but I know that probably won't happen. I think that the country needs to go, needs to change, and pretty much progressive would be the way to go, in my opinion. I don't see how people can vote for Trump. I mean, he's being accused of rape, and you know what happens to people that are that go to jail for rape. I mean, they're definitely not the most popular person in the population, if you know what I mean. So, I mean, I don't know how people could even vote for him. It's ridiculous.
All right.
The country would wake up.
John
Okay,
in
thank you so
Hawaii.
much.
Let's go now to Coatesville, Pennsylvania. Susan, you're on the Biden line.
Yes, good morning. Thanks for having my call. I will vote for Biden again. I think people need to realize, first off, he announced that he's running, so he will be our candidate. He's the incumbent president. So that's the team Biden-Harris I, as a Democrat, will vote for. And then also these people who are claiming they're independent or don't know, you got to realize this time, like the last two elections, there's so much on the line. But if you look at where the Republican Party is going, it doesn't matter if Trump is running or anybody else right now. You vote for basically fascism. I mean, look what's happening in Florida and so many other states that are Republican-led.
Apps, and this could be an admission by Apple. An iPhone-like app format doesn't make sense on a watch, where you want as much information as possible with the least amount of searching for it. And the morning show will keep informing viewers for another season. The Apple TV Plus drama series has been renewed for a fourth season ahead of the premiere of season 3 this fall. Deadline reports that Apple is in talks with stars Jennifer Aniston and Reese Witherspoon, whose contracts are up at the end of the third season. They are expected to sign on, and there could be an option for a 5th season as well, guys.
Oh, I can't wait for season 3.
Can't wait.
I actually just watched this. A person in front of me on a plane was watching it on an iPad with the captions on. So I'm sold on getting behind this.
Nice.
Yeah,
That does not count as watching. You should
pretty
set
close.
yourself up on a couch with the sound
Please,
on.
There you go.
please actually sit and watch it.
Okay, so doctor's orders. We'll do it. Savannah, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Well, now to the entertainment business news. An impending writer's strike threatening to shut down the TV and movie industry as writers and studios keep working to reach a new agreement. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer is in Los Angeles with more on this. A lot of people going to miss their TVs if this doesn't go well, Miguel.
Yeah, that's right, Stephen. Good morning. With less than 24 hours to make a deal and a strike already authorized, we could be on the brink of a massive writer's strike for the first time in 15 years as the Writers Guild of America and major studios work to avoid turning Tinseltown dark.
With just hours left to reach a deal, TV and movie sets across the country may be forced to call cut as members of the Writers Guild of America threaten to go on strike.
it is going to have a massive ripple effect that you could borderline call a tsunami effect among the rest of Hollywood.
If a deal is not reached by tonight at midnight, some of your favorite programs, including late-night talk shows, will go dark. Even the fate of Saturday Night Live is on the line. This week's host, SNL alum Pete Davidson, unsure if the show will go on.
I've been working on this for like 2-3 months, and they're like, yeah, well, we'll know Monday if it's happening or not.
The looming Hollywood shutdown comes after weeks of unsuccessful contract negotiations between the WGA and the Alliance, which represents more than 350 production companies.
We want more money. We want enough money to make a basic living doing what we love.
In a statement, the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers say its priority is the long-term health and stability of the industry, adding it is fully committed to reaching a mutually beneficial deal.
I think the only thing that is certain going into these last 24 hours is that neither side wants a strike.
But without an agreement, writers are ready to drop their pens and pick up picket signs for the first time since 2008.
No contract, no show.
Back then, that 100-day strike forced hit shows like Scrubs and The Office to cut their seasons short, costing Hollywood billions. While the full impact of this impending strike will depend on how long negotiations stall, it could force some network and streaming shows to delay the start of their seasons. To avoid leaving fans hanging, both sides need to act fast to write up a deal with a Hollywood ending.
There is still hope a deal can be reached tonight. The Writers Guild has a history of working right up until that midnight deadline to reach a deal. We're also told neither party wants a strike to happen because it could be devastating for both writers and studios, which are still trying to bounce back from the pandemic. Guys.
All right, Miguel, thanks for breaking that down for us.
All right, let's stay on this, talk about more at what is at stake. We're joined by Kevin Cloud and Chief Global Strategist at the Milken Institute. Kevin, good to see you. So, I mean, Hollywood has taken some hits recently. Obviously, just got back to work after COVID. It was an industry totally impacted by that. There's also been a lot of layoffs in this industry. What impact could a potential strike have? And when also would people at home, viewers, start to notice on their favorite shows, movies, things like Saturday Night Live, stuff like that?
Well, there are two different things here. The first is, yes, absolutely, the viewers will notice things almost immediately. If you're interested in late night can't happen without having writers working right up to the time with immediate guests, with people coming in and being booked almost up to the last moment. So for those of you who are looking at home waiting on Saturday Night Live, it's not going to happen if the strike is authorized and runs for the next few days. If you're looking and you're a big fan of anything in terms of the Tonight Show or anything else like that, it's not going to happen as soon as there's a strike, because the writers have to stop. They have to be immediately affected and taken by this right away. So that's very significant, important. But in terms of the larger impacts, what we're really talking about is a disruption that can happen to schedules that can ripple out months. Not only are you talking about network shows who are still being written and trying to finish their seasons, but you're talking about affecting not only when streaming shows air, you're talking about when movies are ready to go and being filmed, and you can see this for a while.
And it goes even beyond that, right, Kevin? This is a huge industry. What kind of effect could a strike like this have on the wider economy?
Well, one of the things we actually found years ago when the last strike happened, for California, it was actually a very big deal because the 100-day strike affected not only the writers, but obviously everybody else involved in productions, including people you don't always think about, like dry cleaners and restaurateurs, and even people in real estate who might be selling a home to somebody in Hollywood or otherwise. And we actually found that when that strike happened, it helped to push California into recession ahead of the rest of the country. So it can be a really big deal, and not just in California, but obviously in New York, in Georgia, where a lot of filming takes place, and anywhere else that's directly affected by the industry. And it could have ripple effects for a whole bunch of different people in ancillary industries that are just tied into Hollywood, not just Hollywood itself.
Absolutely. All right. An interesting one that could affect people at home. Kevin Clouden of the Milken Institute. By the way, I'm heading out for your global conference to moderate some panels and do some interviews. So maybe I'll see you there this week. Thanks for joining us.
Looking forward to see you then.
All right, coming up this morning, lights, camera, auction.
After the break, our Joe takes a behind-the-scenes look at some historic TV set pieces and props that, for the right price, could end up in your home. The feeling that right price is not cheap, though, right?
Yeah, that's right.
That story's up next.
What is going to happen now? Back and forth because nice to see you.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest from a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original, Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wellington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest from a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. This is sort of funny. After a long day at work, a woman in Ireland called a cab, just expecting a normal ride home. But this drive came with a little surprise. So get this. The cab driver had this flying friend along for the whole ride, a crow that you can see right there. Might look sort of normal, except for, listen to this. When the woman got out to the car, she said it was sitting on top of it when she went to get inside. And then as they were driving, the crow flew right beside the car for the whole drive. The cab driver said the crow does not belong to him, but it follows him everywhere. It's like some Snow White kind of stuff. Well, the driver even feeds him treats, and then he keeps extra snacks in the car for riders to join in on the fun. Look at this. The woman posted this video on TikTok, and it's already got more than 3 million views. I don't know. Aren't crows like kind of creepy,
Is
like
it a bad omen?
Following you? Right. I don't know.
I think I tend to err on the side of that's pretty cool. You can feed a crow, take a cab ride.
Yeah.
Sign me up.
I guess.
Right. Thanks for that, Savannah. The countdown of the coronation of King Charles, well, that is underway. We're learning some new details just released about how everything is supposed to play out on Saturday's historic celebration. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter joins us now from London with the latest on this. And boy, Molly, they know how to put on a show.
Oh, this country does know how to put on a show. Steve and Savannah, good morning to you. That's right. Countdown is on. 5 more days. Final preparations are underway. And Buckingham Palace has been a flurry of activity this morning, even for a relatively scaled back affair. So smaller guest list, smaller procession. But for all the talk of a modern monarchy, including female priests, multiple faiths, really at the heart of this is a deeply traditional Christian service. And the nuts and bolts of it, very similar to back in 1953.
With just 5 days to go until the coronation, a massive rehearsal. Thousands of soldiers, sailors, and aviators all marching together in what will be Britain's biggest ceremonial military operation in 70 years. Of the 2 processions King Charles will take part in next Saturday, the largest, with all the pomp and circumstance this country does so well, will take place from Westminster Abbey back to Buckingham Palace.
It's a historic moment for the country, a tradition going on for 1,000 years.
Over the weekend, new details about the deeply religious service that will be held inside the famed Abbey. The 2,000-strong congregation will hail King Charles, who will use the same 700-year-old coronation chair as monarchs before him.
Charles will promise himself as monarch to the people, to the church. So it's an important moment for Charles. It's ultimately a solemn Christian ceremony.
And then, just like his mother's history-making televised coronation back in 1953, one moment will remain private, out of view of the cameras, the anointing. King Charles will be shielded by this ornate three-sided screen as the Archbishop of Canterbury dabs holy oil on Charles's head, chest, and hands.
Amen.
The sovereign's orb, a symbol of his power derived from God, and the sovereign's scepter, representing the crown's power and governance, will be presented. And then the St. Edward's crown will be placed on Charles's head. Over the weekend, new photos released of the King and Queen at Buckingham Palace. A new BBC documentary also sharing rare and unseen footage of a young Prince Charles speaking about his family.
I like to think of it more as a family rather than a firm. I tend to think of my family as very special people.
Reflecting on his fate as heir to the throne.
I ended up becoming heir to the throne age 4.
And this week, Charles is looking forward to spending the historic occasion with his family, though one of his sons may only be here for a flying visit. This morning, reports suggest Prince Harry may leave the country shortly after his father's crowned. Meanwhile, the King and Queen in waiting, marking their 12-year anniversary over the weekend, and their 3 children gearing up for a week in the spotlight.
Now, Stephen, there are a couple modern tweaks that are pretty interesting, and one of them is the public will, for the first time in history, be given an active role in the coronation. So instead of peers kneeling to pledge allegiance to the king, the Archbishop of Canterbury, Stephen, will invite the public, those actually in Westminster Abbey and around the world watching, to pledge allegiance to the king. Now, this is proving pretty controversial on this side of the pond, and of course, there are anti-monarchy critics who say this is tone-deaf, this is archaic, and they will refuse to join in. Stephen?
Fascinating stuff. Molly, thank you.
All right, we end this hour with a blast from the past. Our very own Joe Fryer got an exclusive look at a live auction selling some special pieces in TV history. Take a look.
Take one look at this sepia tone set and you're transported back to the 70s and All in the Family.
Those were the days. I want to have you enter the house, but could I ask you to take off your shoes?
Yes, we should do that.
Because this is the original carpet.
A precious piece of TV history that's still around today, thanks to collector James Commissar.
This lot comes with the actual porch, but this is such a famous doorway, 704 Hauser Street.
He's even got one of Archie Bunker's tattered chairs. The other is in the Smithsonian.
I wish I could let you sit in it, but first you have to buy it.
And soon you can buy it. The entire set from All in the Family.
This is his actual desk.
Or this one from The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. Commissar actually got it from the king of late night himself.
So imagine the celebrity butts that grace that chair. It makes the mind reel. This was basically the most important real estate on the set.
He also has the place where everybody knows your name.
What's the story, Noam? Thirsty guy walks into a bar. You finish it.
The bar once actually pumped out real beer.
Like a couple seasons into this, they found out we cannot give the actors real beer anymore because it affected their
acting abilities?
Yes, sir. Yes.
All of it is now on display at Heritage Auctions in Dallas.
It is the work of a lifetime.
Nearly 1,000 lots from the Commissar collection will go up for auction next month, from small props and costumes to those 3 entire sets.
So these things could end up in a museum or they could end up in someone's house?
Boy, I would be thrilled with both of them. I think equally, it's about stewardship and it's about passing things to the next generation.
Commissar has been collecting these artifacts for 32 years and once dreamed of building a museum, but says that proved to be too tough.
I have to release these pieces back to the fans and to the collectors because they're the future of this stuff. They need to hold them and preserve them and elevate them.
I can tell it's not easy to say goodbye to these things.
As a collector, it's never easy to say goodbye, especially when it's en masse like this.
But the time has come, he says, to give TV's vibrant past an even better future.
Our thanks to Joe for that. Well, the full catalog will be unveiled for the first time this morning, and the live auction will take place the first week of June. Pretty cool.
Very cool stuff. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Happening now, an urgent manhunt is underway for the Texas man suspected of using an AR-15 to kill 5 neighbors. And so far, police do not have any leads. We have the latest on the search.
Also this morning, a mess in the Midwest. Floodwaters are rising along the Mississippi River, putting hundreds of communities at risk. We'll show you how they're preparing for the worst of that flooding. Plus, a look at the major weather issues across other parts of the country, including several tornadoes.
Happening now, more help for Americans trapped in war-torn Sudan. Armed drones and a Navy ship are now on the coast trying to evacuate U.S. citizens caught up in the fighting. We have the latest on those efforts.
And breaking this morning, a major development tied to growing concerns in the banking industry. Federal regulators are seizing control of First Republic Bank and selling the bulk of its operations to J.P. Morgan. We'll explain what that means for people who bank there and the impact on the wider economy. That's coming up later this hour.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers. So happy to be back with you for real now.
So glad to have you back. And I'm Stephen Romo, filling in for Joe Fryer.
That's right. And we're going to get to all that news we did in just a moment. But we begin in Cleveland, Texas, where officials are racing to find the man suspected of killing 5 people late Friday night. At least 200 officers are involved in a massive search to apprehend 38-year-old Francisco Oropesa. Officials are offering an $80,000 reward for any information that could lead to his arrest. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Houston with the details here. Hey, Priscilla, good morning. What do we know about the manhunt at this point? I mean, we said officials don't have any leads here. What do we know about how they're planning to tackle this?
Yeah, Savannah, Stephen, good morning. The FBI is now taking the lead in this investigation, saying that they have 0 leads and that the suspect could be anywhere by now. They did announce that $80,000 reward in the hopes that it could lead to a tip as they are working for any potential break in this case. And as you mentioned, authorities have said there are more than 250 officers on the ground in that area, just scouring that neighborhood. We saw them yesterday going door to door, talking to neighbors, searching homes and cars, again, looking for any potential leads. And investigators here are making it very clear that the longer this search goes on, the harder it may become to track down this suspect and ultimately apprehend him. Savannah?
And Priscilla, was there ever a point where police maybe thought they were closing in on the suspect's location, or they did kind of have a handle on this before so much time passed?
Yeah, Savannah, when I spoke to the sheriff in San Jacinto County on Saturday, he was very confident that the suspect would be arrested by the end of Saturday. But what we learned is that officials had believed they were tracking the suspect in a wooded area about 2 miles from the crime scene. They had dogs and officers on horseback and also drones up looking for this suspect. But ultimately, all they found was a cell phone and clothing that had been abandoned. And after that, the dogs lost track of the suspect. They lost his scent. And so now they are working with the suspect's wife. We're told that she is cooperating with authorities. And they also believe that the suspect may begin reaching out to friends. And they're hoping that any of that could lead to a tip that will get this guy arrested. Savannah.
Priscilla, Stephen here. I had a question I wanted to ask about the victims in this case. We know several people were in the house at the time of the shooting. Some of them survived. What else do we know?
Yeah, so we know there were 10 people in the house at the time of the shooting. 5 of them survived, but there were 5 who were killed, and we are learning the names of those victims, including Jose Casares, Diana Velasquez, Julissa Rivera, Sonia Guzman, and her 9-year-old son, Daniel Guzman. And I spoke to William Garcia, the father of Daniel, and he told me that his son died trying to protect his mother. He says that when the son saw the mother fall, her body fall, he ran towards her, and that's when he was killed. And the father was in the house that night and was able to escape. And we also know that there were 3 minors who were found covered in blood. Authorities say that some of the deceased loved ones were lying on top of those minors and may have shielded them and saved their lives. Savannah, Stephen?
Oh, my goodness. It's just some hero stories that you hear emerging there, but just so heartbreaking for this family. Priscilla Thompson, thank you so much.
All right, now to our other big story this morning, the severe weather that's sweeping across the country, causing damage and major flooding. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the storms, and we'll have the very latest there. But first, NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in Iowa along the banks of the Mississippi, where they are seeing some of the worst flooding in 15 years. Jesse, good morning to you. So what exactly are you seeing there, and do we know when things could get better?
Yeah, Stephen, good morning. So we're expecting the river to crest here, so to hit its highest point here in Davenport around midday today. But the water's going to stay up at that elevated level until tomorrow sometime. And even as it drops, we're expecting flooding to remain in Davenport through the upcoming weekend. So we've got a long road of cleanup ahead of us here in Davenport. You can see behind me what should be Main Street has turned into an extension of the river, essentially. Water's been spilling over here for days. They've put up a temporary wall here in downtown. Scenes like this along the stretch of the riverfront here. And we've also seen some people's homes encircled in water, with some water getting into homes. Unfortunately, I talked with a family yesterday in the area, and they said that it's mostly minimal damage in their basement, though. So by and large, what I can tell you is when we talk to people here, the overwhelming sentiment seems to be this is just part of life out here, and it's a trade-off for people that is worthwhile to be able to have the view of the river and the beauty of the nature on their front doorstep, essentially, most of the year. And then, of course, you have to deal with this every once in a while.
Hopefully that temporary wall you showed us actually holds there, Jesse. So you mentioned those residents. Do we know how they're dealing with this? Are people trying to evacuate, or are they choosing to ride it out in their homes?
So we've come across multiple people who are staying at home. Some people are walking in waders back and forth. Someone said they're taking their pets out on a kayak so that the pets can go to the bathroom because they can't walk them out. There are other people, though, who are still living in their homes along the waterfront, but say that they're not risking it by trying to walk through with waders. They can't take a car through there. They say they're going by boat. People are riding in boats through neighborhoods. So that's how people are getting back and forth. But again, this is something that people who live here are used to, and they've found a way to make it work.
Wow, startling to see those pictures. All right, Jesse, thanks for the update.
And now let's get to meteorologist Michelle Grossman, as we mentioned, with the latest forecast for this first week of May. Yeah, in case you didn't know that, waking up, it's a new month today.
It's a whole brand new month. Hey, Michelle.
And I love that it's May. We're getting so much closer to summer. And good morning to you guys. And we are looking at the chance for some rain to start out this May. We had a soggy Saturday, a soggy Sunday, and we're going to start out this week soggy as well. Let's talk about the river flooding first, because we're kind of touching upon what Jesse said. We are concerned about the river flooding. We are concerned about that over the next few days. And really, this is going to be a duration event over the next several months, because we still do, even out west, have a lot of snowpack that needs to be melted. So as we look at these, all these dots sort of indicate river gauges. So where you see the brighter colors, the pinks, the purples kind of color, we're looking at major flooding, mainly in portions of Iowa. But this extends all the way from Minnesota down through portions of Missouri. So again, another big story that we're watching. This is the second big story. We're watching a spring storm. We watched it all weekend long. It brought severe weather to portions of Florida, also Virginia Beach. No severe weather today. That's the good news. But we're going to be really soggy. Also looking at the chance for some snow up to 2 feet in some spots. That would be into the UP of Michigan. We do have a winter storm warning. That is in the pink. The white is your winter weather advisory. That includes the Appalachians as well. And then back to the east in portions of New England, we are looking at flood watches. And we do have quite a bit of rain falling. We had quite a bit of rain over the weekend. 3 to 5 inches of rain fell. We're going to add 1, 2, 3 inches on top of that. And this is why. This is the swirl. This is an area of low pressure. It's sort of that sit and spin that you saw when we were, that toy that was used when we were little. Some of us, I'm a little bit older than most of us, but back to the west, we're looking at heavy snow falling on the backside of the storm system. The white is the heaviest snow. So again, could see up to 2 feet there. Where you see the blue, that's the snow. The pink is sort of the mixed precipitation, so rain and snow mixing in. And then we're looking at heavy rain falling, the brighter colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows. That's where we're seeing that heavy rain falling. This is the setup. We have an area of low pressure that will continue to spin very, very slowly. It's going to bring in that snow. It's going to bring in the rain. Also really gusty winds. So winds gusting up to 45 miles per hour. That is today. Then tomorrow, moving ever so slowly into the northeast. Notice all that rain still in portions of the interior northeast. Also New England. Some could be heavy at times. We're looking at snow too. And then guys, Wednesday, we're still looking at a soggy day. So here's my advice, because this includes us. We're going to need the umbrella. We're going to have a little bit of a break this morning, but keep it handy for tonight, tomorrow, and Wednesday.
Oh my goodness. We didn't get enough the last 2 days.
Yeah.
I loved it.
I normally am totally fine with it. I had to drive like 4 hours somewhere in Pennsylvania and then back. I was like, yeah. And my dog, she sees a windshield wiper. It's the end of the world. She's got so many issues. Yeah, so that's fun.
we all.
I know.
Very much so.
My husband always says, we adopted a dog just like you, anxious. There you go. Thanks, Michelle. Good to see you. All right, well, now to Sudan, where the U.S. military is helping hundreds of Americans escape the war-torn country. A second convoy of Americans arrived at the port of Sudan yesterday as part of the evacuation effort. NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with the very latest here. Hey, Ali, good morning. Tell us, what is the latest on this evacuation effort this morning? We're learning about an email from the U.S. Embassy that says the government is not planning any further convoys. So tell us at this point, is this one safe? Did it safely make it? And what does this mean for those that are still there?
Hey, Savannah, that's right. Well, the ones that left Khartoum on Friday night have made it safely to Port Sudan, and then from there they're going to be transported by ferry to Jeddah. And that was a long convoy of around 12 buses carrying hundreds of Americans, and by all accounts, they are safe. But as you mentioned, the State Department has sent an email to other U.S. citizens that are still in Sudan saying that for now there are going to be no more evacuations, that if that changes, that they will get in touch with the people on the ground and give them details of how that will be planned. But for now, it's not on the cards, and they've advised people that are there right now to make their own way to Port Sudan if they can, and then from there they can get onto commercial ships or ferries that will then take them to Jeddah, and in Jeddah there will be State Department personnel to help them with the next phase of their transit. But basically, they're on their own, anybody who's there right now and wants to get out of the country, because there are no more evacuation plans for the time being.
Yeah, so that's the messaging from the U.S. Embassy. Conversely, Ali, we know the U.K. government did extend evacuations by adding an additional flight. Tell us about that.
That's right. They had initially said that their flights were finished on Friday night. They'd flown out a flight north of Khartoum, and they said that was it. There wasn't any more demand, but evidently there had been more demand of Brits and other nationals that the Brits were helping get out. So they have designated another flight for today. They've told everybody that needs to get onto that flight to be in situation by noon local time in Sudan. And that may be the last British flight out of Sudan. And the British, although they had a very late start on evacuating their citizens, they now said that they've evacuated over 2,000 citizens on 23 flights. And they say that's the longest and largest Western evacuation that's been rolled out since the conflict started in Sudan. So there was obviously a need to get more Brits out after they extended that next evacuation flight.
Yeah. All right, Ali, thank you for the latest here. We know you'll stay on this for us. Thank you so much.
Well, we have a new development in the civil rape case against former President Donald Trump this morning. Trump's lawyer filed an 18-page motion to request a mistrial in the case just a week after the trial started. In that motion, Trump's lawyer accused the court of, quote, pervasive, unfair, and prejudicial rulings. E. Jean Carroll is the woman who came forward in 2019 with an accusation that Trump raped her in a department store in the mid-90s. Trump has consistently denied those allegations. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen joins us now in New York City with more on this. So, Ron, what can we make of this sudden request from Trump's lawyer, Joe Tacopino?
Well, basically, they're arguing that the judge has been unfair. The judge has ruled in the plaintiff, E. Jean Carroll's favor more often than not. They're complaining that the judge has not allowed them to question her as aggressively as they would like to. That's the sum and substance of it. The likelihood of this, the judge agreeing that he himself has been unfair is unlikely. And this is perhaps, some experts might say, the defense setting themselves up for an issue that they can appeal sometime down the road. So that's essentially how that's being seen at this point. Not unexpected. The judge is probably going to just dismiss the effort to declare a mistrial and end the trial now, and we'll continue with cross-examination of Carroll when the testimony resumes this morning.
So, Ron, E. Jean Carroll actually took the stand last week to be cross-examined, and she's supposed to take the stand again today, I understand. So how did it go last week, and do we know what to expect today?
Right. We're expected for this to continue. At the end of the last session, Donald Trump's attorney, Joe Tacopina, said that he was about halfway through cross-examination, which would mean that he has several more hours to go beginning today around in a short while. We expect that to get underway. And it's been very feisty, very aggressive, very emotional at times, a lot of back and forth, because this is the heart of the former president's case. His attorneys are trying to prove that she is lying. They say that a lot of the things that she said about what happened at Bergdorf Goodman back in the mid-1990s is simply unbelievable. They've pressed her on issues, for example, like she can't even say exactly when this happened, the month, the date, the year. So we expect that line of questioning to continue.
All right, more to come today. We know you'll stay on top of it. Ron Allen, thank you.
We are less than 2 weeks away from Title 42 expiring. That's going to mean the U.S. is bracing for an increase of crossings at the southern border, because Title 42, that was the pandemic-era policy that allowed migrants to quickly be expelled without processing their asylum requirements. That's set to expire on May 11th. Under the current policy, more than 2.7 million migrants have been expelled since 2020, again, related to the pandemic. Well, in preparing for the increase of border crossings, the Biden administration announced it would set up migrant processing centers in Latin America to screen those looking to migrate into the U.S.
Well, the clock is ticking in Hollywood. If a deal is not struck by midnight, a walkout could have a huge impact on your favorite movies and TV shows and more, and could also affect the economy. NBC News correspondent Marissa Pata explains.
Yes, so much has changed in the last 15 years since that last writer's strike, especially with technology, and especially when you look at this.
I thought they were going to go into Title 42 expiring a little bit more, but then I guess not.
Hollywood is holding its breath as signs of a writer's strike are written across Tinseltown.
We are really prepared to do what we have to do to get a fair deal.
In a standoff with
that
the
is actually kind of crazy.
The studios they write for, nearly 98% of Writers Guild of America members support a strike, saying the vote represents collective solidarity and demand for meaningful change.
We want enough money to make a basic living doing what we love, which is writing. Profits for the companies are up. The cost of living is up, and payment to writers is down.
The Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers has remained largely tight-lipped, saying in statements their goal continues to be to reach a fair and reasonable agreement. But if they don't,
it is going to have a massive ripple effect that you could borderline call a tsunami effect.
It's not only writers affected. Those in front and behind the camera will likely stand in solidarity, refusing to cross the picket line, bringing production to a grinding halt. Late-night TV would feel the impact first, just like the last time writers went on strike 15 years ago, when Stephen Colbert famously quipped,
"I got a problem here. There are no words in my prompter."
Last week, Seth Meyers showing his support.
What the writers are asking for is not unreasonable.
Writers argue there's a
I
lot
wonder
on
how that played with the higher ups there too, with some of these hosts, because the hosts are going to be with the writers. A lot of them used to be writers. That's how they broke into the business. So it's just interesting how that plays.
If you want to put a
episodes, longer production time, and less pay, which writers say is not sustainable.
We can break it down very clearly. More money, more information, more security, and less freebies.
And make no mistake, halting Hollywood can be expensive.
Yes.
During the last Hollywood strike 15 years ago, that was a cost in the billions. Back to you.
Wow.
Hard to believe it's been 15 years. Marissa, thanks so much.
Well, coming up, Russia steps up its attacks in Ukraine. We have the latest on the news strikes overnight and how Ukraine is preparing for a counter-offensive. That's next.
Plus, some brand new research shows it's harder to be a nurse now than it was during the height of the pandemic. We'll explain exactly why that is and the fallout coming up later this hour.
I don't know why it's sending me this. I applied for this.
It looks and feels.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Seattle, Guatemala City, Wellington,
Just to confirm.
Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida.
Just to
Thank you for
confirm.
watching, everyone.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to.
I believe this is just like an automatic email, but you never know.
Law enforcement drop the ball anywhere. Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC.
These are just like jobs I'm like taking a look at
NBC News.
and applying to.
Free now.
Your music is so
Okay.
familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels.
The storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with.
So this is just like a survey.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News. Streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News. Streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is in Israel with a bipartisan congressional delegation to mark the country's 75th anniversary. This morning, McCarthy will become the second Speaker of the House to give an address to the Israeli parliament. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Tel Aviv and joins us now with the latest. Raf, good morning to you. So what is on Speaker McCarthy's agenda while he's in the country?
Stephen, good morning. As we speak, McCarthy is meeting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. These are two men who have known each other for a long time. They are meeting first one-on-one and then with that expanded delegation of both Democrats and Republicans from the House. And Israel, of course, is the #1 recipient of Israeli military aid, which has to be approved by Congress. So Netanyahu makes a real point of maintaining relations not just with the White House, but also with congressional leaders. And then, as you said, McCarthy is going to become only the second American speaker in history to address the Israeli parliament, the Knesset. The first was Newt Gingrich back in 1998. Those are the business parts of this trip. There have also been a number of ceremonial functions, McCarthy visiting the Western Wall in Jerusalem, and also Yad Vashem, Israel's Holocaust memorial site. Stephen.
Well, Raf, we know there are some tensions between the U.S. and Israel. President Biden has said he does not plan to invite Prime Minister Netanyahu to the White House anytime soon because of his government's controversial judicial reforms that have sparked so much outrage. So has that issue come up at all with Speaker McCarthy?
Yeah, it sure has. McCarthy telling a right-wing Israeli newspaper that if President Biden doesn't hurry up and invite Netanyahu to Washington, McCarthy is going to do it himself. He'll invite the Israeli prime minister to come speak to a joint session of Congress. Now, Netanyahu, for his part, needs to tread a little bit carefully here. He has been burned in the past, accused of meddling in American politics by being too close to the Republicans. Back in 2015, he really kind of defied President Obama by speaking to Congress and opposing Obama's 2015 nuclear deal with Iran. He was also accused of being too close to President Trump at times. And this question of an invite to the White House has kind of become a domestic Israeli political issue. Some of Netanyahu's opponents are pointing to this lack of an invite and saying Netanyahu has so mismanaged Israel's relationship with its most important ally that he can't even get an invite to the White House, something that is usually traditional for an Israeli prime minister to secure.
That's true.
So we will see if an invite ends up coming either from the White House or from the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue from Congress sometime soon, Stephen.
That invitation become quite controversial there, Raf. And speaking of what's behind this tension, the judicial reforms, where do they stand right now? Does Parliament plan to take up that issue this session?
It is a really good question, and only Netanyahu really knows the answer to it. Back in March, he hit pause on these very controversial judicial overhauls in the face of these massive protests. He promised at the time that he would pass the overhaul in some form by the end of this session of Parliament, but no one really knows at this stage whether he's going to go through with it or not. There are negotiations going on between Netanyahu and the Israeli opposition to try to find some kind of compromise. Netanyahu is under major pressure from his right-wing supporters to make sure this overhaul does go through. There was a big march in Jerusalem last week, but he's also under major pressure from liberal Israelis who in their hundreds of thousands have been out week after week calling for an end to this overhaul. Stephen.
All right, more to come on that. Raf Sanchez, thanks for the update.
Well, we're back also with new developments on the war in Ukraine. So many in the country woke up to the sound of air sirens this morning after Russia launched its second missile attack in 3 days. Now, this escalating violence comes as Ukraine is preparing its counteroffensive attack against Russia. The move is set to mark a new turning point in the war as Russian military officials brace for impact. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from eastern Ukraine with the very latest. Hey, Ellison, good morning. So let's start with this latest missile attack. What can you tell us? What cities were hit?
Yeah, Savannah, before most people would even consider waking up, almost every single region in this country was under an air raid siren. This attack started around 2:30 a.m. local time. Ukraine's air defense says they intercepted 15 out of 18 Russian missiles, but in the city of Pavlohrad, there a missile strike was not intercepted. The regional governor says in an attack there, 34 civilians were injured, among them 5 children. We're still getting a sense of how much damage took place there and in other cities. But in that region, that's the Dnipro region, the regional governor says a number of homes and residential areas were severely damaged by the blast. Again, 34 people, all of them civilians, injured, and among them 5 children. Savannah?
Ellison, this comes just days after 23 people were killed in an attack in the city of Uman. Tell us the latest there. How are families handling that? What are funeral service plans?
I mean, we were on the ground there and watched as rescuers searched for hours, hoping to find any sign of life in that attack. The 23 people who died, they all lived in the same apartment building. Among those 23 who died, 6 of them were children. This weekend, their families, some of those children, they began to say their final goodbyes. You look at some of the images that came out of this, and it's gut-wrenching. 2 of the children who were killed were injured. Were buried, rather. One of them, a 17-year-old named Kirushara, another an 11-year-old named Sophia. And some of the images you see at one point, a child wearing an orange jacket. He has a little snow-type beanie on his head, and he's crying. That is the brother, a 6-year-old of the 11-year-old who was killed in the attack. A lot of people from the community came to pay their respects to the people who passed. This is a small city. When we were speaking to people on the ground, they described it as very close-knit. In terms of that attack, Russia's Ministry of Defense claims that they were targeting military-related installation. UK's Ministry of Defense says it's possible that that was the goal, but Russia often strikes at what they consider to be perceived military necessities rather than considering what might be civilian areas. We asked every single person in Uman if there was any sort of military-related activities happening in this building or the buildings around them. Everyone we spoke to said no, and everything we saw there indicated this was a highly residential community with just apartment building after apartment building there. And one thing worth remembering when Russia makes this claim that they were targeting military-related structures, that part of the Geneva Conventions, the rules of war, is that parties involved in war are supposed to try and avoid civilian casualties. And we see time and time again, Russia does not do that. Savannah?
Absolutely. Oh, that video of that little boy with the hat on that you were mentioning was just so heartbreaking. Ellison, we've only got a couple seconds left, but can you quickly tell us what we know about this planned counteroffensive attack?
Yes, it seems like Ukraine is getting closer to launching that highly anticipated spring counteroffensive. Over the weekend, we saw a massive fire at an oil depot in Crimea. That's territory Russia has occupied since 2014. The spokesperson for the commander of Ukraine's Southern Command, they confirmed that this attack was carried out on the oil depot in Crimea in preparation for their counteroffensive. Military officials won't say exactly when that counteroffensive is going to take place, but we did hear recently from the top military commander in this country who said that forces are ready for that counteroffensive at a, quote, high percentage. Savannah?
All right, Ellison, thank you so much, and please stay safe. Coming up on Morning News Now, stressed out and fed up. Thousands of nurses say they're ready to quit. The startling new study and what it could mean for the future of your health care.
Plus, how old is too old when it comes to running the country? The growing concerns about the...
Let me tell you something right now. If like nurses like en masse like quit, the healthcare system would like completely fall apart. Let me get rid of that. Be right back. I didn't realize that. Let's see here too. We can move on to like something else too, because I do need to like type up this cover letter real quick. We can go here.
Embarrass me. He's like, yeah, no, I'm trying. It's like a.
So this is Mylan. Not Mylan. This is Biff. Yeah, this is Biff on the side. This is unknown player. Biff is like one of, if not the lore guy in Destiny 2.
Boston is like his. It's like a supervisor in his.
And like the title says, like they're talking about like the Lightfall response. I was watching this last night. I got tired, so I just paused it. So we'll just play the rest of the video.
Like, yeah, I'm working on it. Yeah, I'm gonna find it. And then it's just like you found the value. Like there's no, the witness doesn't mince words. It's just like update, like where's the veil?
Progress.
And Callus like, yeah, so it did this thing, and he's just like trying to like all these words. He's just like, let me know when you find the veil. Like, don't disappoint me. And he's just like, yeah, I will. So it's just like the dynamic. It really makes Callus seem like just kind of worthless, which is kind of funny, but. It's his nature, you know. He's greedy and he doesn't really care, and he's kind of selfish. It was a funny dynamic.
Really self-aggrandizing.
Oh shit, my bad.
Did this thing, and he's just like trying to like all these words. He's just like, let me know when you find the veil. Like, don't disappoint me.
See what everybody else is doing.
It's just like the dynamic. It really makes Callus seem like just kind of worthless, which is kind of funny, but. It's his nature, you know. He's greedy and he doesn't really care, and he's kind of selfish. It was a funny dynamic.
Really self-aggrandizing. Callus in that moment is like the meme of a book report that you're reading out loud to your teacher, where it's like, this must be 500 words long, and the first 50 words are, in today's book report, I will read my book report on the book that I have chosen to write about in my book report. The book of my book report is Great Expectations. It's just like,
the witness is just there, just looking, just like...
Yeah. Oh, dude, whatever you want to say about it, Witness was excellent in this expansion. Not just because of great story, but also there is an excellent meme of the moment before the Witness gets incredibly angry.
When he's just like,
it's got that look on its face, and it's just like,
not impressed.
Bruh, what are you doing?
Not impressed.
It's like the best little bit of memeage that's come out of it. A reaction gif that I need to have someone recreate as like,
yeah, that instantly became a meme. I saw that around a lot.
So good.
What do you think of the Witness in general? My thing with the Witness is I feel like they've left it a little bit too late to explain stuff. I think because Final Shape is literally like the end of this saga. It's obviously not the end of Destiny 2 or Destiny, but you would probably assume that the Witness will die or be defeated, or something will happen to that extent, some kind of big conclusion in the Final Shape. But I feel like it's going to take us like 7-8 years, however long they've technically had the pyramids coming. I guess it's been a long running thing, but I feel like by the time we finally get answers of what the Witness is, we don't know who the Witness is, what it is, where they come from, why they're doing what they want to do. Like, if you compare it to like Thanos, which obviously Bungie is taking heavy inspiration from this whole kind of endgame scenario, but the Witness's motivations haven't been explained. And again, I said it in the last podcast, but we have zero reason to even care about what the Witness is up to. I mean, obviously, if he deletes all life in the universe, that won't be good, but the Witness hasn't barely even interacted with the Guardians, besides just offering us a subclass and salvation. The Witness just kind of sidesteps us, just like, I'm here to do a thing with the Traveler. I'm not going to explain what I'm doing, but I feel like by the time we finally get to figure out what the witness is and all these very important questions of the main villain in Destiny.
And here's the thing too, they don't have to explain all that, but they gotta give you like little breadcrumbs to follow along, because I'm like completely lost. Like, apparently the witness has like this hate boner for the Traveler, and you're like, why though? Like, what's the motivation? You don't have to explain everything, but you can like, maybe it's like Thanos, where it's just like, but at least with Thanos, you know that like on Titan, he saw that like his civilization was coming to an end because like there was this issue with overpopulation, and he saw and they tried to figure out a way to stop it, but ultimately he came to the conclusion of like, we need to wipe out like half, and then because of the fall of his civilization, he saw that this is happening all over the universe. So what do I need to do? I need to have the population of the entire universe, and that's why he went out for the Infinity Stone, which made sense, right? But I mean, makes sense, but in the sense that like it gives you his clear-cut motivation. You just know that the Witness doesn't. It's weird because I think in one instance, like the Witness hates the Traveler, but the Witness also feels pity for the Traveler and wants to end the Traveler. But you don't understand like why that is the case, which is like the frustrating part about it.
You're gonna be dead, so I feel like now was the perfect time to actually explain some stuff about the Witness, and then we can have a whole year of like build up and speculation, and also this is what the Witness, this is where it comes from, and this is why it hates the Traveler, and this is what this whole Winnow and Gardner situation is, and just kind of explain stuff. But again, I feel like by the time we actually figure out what the Witness is, he's probably going to be dead, or the story will be over. So I feel like it's a missed opportunity to introduce more of what the Witness even is earlier, I think.
I couldn't say it better. And you know, like, it's even more troubling because there is a lot of expectation from Bungie for the seasonal story for the next year to do a lot of the heavy lifting with regards to the actual story of the Witness. And you know, for the imminent moment, that is fine. But here's the thing. The moment that Final Shape comes along, all of the seasonal content for Lightfall is gone, as is all of that context of who the Witness is, what they do, what they want, and everything else in between. I mean, it's a huge problem. Now, obviously, the one Veil quest that's meant to be coming out alongside Season of the Deep, that is staying and will be around even after the seasonal content has been shelved. But I don't think that's enough. I honestly think that if Bungie wants to do this right, and this is, you know, I said as much, this is not going to happen, but they need to keep that seasonal content around, especially if it gives context to what the Witness is and what their motivation is, because yeah, that's going to be really important. And if we don't know what that is, we're going to be in a huge amount of narrative trouble. I mean, we're already in a pretty deep hole, narratively speaking. So yeah, we've really got to address that, because people are going to come along to the Final Shape. They're going to ask who the Witness is. The narrative is going to do as it does, and just assume for the most part that people have played the seasonal story content and have understood what's going on. And even if they do give a quick 5-minute recap before we even step into a story mission, man, that is going to be so lame in comparison to what could have been in Lightfall here, where they sat down and provided all of this as a backdrop by which we could have learned about the Witness and learned about what it wants and what it's trying to do and why it's been chasing the Traveler, you know?
I think
there was potential, and it missed again.
Yeah. I think we'll get some stuff in the seasons, like Season of the Deep. They'll definitely add some kind of build up, but again, even if you compare to Savathun, like Savathun had way more of an introduction, way more, like we knew way more about her. She was much more of a built up villain that had significance, that was, you know, people at least knew the name, whereas again, I feel like we knew way more about Savathun than we do about the Witness. So it just seems like for Destiny's biggest main villain, the thing behind the pyramids, the whole mystery thing. I know Bungie loves their mystery, and the pyramids have been mysterious for a long time, but I think it's a bit too late now. I think it's time for some actual answers on what this main villain is, and give us a reason to care. Give us a reason to actually like have either empathy or disdain for this character. Give us a reason to But right now, there's just nothing to judge. Like, not a single person, even you, someone who probably knows more than most about the story, couldn't even say, where's the witness gone? What was that portal with the Traveler? What's inside the Traveler? Why did he do the thing? Where does he come from? Like, these questions.
We have guesses.
Yeah,
we have guesses and speculation, and that's our best.
You know? We're nearly at the final chapter, so it's yeah, it's definitely a long time coming, but doesn't seem like it's been built up too well.
I got to agree, and there's a bigger problem with all of that, which as well is if you take a look at who the biggest villain in Destiny's storyline really is at this point, I think it's fair to say that it is actually Savathun, and that's that's not to sit there and say that Savathun has done the most evil, but it is to say that we've been teased about Savathun, and they were related to one of the biggest expansions. In fact, technically two of the biggest expansions that we've had in a long while, and they've been affecting the universe in way more tangible ways. You know, like the best we have about the Witness and where it's gone at current is speculations and guesswork, and that's really frustrating because when you actually want to try and dive into everything, you realize that we actually are pretty far away from it. In fact, yeah, okay, here's the really irritating thing. Sword Logic, Final Shape, all these things. You know, we've had these things bounded about in Hive lore for a very long time. Anyone who's in Destiny and has a little bit of sort of an idea of what's going on in the lore may know about these ideas. These are things that have been put to us for years and years and years. And in the lore of this expansion, it has been shown to us that these ideas of what the Final Shape are in fact just subjective according to each of the Witness's disciples. So it talks about how in one instance, the Final Shape is supposed to be in accordance to Nezarec, who is willing to run this full gamut of existence just so that it can have as much pain, so that he can feed on as much pain as possible. And then you take a look at Rulk, who is just there to destroy and upend for the sake of the Witness. And then you look at the Hive, who believe that life should exist in the universe, and the Final Shape is the strongest life that can possibly exist. And all of these views, as this bit of lore is pointing out, are incompatible with each other. So the reality is that we don't even know what the Final Shape is according to all the old stuff that we've been given. Now, that can turn into a really good thing, because it can just turn out that the Witness is, you know, lying to all of these things and is just basically manipulating and using them, which is very in its character. But by that same token, it very much dissuades us from all the old ideas that we had about trying to understand the universe of Destiny and the Final Shape and what's going on with everything. And, you know, it throws so much into disarray with regards to our old knowledge. So yeah, it's really hard to know what the Witness is doing nowadays.
Also, touching on Savathun, do you think? I mean, I would assume it's kind of Bungie have kind of set up, but do you think she'll return, and in what capacity? And do you think she'll?
I think she has to return in some capacity
because, you know, she is, I guess, opposed to the Witness, so the kind of enemy of your enemy is your friend. Do you think she'll be some kind of unlikely ally? Because she is, I mean, she did say before Witch Queen, like, I'm not your enemy, I'm trying to help you, and then she did apparently hide the veil to try and go again to prevent the first collapse. So, you know, obviously she's a guardian, she's a ghost, the ghost disappeared. So do you think they're kind of setting that up for her to return as some kind of ally?
If not in Final Shape, then as some greater facet of the story of Destiny going forward. You know, like, I have to imagine that, especially when you look at the story of Xivu, there's got to be something involving Savathun.
Yeah.
You know, if the Final Shape involves Xivu being convinced that she needs to not be on the side of the Witness, I have to imagine that we're going to bring back Savathun, who, remember, has died after freshly learning that the Witness deceived her and deceived her entire species. Yeah. So it's this thing of like, you have a very personal reason to go out there and try and liberate your sister, so to speak, from this huge misunderstanding.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's a great dynamic there, but it's also just one of those things of Savathun is an ace in the hole for Bungie to deploy whenever they feel like the story needs it. And I'm sure that if they're looking at Destiny beyond Final Shape, which inevitably they will have written a bunch of stuff already several years ahead of things, yeah, you're probably looking at something where there are plans for Savathun. You know, her ghost did not escape for no reason whatsoever. So yeah, I think that It's something is going to happen. We just don't know when or where.
So as far as the enemies of Destiny, we only have the Witness, Xivu, and some of the worms. Are there any others? That's kind of it, right? And I guess any other disciples that could be there. But the main enemies that have been there the whole time would be the Witness, Xivu, and a couple of the worms, who I think are probably still around.
Yeah, and
Anything
it really
else?
depends on the perspective of the worm gods too, because, you know, they were subjugated by Rulk, and Rulk's death now, and the destruction of certain facilities in Savathun's throne world. There's a bunch of stuff going on there where their allegiance is maybe questionable. It kind of really depends. I think the other really big ones to look at are the Fanatic, Fikrul, who is the minor of the two. He is the only other person with potential control over the Scorn, which of course is one of the arms of the Witness's forces now. It's questionable whether he would be able to actually pull them apart from anything as powerful as the Witness, but, you know, it's not impossible that we could see something like that in the storyline. And of course, the really big one, Aramis. Aramis has been pretty consistently appearing in the storylines for the past few seasons. I mean, we saw her in Season of the Plunder, we saw her in Season of the Seraph, and we've seen her in Season of Defiance. And in all of this, I think it's leading up to this moment where she is going to properly turn on the Witness and is going to sort of bow to Ido.
Seems that way, yeah.
Yeah, in this way of saying, like, hey, at very least, I'm going to take House Salvation out of the picture. And, you know, I imagine that there is unfortunately going to be like a heroic death as opposed to a redemption arc for her, which, you know, I imagine there's a bunch of stuff going on there because the Witness is still an incredibly powerful enemy, and betraying it doesn't seem like it's a great idea for one's personal health. But yeah, her story has been moving on that trajectory for a long time. I can't imagine that we're not sitting there and seeing something to do with that. The other really big one for me as well is the Nine. You know, the Nine are a total wild card in all of this. You know, like, there are some
I don't know if they're going to play a part in this whatsoever.
We have no decent information about. It's clear that there's a subsection of them that are trying to help us, and it's clear that there's a subsection that are trying to be completely independent of us, which is, I mean, Nine Law, basically they are dependent upon life in order for them to even exist. They are dark matter given form by us. You know,
Yeah, I was about to ask. There's supposed to be some kind of like dark matter, which is an energy in the universe in real life that we still don't fully understand, but it seems to be unaffected by gravity and particles, and they're kind of what's the word, like immaterial like beings. But then, yeah, it's a good question. What happened to the Nine? Are the Nine still? Is it possible we can still? What's the latest? When did we last hear about them? Was it the prophecy? And
I mean, it's been a while, honestly. Trying to think about it, it's probably been, maybe it is prophecy. God, that's actually a really good question.
That's a long time ago.
Something, but when it comes to it, like, the actual thing about the Nine is always, hey, they're playing around with a lot of scientific concepts here. So if we get anything wrong, call Neil deGrasse Tyson. I promise he will have better answers than us. But
explain what dark matter and dark energy are, which is
exactly
who even knows.
It's I think that if you see a storyline in the future that revolves around the Awoken, and in particular Seer Ido, you will definitely have something going forward that revolves around the Nine and their story, and anything involving Queen Mara is potentially going to involve the Nine. So
and then how about the Taken? Who is in control of the Taken? Do we know? Is Xivu in control of the Taken?
The Witness is in direct control of the Taken at this current point in time. It seems clear that they have been used and directed by Xivu as shock troops, but as far as the original creator of the Taken, and as far as the one who really is pulling all the strings, it's definitely the Witness. They have the ultimate final say of everything.
Right.
Which makes sense. That's kind of the Witness's MO with any of its servants. It wants to be in this position where it's able to sit there and just, you know, consistently control and get results out of things. You know, it's part of the reason why when Callus was sitting there and giving it a little bit of pushback, it went furious on him and, you know, gave the whole enough moment. Where
some emotion.
Yeah, it's one of the only times we've seen the Witness break its monotonous drawl, and that's kind of important. Yeah, no, mindless servants. That's what the Witness really wants, and Taken are just that.
Do you think the Witness is in some kind of like parallel dimension? Because we never actually see them interact with anything. They seem to be, you know, there's always the glass thing. What do you think the glass thing represents, the shattered glass? They always seem to be like just as if they're not really there, as if you're kind of seeing them through a dream. And I've seen lots of theories, there's been lots of speculation about the broken glass, and like we never see the Witness actually do anything physical in the world because they might be trapped in some kind of other dimension. What do you think is the deal there?
Hard to speculate on any of that, but I imagine that if you're looking at the powers the Witness uses, you're looking at something to do with darkness. It's deeply ingrained within emotions and the subconscious in someone's mind. So when you sit there and you actually see Callus after these visions, you know, most of the time it's going to be this moment where Callus has been dreaming and wakes up after the vision, you know, which is really something. Most of the time when you actually sit there and see those things, though, it may just be that the Witness is using things to kind of alter reality a little bit and alter someone's perspective of it at very least. So
starting up Destiny 2.
There is nothing solid in the lore that tells us anything about that. There's maybe Osmiomancy Gloves gives us an idea, but that's more about the Taken and the Witness's potential ability to pull worlds in and out, and I don't know. Yeah, all sorts of things. We'll see.
And then something for Final Shape. Do you think they will do a sixth element, a third darkness subclass, or do you think they'll leave it at 5? Do you think there'll be another one?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You know, when it comes to the symmetry of things, it's
something all the world's most successful people have in common is they're constantly learning new things every day. We all know the mental benefits as well as the career benefits, but maybe you find reading walls of text or watching lectures a bit boring. Brilliant.org gamifies learning in an interactive way, so you learn by doing through these puzzles and games and challenges that actually give you XP and let you see progress. They have thousands of lessons and new ones added monthly on subjects like math and science and coding and AI, which in this day and age are all the most valuable skills for the highest paying jobs. Whether you're a complete beginner and just want to keep your mind sharp, or are already studying for a career in one of these, you can select your comfort level and it tailors it for you. But I especially like that these are gamified visualizations. That's always been the best way that I learn. I'm a very visual person, and it's also been proven you learn better by doing. So by using this link, you can actually try everything they have free for 30 days, and the first 200 of you will get 20% off Brilliant's annual premium subscription. So head to brilliant.org/unknownplayer to get that free trial and discount. Thanks to them for sponsoring the episode.
It's not as though it's subtly implied, but it's also not directly stated. It's just very heavily assumed that when we go into Final Shape, we will be getting a final subclass. You know, I would expect it would be something along the lines of Resonance, whatever that ends up being. You know, the kind of similar power that we saw Callus wield in his boss fight, the similar power that we've seen out of Rulk and the Caretaker, and anything to do with pyramid tech generally. I think that us wielding Resonance is going to be the last thing that happens, and that'll probably be a journey that we set off along when we actually defeat the Witness.
Yeah, that would make sense. I think
that would actually make perfect sense
how they
too.
even do it, because Strand, I think, was very, very, very impressive. I think it's probably the best designed subclass in Destiny. I think that's easy to say because it is the most recent. They've had the most time to work on it, so it is the most unique. But as far as how everything works and the threadlings and the hatchlings and all the different mechanics, there's no other. It really does. Even though they updated the light subclasses to kind of be on some level, and they have all the like the verbiage with the scorch and the burn and the volatile and weak and all that stuff, it's still Strand. Definitely, you can tell the difference between Bungie designing a subclass now, like, and obviously there's
Bungie
a lot of talk
designing
about
a subclass from 9 years ago, right?
Yeah. We've seen obviously a lot of talk about how it might have been some kind of poison subclass, and I for one am definitely glad it wasn't. Initially I did like the idea of poison. I thought poison would be very cool, but as a lot of people have said, it would be hard to make it not just be another just burn damage over time. But what they did do with Strand, it was I think
true.
One issue with Strand is that it wasn't introduced very well, as we said with the campaign. Giving you this just just trash version of Strand with just no fragments, and like you're trying to learn this new expansion and trying to explore Neptune. That just wasn't the time to be trying to learn this very neutered version of Strand. So it kind of, you know, they keep giving you this like if you're playing legendary mode, this very difficult boss fight, and then they give you all these Strand grapple points. It's like, now is like, I don't want to be grappling around this arena. I want to go invisible and use actually powerful stuff. But then obviously after you beat the campaign, and after like I think like week 2 or something, when most of the fragments are unlocked, then you actually start to see Strand is actually one of the best subclasses in the game. Very powerful. Suspend is just ridiculous. It's one of the most fun things ever. Just be able to completely immobilize enemies and champions and tormentors. Like Suspend is very, very cool. But Strand shaped up to be very well, but the version that you get during the campaign almost makes you not want to play it, because again they give it to you and then it's gone for like 20 seconds, and then or you get it for 20 seconds and it's gone. But it turned out to be very, very good. But if they were to do, or if / when they do a 6th and 3rd darkness element, I'm interested to see, because obviously grapple and movement was the theme of Strand. I wonder what kind of big gameplay thing this 6th.
Some people have argued that they shouldn't even like do a 3rd darkness element.
Damage over time thing. It'll be something unique, but you know, whether it's like building or I don't even know. I'm trying to imagine where Bungie, because none of us could have imagined Strand, but that does interest me. The thought of what this 6th one would be, and that it is not that long away to get 2 new subclasses back to back. It'd be cool.
Yeah, I also have to say that as far as Strand is concerned, whilst the other subclasses have had very strong visual identities, because most of them are elements, I mean, you know, electricity, fire, ice, this has had a very strong narrative identity, you know, strands of the universe being pulled apart and the threads of fate and consciousness. Like, the lore around Strand in particular was actually something worth making a video about this time around, where with Stasis it was kind of just like, I mean, cosmic ice, you know. I'm like, yeah, sure, there's things about control and darkness and corruption and certain bits and pieces, but nowhere near as strong as the stuff that they've written about Strand, where you could sit there and you could legitimately understand why certain aspects of Strand visually are the way that they are, and how some of these powers manifest in the way that they do. You know, it's a really fascinating story aspect with Strand being the way that it is, and it, you know, it makes perfect sense as to why some of these things can just appear out of nowhere as well. You know, any living thing, even a Vex, which is technically a bunch of microscopic organisms inhabiting a frame, they have some kind of thought to them, and therefore you can affect them with the threads of Strand, the threads of everything that binds them together, you know. There's really cool ideas in that, and the fact that it does just holster up out of nothing and that you can grapple to anywhere because the web is everywhere. You know, these are really cool ideas to display within the subclass and the actual gameplay of it. Like, for all of Strand's failure to be kind of something that was well integrated in the campaign, in the other sense, where you look at Strand and its lore and how it's, you know, integrated into everything else, absolutely incredible. Seeing it and actually reading up on some of that lore made me chuckle, because I sat there and I was like, damn, if we just learned about this in this context alone, and this had been like a totally different side quest from the campaign, and we'd seen all of this detail and it wasn't integrated, yeah, that would have been amazing. I would have loved to see like a 3-mission quest or something, where in each of them you start to learn all these new aspects about Strand and understand about like, hey, you are tugging on the threads of fate here. Like, awesome stuff. Just, yeah, they've written some really great stuff about Strand, and I can't go on about how much I love that.
Yeah, no, I think Strand is tough shoes to fill, but I think it ended up being very solid, very, very solid. Talking about Nezarec, our old friend Nezarec. That was obviously a character we saw, which was very impressive. We saw in, 2017, Nezarec Sin, the Warlock helmet. And then, it's funny, I didn't even, like, I'm not sure if anyone else connected the dots, but the whole, like, his helmet looking exactly the same as the Scions, and obviously the connection with the Scions, I feel like I never even, obviously they redesigned the Scion helmet between Destiny 1 and Destiny 2, but I feel like I never saw anyone, like, connect the dots that the Scion's helmet is actually the same as Nezarec's, and then obviously in this
that's
we
true.
find out that Nezarec used to be some kind of ruler in the old, before the Scions were slaves of the Cabal, but the connection there was very interesting.
Yeah,
There's
I
the
imagine
Blight
I've seen
Ranger.
one or two people say it over the years, and I've just brushed it away. And now 6 years later, their chickens have come back to roost, which is great fun for them. And I'll honestly sit here and say it, like the way they've written Nezarec is excellent.
Yeah,
because they, you know, in most instances we expect to learn everything about a raid boss and to truly understand them and who they are and where they come from. That's very much the way it was done with Rulk. This is not a Rulk situation. Nezarec is very much a being, an entity, you know, where Rulk was a character that you could dissect motive-wise. Nezarec is more of just this kind of presence, this force.
Nightmare.
You know, even after Nezarec dies, they sit there and say that they will haunt our quietest moments when everything is at peace. They will haunt our dreams. And the fact that Nezarec says this is not an empty threat. It's something that he's done before. You know, he has been there when the Scions have come along and, you know, been overwhelmed and their old culture was overthrown for the quote-unquote god thoughts. They literally sacrificed people to Nezarec, you know. There are moments at which Nezarec has interacted with Guardians and with other individuals throughout Sol, and those moments are pretty clear and definitively showing the power of Nezarec and how it's really almost completely unavoidable. Like, and you got to remember, some of these moments, particularly when he's interacting with Guardians and with individuals in Sol, he's dead when all this is happening. Savathun's already killed him once at this point. So Nezarec can't die, is the really clear conclusion of all this.
That was going to be my question. Is he dead when he says that he's going to haunt you? Is that more like metaphorical, as in he's just kind of in your nightmares? Do you think he'll come back, or do you think it's just kind of, as you said, the default of Nezarec, he just is this nightmarish being that always haunts people?
I think that it's got to the point where Nezarec is so psionically powerful that as long as there's pain and as long as there are nightmares out there, Nezarec is going to be able to feed. And that's, you know, in a certain way, Bungie has
Take a look
pulled on
at
some really
some of these builds I have here.
Concepts there and has created a villain that could very well be recurring. You know, imagine if we do eventually beat the Witness and in another 5 years' time, when it's whatever's going on with Destiny, we discover that Nezarec is actively creating something else where he's able to just continuously feed on pain, and it's this completely untouchable pocket universe. It's like, I'm going to grow in power, and in however many years, I'm going to be back, and then I will get my revenge. Like, can you imagine that? Like, there is potential here for this villain. I mean, yeah.
Returning.
And
also,
this time
maybe
you will have an even better dad bod.
Maybe you can get a better shape, a better final shape this time.
This time I have a grill.
maybe you can shed some light on this. Where does Nezarec stand with the Witness and us? 'Cause I don't really understand. Like, is Nezarec our enemy? Why does he kind of like hate us? And is he? I can understand he had his thing with Savathun, but I don't really understand why he's our enemy and where he stands with the Witness still, because the Witness had a shrine to him on his pyramid, and that's why he got resurrected accidentally by the Traveler, who was awful aim and somehow managed to resurrect some kind of demon. Good job, Traveler. But
yeah,
like, so, what's the relationship like there?
So this is part of what I was talking about a little earlier in the cast, where it shows how messy the allegiances to the Witness have really gotten. Nezarec is following the Witness and is a loyal servant of the Witness, and it's really weird to say that because the original indications in the lore seemed to point to this idea that he opposed sword logic and that, you know, he just wanted as much life to be out there as possible so that he could experience all of its suffering, you know, and that's very contrary to what the Hive's version of the sword logic was, and that was the only thing we knew about anything close to the final shape. So for a very long time, it was a very easy assumption to make, but it's actually been clarified a lot in the lore that the Witness has allowed these other disciples like Nezarec to exist alongside the Hive and to exist alongside Rulk with their opposing opinions of what the final shape is and what's really going on with it, and to just sort of like exist in this narrative where it can be any of these things at any moment for any one of the disciples, because the Witness doesn't really seem to care, or at very least the Witness knows what it truly is and doesn't have the time to explain it. All of that is to say that Nezarec is serving the Witness, that he's an opportunity.
I wonder if that's like the point. Like, I don't know if like because that would really serve because the witness seems like a purely like logical creature, so I wonder if its ambivalence is because that'd be so strange. It being so ambivalent, it doesn't mind having these opposing, disciples that have these opposing philosophies. Maybe that's the point. You can have these opposing philosophies because at the end, it's meant to be chaos. And if the end is meant to be pure chaos, that's how you ensure the end. Everything destroys itself. You have this opposing logic with the hive, with the sword logic. Only the strong can survive. You have something like Rogue, not Rogue, like Nezarec, the god of pain. He wants as much life as possible so he can feast on all of life's pain. And these forces are going to come into conflict and essentially end the universe. Because could you imagine that? And I wonder if that's like the point. The witness wants everything to end. So to ensure everything ends, you have these competing philosophies because it knows that if you have these competing philosophies, everything is going to end. Because they cannot coexist with one another. And maybe that's the point.
In this sense, he is this parasite that feeds on terror. And so when the witness was forced out of our system, he persisted and still exists, and any being that was inflicting cruelty, such as Earth's warlords, aka Guardians before they actually were good and had just risen with this incredible power and the ability to resurrect after death, he took a great deal of interest in all the suffering that they doled out to people.
Oh my God, I can do this.
It's this thing of like, their relationship to us is very opportunistic. And even in the moments of Lightfall, it's clear that the reason they were haunting the citizens of Neomuna is because they were trying to get our attention, They wanted us to come along so that we would actually accelerate things within the Witness's pyramid ship and would actually free them. They view us as a tool, but they're also a force that is way beyond us. So it's a very roundabout way of saying like, hey, they're still faithful to the Witness, but the suffering that Nezarec is seeking consistently is still around even without the Witness in the picture. Us Guardians are a great mechanism of delivering that, and he says as much during the raid. He's very happy to sit there and sort of congratulate us about the way that the warlords, and it's pretty visceral, the way the warlords made people scream, this is some really screwed up shit.
Yeah, I like the back and forth. I like the idea of the raid boss like talking to you throughout the raid. That seems to be a thing since Rolkan with Nezarec. Just this like the fact you have this final boss like taunting you and like having a bit of dialogue as the raid progresses, and then you actually reach this moment. I thought that was a good touch. But speaking of the raid, that was obviously quite a well, probably mostly critical, as far as many saying it was too easy, especially contest mode. What were your thoughts on that?
I think that
contest
really
mode was not too easy.
You sit there and you look at something like Neomuna and the enemies out
there. The contest mode the day of wasn't easy because like everything was new. You didn't know anything. Now if you run the raid, the mechanics are relatively easy, and it's just like you have to control the ad density. That's the only thing. Whoever's on ad clear, you need to be good at ad clear. Like, whatever the definitive builds on ad clear are, you need to do it.
From patrol are technically tougher than the raid enemies.
Yeah.
I mean that. It's just very odd.
I can understand. I was like, why are they still swords? I was like, you keep leveling up, and it's like, are they going to become like normal at any point? Why are they still? And they're like, oh, apparently it's just always got contest mode on in patrol. It's like, why is patrol harder than the contest mode raid?
And like, I'm fine with patrol being a little bit harder. It actually makes Neomuna a very engaging area, but the I think it's the sort of how weird it feels in contrast to the raid, where you would sit there and you would, on day one, things were a little bit harder, a little trickier, but like, you'd be sitting there at the moment when contest came off, and you were just smacking things back and forth with a glaive in one hit, and you're like, what am I doing? This is totally brainless. Like, mind off. Meanwhile, in Neomuna, you're actually using cover, and you have to deploy a proper build, and you're sitting there and it's like, okay, yeah, I'm doing all of this stuff and I'm properly engaged in the combat. It's a really weird place to be. It made it great for when I was trying to explain the raid to a bunch of people, And like, that's fantastic, but not everybody is sitting there being the lore nerd of each raid. So yeah, no, the the one silver lining there exists in the minority of people who are sitting there and expecting the raid to be so easy that they can literally tell a story at the same time.
Yeah,
I'll say this too. Like, endgame content should be endgame, you know? Like, yeah, the master raid exists, but it leads me to the idea and the question mark, and I really want to know what you think of this. Do you reckon that this was made with the intent of ensuring that it launched alongside the LFG feature, which was potentially delayed? Because if you ask me, this would have been a perfect raid to launch with LFG.
It's a good point. And they did initially plan it to be around the same time. They had to push it back, right? It was initially...
Yeah, which, you know, assuming that is indeed what's happened, it would make perfect sense, because you're sitting there and you have LFG opening up with a much easier raid experience, but something that is immediately relevant to the times. You know, I think, I can't help but think that's what's happened, but what do you think?
I think that the raid mechanically is very simple. Like, I think it's one of the simplest raids. You literally just stand in the thing, shoot the ball, go here. It's just, it is very, very simple mechanic-wise. It's very simple to explain. I was surprised how easy, like, I was, you know, used to previous raids of just like, you know, we've got to memorize 26 symbols and you got to turn left and spin around 3 times and shoot the dove and then change weapons and then like try and recite the alphabet backwards. Like, there's just ridiculously complex mechanics that you just get used to. Mainly just symbols of just like, it's the downward facing bird that's eating an orange. Like, it's just like, I don't even know what that's, just symbols are mainly, and that was very prevalent in Val. But mechanic wise, it was very simple, very easy to explain. Like, I didn't even plan on doing contest mode. I was like, nah, I'll just do the regular mode. Like, I'm good. I don't really feel like the soul crushing stress of contest mode. But then it came out. I mean, it's funny. I was watching the raid race as it came out, and I was making food while it was out. And then by the time I had sat down with my food, they were on the final boss already, and I was like, wait, what happened? And then by the time I came in here to watch the rest of it, someone had already like nearly killed Nezarec, and I was like expecting this, like, this whole, this is going to be just on in one of my monitors.
By the way, it was all Starfire Protocol Warlocks too. They yeeted through everything
all night, and you know, it was for 6 hours, 12 hours, just see how they do. And I was like, oh, they've already like beat it, like. And then I was very surprised how quickly it was done. And then yeah, and the next day, and then got a group, and then it was like, oh, I guess I did zero prep at all. Obviously I was leveled, but that's not too difficult. But yeah, ended up doing contest mode, and it wasn't the entire raid. I think we just one phase like all of it. And then Nezarec took us a few hours, although we did get hit with the glitch where you kill him and then he kills you at the same time, which was quite annoying.
Oh, the worst.
I think they fixed it since, but we literally like did enough damage, he's dead, health bar is empty, and then he's still, it's just when he starts the wipe mechanic at the same time as you kill him, and then he wipes you anyway, and then yeah, but that was annoying. But yeah, for contest mode, I don't know, I think it's pretty, you know, a lot of people, it's a very divisive subject. There's a lot of gatekeepy conversations and a lot of elitist conversations, but I think, you know, the raid is the raid. It's meant to be difficult, and the contest mode is meant to be the most difficult thing in all of Destiny.
Oh yeah.
I don't think there's any downside to the contest mode raid being difficult. I don't think that many people should disagree that the contest mode should be not accessible to most people. And I was prepared to be like, nah, it's too much stress.
I'm going to jump in there and say something here. Accessibility and difficulty have all to do with each other. Like, they are not related conversations, right? Like,
they should
when
be.
When it comes down to it, it's why I'm very much for the idea of having something like Val, where you had, I mean, technically this wasn't planned, but you had 48 hours worth of contest mode time. You know, that's good, but also make it a hard raid. I'm okay with it being hard on that first moment, especially considering this is, well, the peak and pinnacle of most Destiny players are going for. You know, your team that has come together in the last few moments and has just kind of assembled out of nowhere, occasionally they actually can win worlds first. Like, sure, that does happen, but for the most part, it is now teams that are of that caliber where they're practicing a whole ton and doing a whole bunch of stuff. And like, when it truly truly does come down to it, that's what I think day one contest rating should be about. Like, it is spectacle and it is stunning, and it should be one of those moments where you are watching your favorite teams push forward. It really should be that kind of contest of wills, and I'm okay with that. I'm glad we no longer have the kind of like...
Okay, I have to like join these guys. They should just ported me like Nero.
Experiences where two teams make it, but you know, I'm also not in the place where I think that, you know, we should have been looking at contest mode being quite as easy as it was. You know,
I think it makes it more of a spectacle. Like, I'm not saying it should be full on Last Wish, but I wouldn't even be too mad if it was like.
Let's not even talk about Last Wish.
It makes it interesting if it's like, oh, have you heard this new raid? It's so difficult. Like, people, it creates just more of an interesting conversation of like, well, it's so difficult, only two teams. Like, the way people talk about Last Wish adds to its kind of legendary status, and you just can't get that by it being easy. And I think a lot of people here, when you hear like, I guess, players who play it, like really hardcore experienced players say it's too easy, some people hear that as if like it's kind of gatekeeping, like, no, casual players shouldn't be able to do that. But it's not really that. That's kind of secondary. The main argument that more experienced players would have is that if you want to do something that's difficult, you want the feel. If you want to do something impressive, it has to feel like it's difficult and like you did something that most people can't do. It has to be something impressive. But if it's something that's just, oh yeah, you just hop on, grab an LFG and do contest mode without too much thought, then you don't feel like you accomplished much. And I think that's what most people are getting at. They want to feel like, I did something difficult that is hard, like we did Last Wish.
I earned that thing, right?
Yeah.
And respect, and again, respectfully, like when it comes down to it, again, it's another reason why I'm very pro 48 hours, because you should have your chance to try. It should be hard. Like, we should make the thing literally as easy to access as possible. Like, legendary campaign giving you the bumps to get up to level. Yeah, go for it. Like, getting the exotic ciphers out of your season pass track and whatnot, and getting the ability to get a few key exotics that might help you if you're doing it first time. Absolutely. But it's a hard grind to get there, and you will absolutely be going up against some of the most skilled teams in the world. So like, it's going to be really, really tricky doing all of that.
I think the feeling that we have about Last Wish, because we did it, I think we got like nearly top 100. I think our team was like top 10 on console, because almost everyone was on PC. We were one of the only people playing console, but we have a sense of accomplishment because it was like, that was very difficult, and we were just like throwing ourselves against the wall for just like, I don't even know how many hours. But then once you do it, you get accomplishment. But and again, I'm not saying every raid should be like that, but you create the feeling of, I did something impressive when it's difficult and hard to do. And it's not about casual players not being able to do it. It's about skilled players being tested. It would be satisfying to go on Twitch or YouTube live stream to see, so these are some of the best players in the world and they are struggling. It makes you feel like a sense of, oh, this is a big deal. But when they just kind of breeze through it, it's a bit like, oh, I guess that's the raid. But
and here's the other thing, right? These comments, it should be made really clear as well, apply to contest mode. Like, the first 48 hours worth of the activity. Afterwards, I'm very okay with the idea of a raid dropping down in terms of difficulty.
Absolutely.
Like, those skilled players will then call it easy no matter what, even if it isn't a Nezarec situation, because it is just one of those moments where they are built for this. They're geared properly. They are prepared. They're ready. You know, like, when we sit there and ended up completing Last Wish for the first time, you know, we were amongst 1,000 players in the world that had done that. Both of us have 2 of the 1,000 or so rhythm jackets in existence. But when you sit there and look
I'm
at
jealous.
now, yeah, it's a really, compared to most other bosses, it's actually quite a tough experience, but it's actually still got the mechanical kind of density to it that gives you that sense of satisfaction. That you can teach it, you know, you can sit there and you can bring someone along for the ride, and you can make it so that they're not just sitting in the back constantly. Like, they can have a role in the thing. They can actually pick up bits and pieces to it that they need to do, and every member of the fire team can feel really important there. So, you know, it's one of those moments where this moment, these 48 hours at the beginning of it, are really the kind of the basis of this conversation, you know? Like, this is something which you are tailoring to a certain proportion of the player base. right? And on the flip side of things, you know, it's like this is something which should be not so. This is something that shouldn't be easy, right? This is something which should test you and should give you that sense of pride and accomplishment. Haha, I know, indeed. The meme. But, you know, contrast
the
that with a
meme,
campaign, right? Campaign, I would say you should sit there and it's something where everyone needs to be able to access that. And it needs to be easy. It needs to be something where at the first outset, yeah, you can absolutely have your legendary mode, particularly if you're trying to prep for a raid. But when you're looking at the campaign itself, making it so that it is easy is never something I think I'm going to complain about. Like Destiny 2 vanilla, you know, everybody gives Bungie a hard time for this particular one little bit, but they actually made one of the first puzzle rooms in the first mission easier to complete. And you know, this is something where it's got that thing where it was just like a spinning little rod within the platform that could kill you if it hit you. You know, like there were people who were ridiculing everybody for not being able to do that, but you got to remember, like, those are the campaign missions where some people are picking it up and playing for the first time. They may not be in that place where they're that dexterous with jumping. So
raise my hand with that right here.
Then, again, players like us, it was just a simple step down. But to somebody, if you never played Destiny before, maybe you got stuck there for a while.
And it's like that's the exact inverse of this conversation, if you get what I mean. Like, this is a moment where it's clearly going to be played by everyone, whereas a contest raid day one is not. And it's something where people are absolutely going to watch, but it's something where players are preparing for the hardest possible experience in Destiny, and they're looking for something that's going to test their mettle and give them a sense of accomplishment and provide them some glory if they complete it, you know? And I think that's kind of, you build for the experience you're aiming to create. And in the instance of a campaign, you're aiming to create something that is easy so that people can actually get into it, and that if it is your first time ever playing a first-person shooter, it's not totally brutal. You wouldn't put someone who's never played a first-person shooter through Last Wish on week one. You know, conversely, you wouldn't put a contest mode raid at the level of difficulty of a first campaign mission in a shooter. You know, like, it's just two different beasts, so to speak. So yeah, that's kind of the way I'd go ahead and frame it. It's just like, build for the experience as it's supposed to be, you know, like absolutely make it accessible, like give everybody the tools, like the full auto tool, for example, fantastic. The ability to sit there and say like, hey, Destiny is now compatible with you know, more colorblindness options from way back when in the day. Like, give people the ability to play the game, make it easier for people to actually play the game to the same level of skill that professionals do. I'm okay with everything on that particular front of it, because you know, like, people should be able to play and enjoy the
you need a casual gamer to like buy into the game, quite literally, in fact.
Everybody who has been given that equity the challenge all at once and give them all the glory. Like, I think, you know, I really want to go ahead and see that. It's why I'm so glad to see the community celebrate the big dubs when something does come along. Like, there was an entire fire team that was, I believe it was mute. And everyone in this fire team completed a raid, and they would use emotes in the text chat for callouts. And it's just like, when you sit there and see people coming together and doing things like that, it's like, it's not totally perfect, but you are actually sitting there and providing an experience that people can complete. And that's where I think we should be aiming for as far as the pride goes with everything.
Their level of accomplishment must be massive for that. I mean, you mentioned the that full auto little setting. Have you turned that on? That is
turned it on for everything.
I think that's low-key like one of the best things of Lightfall. Like, it doesn't even matter about accessibility. I think it's more about, like, honestly, just trying to not get carpal tunnel, like, because spamming the trigger for just like 6 hours and like using, it depends on weapons you're using, but like pulse rifles and stuff. Like, I use the Collective Obligation, which is it's just ridiculously good. Not overpowered, please don't nerf it, Bungie, but like, it's ridiculously good in the, especially with the Void 3.0 build. Every time you get a kill, it refreshes your ammo. So you literally just hold the trigger and then just look, and everything just dies, and you're just spreading buffs to everything, but not having to spam the trigger every single day. You're just going to go through several controllers. I mean, I've gone through several like controllers because they just the trigger just dies out after a certain. It's plastic in the end, it's just going to break down. But simply being able to, that's just one of the littlest things that I personally really enjoyed. And again, accessibility or not, save you getting carpal tunnel from having to spam the trigger, grinding Destiny for hours on end. That it was a really, really nice touch. And yeah, as far as the raid in general, I think it's also worth noting contest mode is, like we were talking about Last Wish, contest mode is also in a very good place. I think again it could have been a little bit tougher this time around, but even using for VOW, it's just the contest mode is another example of how polished Destiny 2 is right now, and how it's just in a state that they wish they could have had back in 2017. Like, even if you go to Last Wish, that was one of the reasons why it was such a mess. Was back before then, you could level as high as you want, but it was incredibly difficult. And the raid came out, I think, like what, 2.5 days after the expansion. So you had to pretty much play the game non-stop, get every single powerful and pinnacle, and then, of course, if you were like me, you had the Petra glitch and you lost out on the most powerful.
It was 10 days. It was a week. It was 10 days.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, we had a whole reset, but it didn't change the fact that it was so high that everybody had. Yeah, it was so high that everybody still had so much.
It was a whole 10 days, and it was still like
absolutely absurd.
If you didn't play every single day, you would be behind, and then it was a case of nobody was even at the recommended level of the raid. Whereas now it's like it's in a perfect place, because you can just over level, and then it doesn't matter what you are, you're just all evenly capped at the same levels. It's a perfect way to gauge difficulty, and it isn't this just RNG mess of trying to get to this impossible level.
Let's give everybody a bit of perspective. The hard cap, the pinnacle cap didn't exist back in the day. There was only the soft cap and the hard cap, right? Soft cap was how high you could get with just blues and random legendary gear that didn't have any specific drop value. And that was 500 light, right? When you got to 500 light, you would then have 100 levels worth of hard cap. Riven, the final boss, was 590, and most people were going into Riven at around about 550. Like at the end of the first week, I was within the top 3 people as far as leveling was concerned, and I thought I was sitting pretty good at something close to, I must have been 540 at the time being, and like I did all my pinnacles and I got a ton of stuff, and I felt like I was in a really great place. And the raid still kicked my booty. Like, it was so
still
hard.
But for me, they were skulls.
Skulls when we went in, dude. It was skulls on that.
Do you remember the Petra glitch? It was pretty much
lost your Oracle offering.
Yeah, the Oracle offering. That's what it was. It was the Oracle, which was like the highest. It was like a +7. It was like a crazy powerful drop that you get from Petra. And if your inventory was full when you picked up like some quest, it just wouldn't give you a reward. And of course, typical bugs just that happen. We didn't know that at the time, so I and a couple other people happened to be unlucky enough to miss out on the most powerful drop, so I was severely underleveled, and that was what made Last Wish punishing. And that, again, someone who played every single day, it was still like you had
damn, that sucks, man,
to the recommended level of the raid. But yeah, it's just nice to see how another example of the game being very polished now. Contest mode is very clean. Again, the difficulty is definitely up for debate, but at least the system, it makes sense and it's consistent, at least, which I think is good.
It was within these depths.
I think as well, it's still one of our proudest moments, because it's one of those things of like, no matter what, we just didn't give in. We were dead set on getting our Riven jackets, and damn it, we got them.
But then it's like diminishing returns, because the longer you try and you're just like sleep deprived, it just becomes ridiculously difficult. If you just like actually take a break, get some sleep, and then come back, we always just do it like the first time, the next time. But it's just like throwing yourself at it and just hoping it works. But speaking of some obviously sad news, we had the passing of Lance Reddick, and that obviously is quite many would say is the most significant, most memorable, most recognizable characters in Destiny. What do you think that means for the future of the Zavala character? Do you think, like, obviously it's speculation, but do you think they have the voice lines recorded already for Final Shape? Do you think they'll have to just axe off the character early? Do you think they'll have someone else do the voice lines, which I would personally doubt, but what do you think this means, like, for the game? Do you think the Zavala character will continue? Because, again, he's one of the most significant characters in the game, so it's definitely a tricky one.
That's a good question. I know that there is meant to be more content in the future where Lance Reddick, before he passed, did manage to get recordings of stuff done. And, you know, that's part of why this, I think, takes us all by surprise. It's just it was so sudden. And, you know, I think that if ever there is something for Season of the Deep or seasons going forward, we'll see that. I don't know about Final Shape. It's entirely possible. But as far as Zavala as a character, I feel like there is definitely going to be a moment in which they nobly step into the sunset, so to speak. And when that does happen, I don't know if it will be right to immediately replace them. I certainly don't expect Bungie to replace the voice actor. You know, this is not a Nathan Fillion as Cade in Forsaken kind of situation. This is very different. I feel as though also Destiny's attachment to Lance's performance, the community's attachment rather, is a really important thing to respect, you know? There were some people talking about recreating Lance Reddick and his voice with AI. There were some people talking about getting a stand-in, and I just don't think any of these are good suggestions for a multitude of different reasons, but most importantly because we all know that it's not going to be him.
Yeah.
You know, it's
and the difference is that with other characters, like even with like Gina Torres, Akura, a lot of these characters have been replaced due to just like scheduling issues or maybe the difficulty negotiating prices, and a lot of Destiny's voice actors are very famous actors that probably can command high fees, and maybe there was trouble in trying to just get these people locked down to do these voice lines for a game, and maybe they had other priorities. But obviously in this case with someone passing, it's very different, so I don't think you would, again, whether you can replace him is a whole nother conversation, because that's almost impossible. There is nobody that's Zavala. Lance has one of the most unique voices, and Zavala's voice is so just unique and recognizable. It's impossible for anyone else to. It would just be horrendous for someone else to be doing an impression of him, and it just wouldn't make any sense.
You know what's crazy? Alongside our Guardian voices, which, you know, some of them were cut and some of them were compounded into whichever gender you'd chosen, but alongside our Guardian voices, I'm just sitting here and realizing he's the longest running voice actor that Destiny's had. Even Nolan North as the Ghost hasn't been doing it for as long because, you know, replaced Peter Dinklage and came in during the time of the Taken King, and just, you know, when you sit there and you think about the impact that someone has had, they've been with us on this journey for a decade. It's kind of incredible. Like, you really can't think of any other character that has that kind of that prominence within Destiny's
staple
communities, like public consciousness. It's
as well as that. Not only are you right about him being a staple, just voice actor wise for the game, and Zavala being a staple character, Lance also was a huge fan of Destiny and actually played the game. Some people were saying that he was playing, they looked on his account and said that he was even playing Destiny like 2 nights before, and he was regularly. You'd see him at events, you'd see him just like tweeting about, I'm playing the game. Like, he actually, which isn't expected. Most voice actors, you know, they, even a lot of Bungie employees don't even play the game. They just do their job. They might do lighting, they might do mocap. Like, not everyone who makes and works on the game actually plays or enjoys the game, or maybe even gaming at all. Some people, it's just a job. You show up, you do your lines, you go home. I don't even know anything about Destiny or what the stuff is. I just do my job. But Lance actually was a huge Destiny fan, and that's why that's why the community has a special relationship with him, because he was actually a member of the community. And again, there's nothing wrong with not playing the game that you work on, but he very much so did, and he was actually a huge fan of the game. So that was what made it extra special.
I think that, you know, for everybody in the community, it was very easy for us to all see and to expect and to understand.
We were just running away.
Both love and sorrow that came in that moment of his passing. I think it's a real testament to the impact that he's had on the community and how loved as a character he really was, both as Zavala and IRL. You know, alongside everything to do with gaming stuff, I know that anyone who you asked about Lance Reddick from all of the other spheres where he was doing things, I mean, even down to Keanu Reeves, you know, this is the guy who sat there and his other half sat there and asked him, hey, what do you want to do for your birthday? And he said, I want to go see Lance. It's just, we lost a really fantastic human being here alongside everything else, and you know, don't get me wrong when I say that the outpourings of love were kind of expected. It's not as though it was people calling it in at all. It was actually just, you know, people felt duty to it.
It was a lot of shock and surprise.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, people sat there and held vigil, and you know, I
in the
think
game
only
too.
other time I've seen people do that.
The community is not exactly very warm and fuzzy either.
Around a YouTuber called Total Biscuit, who kind of, you know, the context there is that he and his review essentially helped to launch the game and Digital Extremes into a place where they could continue to develop things. You know, as the developers put it in the time being, there was Warframe before and after the Total Biscuit video. And, you know, Lance has had a similar impact, if not much, much greater over a decade. It's the only other time where I've sat there and seen people holding vigils and, you know, putting their characters next to Zavala and doing something momentarily to honor someone within a video game. It's really special.
Yeah.
You know?
Life is short, it's precious, and it is definitely not guaranteed. And this is just another reminder of that. And I think even more so, it says a lot how people talk about you once you're gone, and it's very evident with Lance, the kind of outpouring that kind of says a lot, a celebration of the life rather than dwelling too much on the temporariness of life. But how people talk about you and how people remember you definitely says a lot, and that's, you know, you can see it very clearly with Lance, and just the passion of how he did his job and how he just always was consistent. And yeah, it's definitely a huge shock to everyone. Don't think anyone really knew quite how to handle that.
I think that there's definitely something to it as well. There's the joy that he brought. You know, it's the one thing that I've resoundingly seen from people who talk about knowing Lance Reddick personally, was that he was just incredibly funny. You know, like, he was somebody that was in the place where he was able to be humorous, and, you know, he would care and would put, you know, significant words on significant things, but, you know, this was a guy who remembered every day to laugh.
Yeah, very jovial, very yeah, you can just see it by his social media. You could see he just seemed to be a very light-hearted, just kind of fun person. But yeah, you never know what people are going through, what people are suffering with behind the scenes. Things can seem all good on the surface, but that's why you should always be grateful and, you know, make the most of life while we have it. But yeah, that was definitely a huge shock. But what happens with the game, we shall see. But yeah, definitely one of the most. It's crazy. I was literally editing a video and I was looking for a cutscene that had Zavala in it.
Damn.
And I had it open in one screen, and I was like he had his voice playing in the background, and I was just literally thinking at that point of like how iconic Zavala, just the character and the voice was. I was thinking he is like the most legendary voice in Destiny. He's definitely the most recognizable. And then I remember, like, a recommended video popped up that was like RIP, and I was like, what is this, like clickbait? Is this like what? And I clicked on it, and I was just like, how, like, right at the second that I was just watching a video to grab a cutscene to include in my video, right at the second this news breaks, and I was like, how is this even? The timing of it was just yeah, very strange.
I was on, you know, I saw at first it was a TMZ article that broke for me, and I was ready to call foul and be mad at people and be like, how dare you, what the hell's going on? And then other articles started coming out and other places started reporting the same. I was like, oh my god, this isn't a sick, twisted joke. Oh my god, this is happening. Like, I was in total disbelief.
But yeah, rest in peace to Lance, legendary character, legendary artist, creator, voice actor. But we shall see how Destiny progresses. But yeah, we'll final shape, I would imagine there will be a lot of the main Vanguard. It's going to be interesting to see how they manage to move around the characters. And I mean, we didn't even see much of the Vanguard in Lightfall. I would assume, who do you think we'll see take the reins of final shape? I would imagine Ikora. We haven't heard from Eris in a while either, and the Stranger.
Yeah. Oh my god, this is hilarious.
We're probably looking at the Exo Stranger. I have to imagine if they do this really well, they'll tie it back into I don't even have time to explain what I don't have time to explain, which tells me that the Exo Stranger's got to be in there. But yeah, as for all the other characters,
the timey-wimey.
This is our Avengers Endgame moment. I would say pull in all the faces.
If you don't know, the Exo Stranger is technically from like another like dimension, or another like another reality. Technically speaking, so she's from a darker reality where like they lost, and like her sister joined the darkness, yada yada yada, and she's here now to see if her reality fell to the darkness, so she's here this reality to see if she can change it. I wonder if like it's gonna be like Endgame, like they go. I think there's gonna be time travel involved, because I do get like Endgame and like Infinity War vibes. I really think that we're gonna end up like time traveling, and it's gonna essentially reset the Destiny universe. I think we're gonna reset the Destiny universe.
Pull out all the stops. Get everyone involved.
Character who, well, may or may not be returning. Amanda. What do you make of Amanda? Is she going to return? Will she be a Guardian? What do you think about that?
So I have to imagine that she will return at some point, especially considering the words being uttered over her vigil by Zavala himself. You know, bravery, devotion, sacrifice, which of course is something that has been continuously said over and over again as the things that Guardians must do in order to become a Guardian. You know, it's this thing of you must sacrifice at the end, and a Guardian's life is those things. Amanda, regardless of whether she gets resurrected, was a lowercase g Guardian. You know, she was someone who fought alongside everybody and put her life in danger to assist others. And it's more often than not those people that do get resurrected in some sense. Now obviously, there are some big exceptions, and there are some things where it's really not necessarily been made clear what the Traveler's intentions are. I would point to Savathun and Crow as the biggest examples of that, but I imagine that's kind of like a next chapter kind of thing, end of Final Shape. If the Traveler ever wakes from its stupor, it's probably going to be something that happens.
Yeah, I don't know. Definitely seen the Traveler seems to be quite cut and dry when it comes to resurrecting, of just like, if you fit this criteria, then boom, you'll be resurrected. If you do some kind of noble sacrifice, whether you're seen by us as good or bad, you know, like you said, Aldrin and Savathun are key examples. Like, we see them as bad at the time of what they did, but then the Traveler is very simple, just like, you know, if you meet these criteria, we'll resurrect you, good or bad. But so Amanda definitely fits in that category with all the sacrifice and bravery, but the only difference this time is that the Traveler, again, we don't even know because it's not explained, but the Traveler is kind of gone. I mean, again, it's floated up in space. It's not very far away. It's just moved a little bit, but maybe the only exception is that the Traveler, and that's what kind of, I think Zavala kind of alluded to, that the Traveler is gone, so maybe it won't be able to resurrect Amanda now. But that seems to be the only difference. But again, what is even happening?
Something tells me she's going to come back as a Guardian.
Talk about it as if it's dead, but yeah, it hasn't moved very far. It's just floated a little bit further out into space. Now there's a portal, but whether that disables it, whether that stops it from resurrecting things, who knows? But it does seem like it's possible for Amanda to come back, and that would make sense, especially her and Crow's weird storyline that's going on there. It could make sense if she was resurrected, and then she would obviously be a whole different person. She would have no memory, and she'd be a different character altogether. But yeah, I
think as well, it's also worth remembering, if Amanda does come back, she won't be Amanda anymore.
Yeah,
you know, Guardians don't remember their past lives, and as a result, you're going to sit there with someone who's completely different.
Yeah, have some explaining to do. So going into Final Shape, what is your confidence level for Final Shape? I know you made your very critical video off the bat of Lightfall, but how do you feel now about Final Shape? Do you think, because before you answer, I honestly, it probably sound funny, but I think because Lightfall was very strange and kind of a mixed bag, I think that kind of is the reason why Final Shape will be better, because I do think most of the good stuff was saved for Final Shape. And again, it's all speculation. We don't know how exactly Bungie's development process went, but I think the reason that Lightfall was so just like a spin-off adventure is because Final Shape is the main content that was that Lightfall was going to be. But I don't know, maybe it's being optimistic, but I feel like Final Shape has a lot of the big stuff, and I think Lightfall is kind of an intermission. But how would you say, what's your confidence level going into Final Shape?
Mechanically speaking, as far as Destiny's future as a great first-person shooter, I'm really confident. Yeah. Narratively speaking, I mean,
there's a lot on the line.
You know, there's a lot on the line, and it is talking about wrapping up 10 years worth of stuff. And so the seasonal content has a lot of heavy lifting to do. The Veil quest ahead of Final Shape that's releasing next season has a lot of heavy lifting to do. The narrative itself needs to be impeccable, and it's not impossible for that to happen. You know, Bungie has done stranger things, and it's from a studio that has done Witch Queen and Taken King and Forsaken. It is not at all impossible that after a bad expansion or a bad release that something great follows it on its heels. What I would say is that when it truly does come down to Final Shape, Bungie needs to be incredibly careful. Bungie needs to be in a position where they can not only wrap up story threads in a way that feels coherent, but lay the groundwork for what happens in the future in a way that doesn't feel as though they've completely copped out of telling the main story. It is a mammoth task. I do not envy anyone who is on the team having to make that happen. What I would say is Bungie on my team, and effectively I'm always sitting there and I'm always hoping they do well. And it's not out of a sense of, it's not out of a sense of to shill, because Lord knows I was the first to criticize Lightfall.
Very fairly so.
It was one of those things where I criticize people like this because I'm passionate about this game, and they've shown something which has added a whole load of stuff to not only my experience of gaming, but also everyone else's. So if you're really going to sit there and think about the future,
they have improved the game quite a bit.
Final Shape will ultimately turn out to be.
Like, they've done a good job of like updating the game and making sure it's incredibly playable. And it's very new player friendly now.
There's a lot of.
I mean, I wouldn't like dive into like a raid yet if you're like a new player, but
I think that as far as the game is concerned, it'll be a great first-person shooter no matter what. Like, I don't think that Bungie is going to be in a place where they launch something like Stasis in this condition. Like, we're not going to have a Beyond Light launch again, I think. I do worry about the story, though. I really do.
Yeah, we'll see. There's a lot on their plate. Like I said earlier about The Witness, they've got a lot of explaining to do in not a lot of time. So there's gonna have to be a lot of build up with the seasons to kind of make stuff make sense. Fully agree with you. I think gameplay wise, Final Shape will be the best era of Destiny ever, because as we said, the game is very, very polished. Just the mod system, the entire how they're going to overhaul the leveling system.
They did a lot.
I think they'll just continue
to improve the game.
Destiny 2 just polished and just functionally just clean, and taking the best of all the situations and doing away with things that we don't need, that are antiquated. And I think gameplay wise, when they just add a new expansion, just new stuff like a new world, a new subclass, we would assume it's just going to be just more good stuff. But story wise, they've got a lot on their plate. But as you said, like, at the end of the day, we want Bungie to win. We want Destiny to be a good, fun game. It's in everyone's best interest. It doesn't bring us any joy to see things go wrong like this story. It's not a good thing. There are some people, I'm sure, who just don't even like Destiny and kind of rooting for it to fail. They never really would have liked it in the first place. But the people, like most of us, would want the game to be good. We don't get pleasure out of the game being in a bad way. But yeah, I think your initial reaction video was very fair. And like you said, passion is the key word, and that's why it did so well, and a lot of people resonated with it, is because it struck a nerve and people agreed unanimously. And I think it's, I remember right after I finished the campaign, I was thinking like, oh, that like at first I was thinking like, is that it? I was thinking, because normally at the end of every campaign there's always a big grand like surprising moment, a big epic cutscene, a big like revelation, something that's like, oh wow. But that didn't happen in Lightfall. It was just like a what just really happens. I was very
just like a plot
after initially playing the campaign, and I was thinking like, oh man, I didn't really enjoy that. I'm kind of like,
I wish they just gave like Strain as like a side quest and it wasn't part of like the main narrative. I think they just tease it a little bit here too.
Unanimously, but everyone else was kind of, thankfully I wasn't the only one. I saw your video, I was like, okay, so at least Bife also feels a similar way. I'm not the only one that thinks that there was something off about this expansion, and then more and more comes out, and you know, everyone in the community kind of touched on the same. We all had the same feeling of something doesn't really add up about the story there. But
yeah, I just hope they can pull it together, man. It's a scary year ahead, but hopefully we get back into the place where we can be confident about Destiny's future.
But behind the scenes, it does seem like things are going well for Bungie. They did say that, what was it, a record for concurrent players?
Oh yeah, no.
All-time high player numbers, and I'm sure all-time high revenue. They're making tons of money, and player numbers seem very healthy. Like they did hit.
Okay, so you got your Lost Sector bosses,
the daily active users, so that seems to be a good sign. How long it lasts and the retention of those players throughout the seasons will be interesting. The seasons, which didn't really touch on, the season has been very, very good. Some would say the story has been better than the campaign, but yeah,
I'm in mad on it.
As we've said many times, the seasons are very solid, and I have full confidence that the seasons will continue to be very solid. You know, they're not that substantial. They can get a bit boring, but the changes that they said they're going to make to the leveling system and kind of making the game a bit less grindy should probably alleviate some of that, because having to level up and do the artifact levels every season, every couple of months, is a bit of a drag. But I think they're going to do away with a lot of that from what they've said. And yeah, the seasons, nothing new here. We've said it many, many times. The seasons are in a very strong place, and I think that'll continue to lead up to final shape.
Yeah, I gotta agree. And hopefully they keep the running trend, which is that seasonal content has still had some really strong story stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, but yes, that's been a giant Lightfall discussion. Hopefully everyone has enjoyed, and thank you, of course, Bife, for joining us. Thank you, everyone, for watching and or listening. Of course, if you made it this far, you can leave a like on the video. You can rate 5-star and subscribe on Apple, Spotify, wherever you're listening. But thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you in the next one.
Okay, let me just see. I forget where all this, it's here somewhere. There we go. This might be it right here. Yep, here's communion. Okay. He should be coming out with one of these two. There we go. That's K1 Communion, baby. Let's see here. So one was 27%. Oh, wait, I should have, whatchamacallit. Oh, no. So let's go ahead and do this. So this is the Jedi Survivor full story breakdown.
Today we'll be explaining and summarizing the full storyline of Star Wars Jedi Survivor. This game is absolutely fantastic, and after around 16 hours of gameplay I've managed to completely smash up the story. And let's just say that I'm definitely jumping back into trying to 100% this game, because this is one of my favorite games that have released in the last couple of months, if not years. Now, as many of the returning viewers will already know, these types of videos are created with the aim of summarizing and walking through the storylines of different games, for those that rather don't want to spend the money, for those that don't have time to play through it, or maybe you have played through it and you just want the storyline summarizing and explaining to you in a bit more detail, just in case you may have missed anything, or
actually,
some of the dots don't quite link together. So please consider leaving a like, it'd be very much appreciated if you're going to enjoy. Subscribe if you guys are brand new to the channel as well for plenty more story-based content.
Let
like
me
this,
just
for pretty much every single game that comes
right
out,
here.
story-based or not.
We'll pause this too, because I need some more coffee, and I need to grab something to eat real quick. So I'll leave you with the smooth sounds of pretzel rocks, and we'll be right back.
What'd you say? I can hear you thinking, man.
More you could make of this world.
God damn, that took a minute. Sorry about that. I wasn't even eating the entire time. Oh, okay. It's essentially just fading out. Ooh. And it booted me out, too. Alright, back to the show. Let me go back here. Should start back up.
We do try to cover it
Boom.
on this Story and Lore channel. These videos do take a very long time to make, so any support that you can show would be very, very appreciated. But without further ado, everyone, let's dive straight in. Jedi Survivor begins showing Cal on a ship, handcuffed, entering a city, looking pretty sorry for himself, surrounded by 4 guards.
Overload
one of them
unstoppable.
Carrying a case
Easy
of some
peasy.
sort. Cal looks older, with facial hair now, and it looks as though he's been through some stuff since the events of the previous game. Still chasing down the Empire, and he has been ever since, years later. The ship finally reaches its destination, descending down to a huge facility through a hole in the ground.
I don't know what the Mets are doing, man.
And there is a complete underground city.
They got the power, the pitching's not coming through. It's always one problem.
Lands and the guards make their way off the ship, and Cal is escorted off by the 2 guards surrounding him. Cal was captured, and his capturers were here to bring him to the Senator. Throughout, we see civilians being treated terribly by the Imperial forces, torturing them, preventing them from going out after certain times, and just giving them no freedom at all.
You can't treat us like this.
As us walking through the city, we just hear the Senator spouting propaganda across the city. The Senator barely ever shows his face anymore. He's always hiding away in his office. But bringing a Jedi to the Senator? If that doesn't make him want to come out, then what else will? We'll make our way to the Senator at the top of the compound, and here he tells us that seeing a Jedi is rare. But that's not all. Inside this container that the guards were carrying was Cal's lightsaber. The Senator wants us to lead him to the remaining Jedis, to bring them to him also. However, we tell him that we just can't do that, because Cal is the final one. The Senator does not believe this, and essentially threatens to torture Cal with his own lightsaber, and try to get the locations of any remaining Jedi out of him. But then in the background is BD-1. The lightsaber suddenly stopped working in the hands of the Senator, and Cal slowly stands and asks the Senator,
"Did you really think you could capture me?"
BD-1 breaks Cal out of his cuffs, and he uses the Force to obtain his lightsaber out of the Senator's hands. Cal takes out the 2 remaining stormtroopers that were trying to guard him before the Senator jumps onto his yacht and attempts to flee. Although BD-1 and Cal had a few tricks up their sleeve, knowing the Senator would probably do exactly this. Before the Senator could get away, BD-1 activated a homing beacon to bring the ship back toward them. But it was a little bit too strong.
Oh, really hot. Hold on.
That's okay.
We need to try and make our way aboard this yacht and speak with the senator again, so we've got a bit of climbing to do. We eventually reach the top and come face to face with a stormtrooper, and at the top, one of the guards.
Here we go.
Took you so long.
Okay, so now that's cleared up, we need to go for the senator. The yacht bashed into the side of a factory after BD1 paralyzed it so that it can't go anywhere. It turns out the soldiers from before, the ones that escorted us into this facility, into this city, were all a part of a big setup. The plan all along was to organize a fake meetup to try and interrogate the senator and obtain some information on the senator's computer that he had on the Emperor and the Imperial Army to help fight back against them, and even try to bring them down, or find ways to try and bring them down. Bode and Cal throughout this time begin conversing, understanding more about Bode as a character and as a person. He has a daughter that he's been trying to keep safe all this time, trying to fight for, provide a better life in a safer environment for. However, the Empire took and killed his wife, obviously his child's mother. So this was a driving force and a motivation for Bode, and this is what sparks his motivation for revenge. We regroup with our team at the top of the facility, and there is the senator's yacht. As we enter the yacht and walk into his office, he was very surprised, but he wasn't giving up his passcode to his terminal. Without a bit of persuasion from Cal.
You will give me access to your terminal. I can't. Unlock it and you'll be rewarded.
I'll be rewarded. I will unlock the terminal.
There you go, Cal.
Cal uses the Force to trick his mind, which was really awesome at the time. BD1 has a look with Cal. A hologram comes up on the screen, and here we can see that the senator is looking to buy a new PC. Well, isn't he lucky that I've partnered with Apex Gaming?
Oh my god, he got. I was like, what?
You and the senator an amazing deal on a brand new system. All built to run your new single player games and take over the entire planet like an absolute dream. From the mid-tier build, the specialist rig, to the more high-end performance builds, the elite rig and the giga rigs. There is a build here for any type of gamer or senator. If you use code WIZARD at checkout, you can save up to $250 off your entire order. And also, I'll throw a little incentive in there as well for the first few that order using my link and code. I'll give you $50 back for the first few that order the specialist rig, $100 for the first few that order the elite rig, and $150 for the first few that order the giga rig as well. Dealt with any peripherals or setup upgrades you might want when looking for a new PC. So send me the proof on Twitter, I will send you the money. All the links are in the description down below. Enjoy. After the Emperor was looking for a new PC, we saw a diagram on screen showing the Imperial forces just being everywhere. The years and years of fighting that Cal and the crew were doing, it didn't slow the Imperial army down whatsoever. If anything, they've grown in numbers even after they've taken multiple forces out. With the Jedi's gone, the Republic being dead, it's very one-sided at the moment, and it's going to take a lot to fight back. The senator tells us that he did all that he could to save his people. He didn't want his planet to join the Empire in the first place, but if they didn't, they would all be dead. He wanted to cut a deal with Cal, but Cal was having none of it, and refused there and then, asking Bode to escort the senator out of the ship and up to the very top.
Sorry, just doing some Discord stuff.
Foot outside the yacht, suddenly a rocket was fired at our ship, destroying it completely.
I will play this game, probably not on
surrounded by Imperial forces.
Probably not on stream it, and not until they get like massive updates. We're literally just doing like a story recap.
The senator stepped forward and asked what took so long, but was cut off mid-sentence with a lightsaber to the chest, killing him instantly. He was pulled closer towards the culprit by the Force, and there, the Ninth Sister, she was back. The team come under very heavy fire at that time, with Gabs and the twins being shot in the chest and killed by the Ninth Sister. Cal wanted revenge for this, and he walked toward the Ninth Sister and wanted to fight, despite his teammates urging him to get back to the ship so they could leave this place. But as he got closer, a ship came crashing down towards him and sent him flying off the edge. We finally make our way back up to the top, and there, an army of enemies. Our team make a grand entrance and fly the Senator's yacht straight into all of the enemies on top. However, we eventually become surrounded. We jump on one of the gunships and, well, we don't do a great job of taking it out, sending it crashing down into the helipad and watching it burn. Before suddenly, there's the Ninth Sister, stood straight in front of us. After a tough, drawn-out battle, we finally take her out. The Ninth Sister, Masana, was a Jedi Knight before she betrayed the Order. Masana Tide was her full name. Cal stops fighting, tells her it's time to set her free. Masana was having none of it and charged directly at Cal, and he ended it all there and then. With what group we have left. Gab and the twins were all unfortunately dead during the battle, but they knew the dangers and they knew what they were signing up for. The only thing that we can do to honor their legacy is to continue on and complete the mission. We need to transmit the intel that we found from the Senator's yacht to someone that we're working with called Saw Gerrera. However, we still need to get the hell out of here. Bravo finds a hangar bay with a bunch of ships located within. So we make our way down there, give Bode a locator beacon so that he can find us and get paid what he's owed, if we make it out of here alive of course, and let him and Bravo take their separate ships and lead the way, whilst we take the Mantis and try to get the hell off this planet. We take some heavy fire whilst going through the maintenance tunnel, even losing Bravo at the end, another soldier that's just lost in battle. However, Cal manages to escape unharmed, but the ship could do with some repairs here and there.
Took some hits back there. Mind running diagnostics while I transmit the intel?
We lost a lot of our team on this mission, with only Bode and ourselves coming out alive. Cal transmits the info to Saw Gerrera, and with a sad yet relieved look on his face, picks up a photo of the crew that had been taken just before the mission, reflecting on the ones that he'd lost whilst he was there. However, in the background, a video of the first game, of Cal first meeting Seer and Grease, and then Marin, speaking with BD-1. How Marin wanted to travel the galaxy, and suddenly left Cal at the end of the first game, when it was very, very clear that he and her both felt a little bit more for each other than what they both let off. However, these memories were short-lived because the gyro on the ship started to fail, meaning they wouldn't last long in the air. Cal couldn't just dock anywhere, as we can guarantee that someone will try and turn him into some credits. However, we decided to take the Mantis to the one person who we could trust, the one person who knows the ship like the back of their hand, Grease. So we tidy up the ship. Trust me, it will save a lot of moaning when Grease boards the ship, and we go to the planet Hobo.
Systems failing all over.
However, on the way down to the planet's surface, all systems began to fail in the ship, resulting in a very turbulent ride down to the planet's surface. And the ship, well, it wasn't a very easy ship to land in this situation. Cal finally sets the ship down, and we probably won't be flying in again without any repairs. Cal finds the location of the outpost, and it's time to make our way there to hopefully find Grease. We make our way out into the planet. It's so calm here. Grease looks to be on the other side of all of this. However, as we get further into the planet, it seems to be full of Bedlam raiders.
Take a look at that view. Is that a giant crater? Wow! I got it so easy. Guard the cliff, crush the locals, look at the scenery. Nobody's getting past me, not without a blaster hole in them. I wonder if I'll get promoted for doing such a good job.
I love these droid conversations, man. It's so good.
Oh, but then I won't see the scenery.
Put some light on.
Now that's a dilemma.
Oh no!
Sir, I found something. It, seems to be close. Droid down!
A roll of mine? This damn place. Oh, if I ever find out who made these things. All right, guard the area. There could be more.
Yeah, sir. Sir! Oh, so I guess this means I'm in command now.
We finally make our way into the town in search for Grease, hoping he may know the whereabouts of the likes of Seer, Owen, and others. After their departure at the end of the first game, it was left a bit sour. So we make our way down into the saloon, and a being named Turgle flew out of the front door, being followed by multiple raiders and a boss named Ravis. Turgle sold these raiders a fake relic to try and make a bit of cash. However, he was found out. Ravis ordered the raiders to kill him. During this time, Cal revealed himself as a Jedi to the surprise of Ravis. A Jedi. Ravis didn't want to fight Cal right now and opted for peace. He decided to walk away, and finally, he walked into the saloon to ask if anyone knows where Grease is.
For an old friend. 4 arms, hairy, big mouth.
Ow! Vertically challenged. You can come out now, old boy. The coast is clear.
I'll tell you, Monk, the Bedlam Raiders are gonna be the end of this town. We got no hope. Zero. Zilch. Nothing. How you doing, BD? Ah, wait a minute. Cal, get over here, you son of a bodling! Oh, oh, it's been a while. I missed you, kid. Hey, let me look at you. You look terrible.
Yeah, it's good to see you too, Grease.
Hey, Grease had a room especially made up for us just in case we ever visited, which I thought was kind of cool. And why not give it a few hours before we get back out there, Ray? Why not rest our heads for a little while? I think Cal needs it. We're awoken a short time later to the beautiful face of Grease. Grease is trying to talk a bit of sense into Cal, telling him he needs to know when enough is enough, when to walk away. With the Empire becoming stronger and stronger every day, he should think more about himself and look.
I really want to know what happens to Cal after this.
Not being defined as just being known
I think he should show up in the next season of Mandalorian.
Cal needs to learn when to walk away from a rigged game and to put what actually matters to him most first. The Imperial forces will never be weakened unless the leader is taken care of, essentially. And Grease feels as though that Cal is fighting a losing battle. And as we've seen on the Senator's computer, there's just more and more of them coming. But Grease was waiting for this day forever. Seeing Cal again, it just made him feel great. Cal tells Grease that he'll think about what he said. And we make our way into a smuggler's tunnel to find the spare parts for the Mantis that we need.
Yeah, there's better shotguns.
Yeah, you too.
We eventually find what we're looking for, and that's not good. When we're down here, Cal said it almost reminds him of a Jedi training ground, but it feels way older. We reach a place called the Chamber of Duality, and the power seems to be still on. As we walk further in, we find a droid in the center of the room, and when we place our hand on the device, we see a flashback. Here we see a flashback of a Jedi named Santari Khri and the droid ZN-A4, or known as Z. Santari purged the memory on navigating the Koboh Abyss from Z's memory to prevent someone from getting hold of that knowledge. Santari gives Z a device called a tuner, which will also allow her to enter different facilities around the planet. This would also allow her to open something called the Forest Array and also activate it. The key to Tanalorr is in that array. If Z doesn't hurry, Santari fears that it will be lost forever. What is Tanalorr? Why was Z's memory purged? And who could it be from? However, this was the same device that the Raiders were looking for, which I thought was interesting as well. The Z's been here for a very, very long time, hundreds of years. But suddenly as we try to pry the device away, the droid comes to life. Z must have been here for hundreds of years before anyone's come across and found her. But suddenly as we try to pry away this tuner device, the droid comes to life. We free Z and asked what Tanalorr is, and its response was a planet hidden in the Koboh Abyss. This is all that we know so far, but a lot more on this later. So we return back to Pyloon's saloon, which is of course Grease's saloon or pub, and there waiting for us is Bode, and then in walks Z. Grease was not impressed with us bringing new people into the space or the inner circle. Master Santari ordered Z to open the forest array, but she can't continue in her current state. However, as soon as Z mentioned Tanalorr, Grease stops in his tracks, his eyes light up, and he turns around.
Wait a minute. Did you just say Tanalorr?
You've heard of it?
Yeah, it's an old prospector's legend about a lost world filled with treasure.
Tanalorr is only a myth, he says, or at least he thought. Grease is of course more interested in the treasure that's rumoured to be on Tanalorr in the legends that people have told in the past. If this place is real, we do need to find more about it. We were directed towards a large tower in the distance by the path and also by Z. And as we made our way to the top of the lift, and we activate the doorway with our key, fire up the array, and walk inside. As we walk inside, it begins to open further, and in the centre of a glass cylinder was a person. Cal places his hand on the glass to try and go into the mind of this person, and there we find Santari Khri and someone named Dagan Gera. Both on Tanalorr. They both discovered this planet together. This planet was hiding on the other side of the abyss, making it extremely difficult, nigh on impossible for one person to get there. The only reason they were able to find out about it was due to Santari. As we continue through, a huge mountain range straight in front of us. The goal here was to build a huge Jedi temple inside this mountain range. The temple would be the bastion for the Order, train new Jedis here as well, and to make it a home for them. Cal finally reaches the foot of the mountain. The Jedi Council would have to visit this place in person and review the temple, due to the abyss blocking any communications going outside of it. However, as they were waiting for a decisive decision from the Jedi Council, they suddenly became under attack. But how? How did they get across and into the abyss, and how did they find Tanalorr?
Warn the others. We're under attack.
But then, Dagan turns to us.
You're not here. You're not supposed to be here. Release me. Please.
The person inside this chamber was Dagan Gera, asking us to release him. We access the terminal and out comes his lightsaber. As the water around him drained, he fell weak onto the floor, and once he became ready to, asked who we were. We introduced ourselves, show that we're also a Jedi, and, well, explain the current situation around the Order, how it's no more, and how the Imperials are taking over. The Sith Lord corrupted the public, and they destroyed the Order, and are hunting down all the Jedi's left. Cal wanted Dagan to help fight with us, to help fight back, and for the Jedi's to once again become a force to be reckoned with. We asked Dagan what happened on Tanalorr, and what happened here. And that's where he told us that they were invaded just as it happened in the vision. The battle was horrific. Dagan held the invaders at bay for as long as he possibly could, but there were just too many of them. But the Jedi Council ordered to abandon Tanalorr, and not to bother countering the attack on the invaders. Dagan never forgot that moment, and would go on to rue that day forever. Whilst speaking, Dagan placed his lightsaber on a control panel and used his force to open it up, almost like he was dissecting it, revealing a glowing yellow stone inside, the colour of his lightsaber. Dagan became agitated, increasingly more overworked when he was thinking about the Jedi Council betraying him, the ones they trusted. Dagan destroyed the stone inside, turning the lightsaber and Dagan. To the dark side. After a long and drawn-out battle, Ravish shows up. Dagan knows him? Ravish has an oath to Dagan apparently, but what could that be? As we made our way around to the side of the array, we find a whisper from Santari Khri, basically her saying that Dagan has divided the Order. He was so caught up in Tanalorr that he'd forgotten who he really was, but Santari still kept faith in him. We need to return to the Mantis to see how much progress Greez and Bode have made. So we tame an animal and make our way back there. We tell the others that we'd found Dagan Gera in the Bacta, but Tanalorr is real. The Republic found a way through hundreds of years ago in a ship, but right now if we try to fly through, the ship would be eaten up by the Abyss. This place Tanalorr seemed perfect to Cal, a place that only a select few could visit, out of the way from the Imperial officers, the Emperor, the Raiders, the lot. This could be a place, a safe place, that they could all eventually call home. So we asked Greez to help us pilot the ship, and he loves it. But then, more importantly, Cal drops the bombshell.
If anyone knows about a lost Jedi world, it's here.
Jedi! Aha! It's about time you paid that lady a visit!
Man, I can't wait to see Cere again, especially how it ended in the first game. Gassed. Cere was held up in the desert of Jeddah, and as we approached closer to the planet, someone sent a transmission from Jeddah to the Mantis. They eagerly await our visit. However, there was a terrible sandstorm incoming very fast in the area. So we can't fly directly to Cere's location, but they will send the coordinates of a safe place to land, and a contact of Cere's will be sent to try and help guide us to the safe house. We finally reach Jeddah and make our way toward the coordinates, and as we move through, we're ambushed by a jetpack stormtrooper, and suddenly, in calls Merrin to give us a bit of a helping hand. And what would you know? She was Cere's contact. I had a gut feeling it was her, to be fair. She has a land speeder down below guarded by a bunch of stormtroopers, so we need to try and take them out. However, the speeder was just knackered completely. I think someone blew it up with a rocket launcher. So we hitched a ride on a nearby Spammel. However, as the storm grew closer, the Spammel got scared and threw Cal and Merrin off. Stranded in the storm, we eventually find some shelter and try and weather the storm, just wait it out until it passes. This was a really powerful moment because this is where Merrin and Cal catch up for the first time in years, explaining more around why she left and why she needed to leave, and Cal essentially understanding why she left and why she needed to as well. As we can see in this scene, the spark never went out.
Oh.
The both of them wake up a short time later, and it's time to make our way to see Cere. When we eventually get there, we open up a doorway, and there is Eno Cordova, Master Cordova.
What?
We make our way further into the facility, and in comes the Mantis as well. But best of all, there's Cere.
Just keep trying. It's not like Brother Armai has to break contact. Cal Kestis. Welcome to Jedha. I knew the storm wouldn't deter you.
Cere's been working on rebuilding the Temple archives all this time in order to try and protect the legacy of the Jedi. Cere tells us she's a part of a network called the Hidden Path. To those who have been hunted by the Empire, they've found allies and also saved loads and loads of lives. When Cal was first sent off to fight as a young Jedi, it was chaos, just pure war. Cere always tried to teach Cal that being a Jedi was more than just being a lightsaber, more than just going to war and killing. Hence the reason why she left Cal in the first game. But more on this a bit later. The crew are finally back together. We tell Cere and the others about our plan, about Dagan Gera, Tanalorr, and this army of raiders. There was no mention of crossing the Abyss though. Cordova checks the archives to see if there's anything on Tanalorr or the Abyss, but there was no mention of anything in there. However, the only thing they did find was 2 entries on Dagan Gera. One was a retreat that he had on Koboh, and records show a laboratory on the Broken Moon. The locals say that the moon's haunted, and when Greaves hears about that, well, he didn't seem too impressed to say the truth. So that's where we go. On to the Broken Moon first, to see what we can find. As we move through the facility, we find multiple echoes giving us an insight into some of the things that happened here. Dagan took the risk to get into the Abyss, and the method of getting onto Tanalorr and past the Abyss was created by Centauri Khri. At the top of the facility, we find some form of broken device.
No,
we take this device back to Cordova. However, whatever Dagan used to cross the Abyss, it must be on Koboh. So that's exactly where we go. However, we find another one of these devices on Koboh as well, but this time with an echo giving us a bit more context.
Wait!
Centauri.
Another of Centauri's devices. Dagan killed Jedi for destroying it. I think this could be our answer.
Multiple Jedis were trying to hide this device from Dagan, even going to the extent of destroying it to ensure that he never got his hands on it. Is this device used to get onto Tanalorr? Now we return to Jedha and give these devices to Cordova, but they were both completely busted and beyond repair. The second device was recovered and it seemed to be a duplicate of the first. They were both destroyed by Jedi lightsabers, but Cordova said he'll try to do his best to save them, but he isn't promising anything. Whilst Cordova is attempting to repair these devices, we get word that the Imperials are in the area and are searching for the secret safe house of the Hidden Path. Ourselves and Marin decide to go and help, and within that time, Cordova should have enough resource and time to be able to research these items and see if they are repairable. The Hidden Path were taking shelter at a place called the Pilgrim Sanctuary, and Cere and Cordova chose the safe house due to its near impenetrable structure and series of hidden tunnels and canals below the surface, allowing for easy exits and evacuations in the event of an invasion, like right now. The Imperial forces were using a huge automated drill to try and break through into the sanctuary, and, well, they got inside. We eventually open the doorway and see someone called Armius, who tried to kill us at first, but knew exactly who we were. He gave us a series of contact codes that cannot get into the hands of the Emperor. However, just as we were about to leave,
whoa.
Kyle, he's gone.
luckily Marin was there to protect and help us. We finally make our way out, running away from the giant drill this entire time, with it firing at us directly as we're trying to escape. We come to a dead end, and Marin's opens a portal somewhere, asking Cal,
Do you trust him?
Yes. Was that for luck?
No. Right.
Cal, caught up in the moment, forgot that there was a massive giant drill chasing after him. And this, I have to say, was one of my favourite sections so far in the game. This is the new and improved way of doing QuickTime events. Rather than just button mashing the entire time, it allows you to pay attention, and if you miss, you fail. I really enjoyed it. Anyway, we defeated the giant drill, and now make our way back to Cere to give it these codes, and to see if Cordova had fixed these devices. Return the codes to Cere and walk over to speak with Cordova, and see if he's been able to find anything. But they weren't able to repair the devices, but they did find some data in the archives. Centuries ago, the Republic established a colony on Kobo to study a stellar anomaly known as the Abyss. Centauri Khri led the research team, with her droid assistant, Z. Early attempts to navigate the Abyss ended in complete disaster, with the Republic being on the verge of even abandoning the project due to the amount of lives that were lost. But guess who decided to fly in alone and discover a planet on the other side? Dagon Gera. Centauri Khri created these devices, which are compasses used to navigate the Abyss.
Okay.
When these devices were created, the Republic established a settlement, and the Jedi built a temple there as well, just as we saw in those visions. However, this was very short-lived, due to a group of raiders called the Outer Rim Marauders invaded Tanalorr. They must have stolen a compass to get across the Abyss. It's the only explanation as to how they got there. Overwhelmed by the invasion, the Republic abandoned Tanalorr, and the Jedi Council ordered Centauri Khri to destroy all of the compasses that she made. However, Dagon Gera refused and rebelled against the order. However, throughout this entire time, Dagon was working with the Jedi. The Jedi is essentially the species of Ravis and some of the Raiders. But Marin tells us that the Jedi don't usually ally with other species, so why would they be working together? Records in the archive indicate there are 3 compasses altogether. 2 were destroyed, so there could be a 3rd one out there somewhere, and we need to find it. And to top it all off, Marin decides to join us on the Mantis, and of course, Cal is absolutely ecstatic about that news. We return back to Kobo, and we're quickly ran up on by Turgle. The raiders were here, and they'd taken Z. We have a base in the swamp where we can only presume they've taken Z too, and we cannot let her stay in there and be in the hands of Dagon Gera. So we make our way there, and inside this facility that we go. Throughout making our way through this facility, Bode accompanies us, and Cal and Bode converse about the different possibilities on what could have happened here. Like what happened to the compasses, who gave the order, who put Dagon in the Bacta tank? Was it Centauri Khri? But not only this, Bode also tries to talk some sense into Cal here, telling him that he should fight for what's important to him. Jedi avoid attachment, and that was a part of the original order, so if he sees a future with Marin, he should embrace that. Don't let it slip for a second time. However, suddenly, a shield gets in the way of Bode and Cal, so Cal distracts the droids whilst Bode does his magic. We're on our own again. We need to try and find Z and Dagon Gera. And as we're moving through the pipes, oh my god. We stabbed Ravis in the chest, but it just wasn't enough. device that Ravis took was on Dagon's orders.
This is for me.
We even sliced his hand off and then he just put it straight back on, like, what? Anyway, BD1 helps us get the hell out of there, and I love this robot so much. He literally saved our life here. We finally reached the lift, and Bode is nowhere to be found. Not even on the comms, nothing. However, we couldn't let that deter us from our objective, so we continue on and finally make our way into the lift. And below, in walks Dagon Gera and Ravis. We start to eavesdrop a little bit. Dagon commands that we activate the forest array, and we send a droid over to do this. There's also mention here that on the Shattered Moon, Dagon knows where Centauri hid the final and third compass. However, there's a really interesting piece of dialogue that comes just after this, and this is by Ravis himself. Ravis said that after all this is done, his oath will be fulfilled. It turns out that Dagon actually bested Ravis in combat hundreds of years ago, and ever since, Ravis has kept his oath to serve Dagon Gera. He's owed him his life ever since, and he's indebted to him, which is the reason why he's working for him right now. Dagon mentions more around Z, that we won't be scrapping her, but we will be reprogramming her, so that she can now serve him, as Z once served Centauri 3. We enter the main doorway, and there's Z chained up. But then in walks Dagon Gera.
I suppose I'll rescue myself.
So you survived Ravis. How? The usual. You murdered your fellow Jedi. I struck down those who stood against me. Leave us or share their fate. Even if you believe the Council betrayed you, you're still your family.
We fight him one-on-one, however, he managed to get away toward the end. Bode comes in out of nowhere and saves the day, and Z, well, she's okay. We have the device back so we can access the doorway and activate the forest array. However, Ravis has already cloned the device's frequency, so they don't actually need it physically anymore. So it's now us against the clock. We make our way to the escape pod to try and get the hell off the ship, but Cal seemed nervous, and Z could pick this up as well.
Okay then. Is he nervous?
I'm aboard, V.
But we had one place to go, and that was the Shattered Moon. We finally make our way over to the Shattered Moon. However, it's surrounded by Raider ships. If they were to go straight in, they'd have absolutely no chance of landing the Mantis. Marin states that she can cloak the Mantis for long enough to allow us to land and do what we need to do. So that's exactly what she does. Throwing a few jokes around here and there with Bode and Grease.
Oh, and I might need some of it. In case I get tired.
We land on the Shattered Moon and progress through the moon base and make our way into the Republic's research laboratory. And Ravis tells us that he's waiting for us on the control tower for one final battle. There's an echo showing us exactly what Centauri and Dagon were up to, the conflict between both, and how it became toxic like it did. Dagon has become obsessed with Tanalorr despite the Council ordering him to never return. Dagon walked into Centauri's office and tried to take the compass so that he could return. However, she wasn't having any of it. Dagon went to pick up the compass after using the Force and moving Centauri out of the way, and Centauri striked his right arm with a lightsaber, slicing it clean off. Dagon passed out on the floor, and Centauri asked for medical droids to be summoned at once, and for a Bacta tank to be created, which is exactly what we found Dagon submerged in, inside the array. However,
Jesus,
she didn't
woman.
turn him into the Council. We finally reach the top of the array, and there he is, Ravis. Here we learn more around Ravis' motivations and why he ultimately is working with Dagon and why he hates the Jedis. The Jedis dishonored Ravis. Dagon bested him in combat a long time ago and earned Ravis' loyalty. They both fought side by side for hundreds of years until the Jedi betrayed Dagon and he was placed in the back of the tank and gone for centuries. Ravus was on his own at that point and trying to find a new way to free him. And it took many Jedi to defeat Ravus, and yet they dishonored him, denied him of a warrior's death, left him to rot in a cage for centuries as a prisoner. The demise of the Jedi Order allowed Ravus to escape, and that's how it happened. We asked Ravus again where the compass is, but he refused to give us any answers, so we were forced to fight him. However, we get the better of Ravus, and he yields. Ravus reveals the location of the third compass, which is held in Centauri Kree's observatory. We've proven ourselves to Ravus, and he's even opened the door for us. We tried our best to ask Ravus to fight alongside us, to fight against Dagon Gera. However, he was fixated on Tanalorr.
I will not, Jedi.
And he didn't believe that we would beat Dagon to Tanalorr, so he essentially refused. Ravus wanted his warrior's death, just as he'd been promised, so we gave him exactly that.
Jedi, give me my warrior's death.
Return back to the Mantis and make our way back to Koboh. However, during this time, Cal does some reflecting on the Mantis. Dagon's obsession with Tanalorr, abandoning the Jedi Code, blinded by his own goal, wasn't much different to the mindset that Cal had in the first game when fighting back against the Imperials, and even the mindset that he has now. Merrin, however, comes over and talks some sense into Cal, gives him a speaking to and the speaking to that he needed. Cal's biggest fear is losing himself during this process, but the people around him will always guide him and bring him back to the straight and narrow when they need to. We arrive at Koboh, and now it's time to confront Dagon at the Koboh Observatory.
I won't let you through. I saw what you did to the others, Jedi scum, but you won't do it to me. Even your sorcery can't get through 15 centimeters of Imperial manufactured transparent steel, right?
Structural readouts indicate that we are perfectly secure, sir.
Oh, good.
In fact, my analysis indicates that it is perfectly impossible for an intruder to have made it this far.
What?
You should open the door.
I should... What?
This is an inspection. You have orders to let me pass.
This is an inspection. I have orders to let you pass. Apologies for detaining you, sir. I'm sure you'll find everything up to code.
Let's hope so.
Inside we see bombers, fighters. They could do some serious damage across all of Koboh with this type of gear. Then we come across the best boss in the game, Rick the Door Technician.
The Jedi! Get ready to die!
One of the hardest boss fights in the entire game. Oh, that was easy. This was so funny. It's just Rick the Door Technician. Just made me laugh. As we move up, we see that we're a long way up. Like, if you're afraid of heights, yeah, don't look down here. With TIE fighters and other crafts in the distance fighting, the Raiders and the Imperials are really going at each other. We tell Bode of our plan, and he tries to cover us from above, and he meets us at the top of the tower. However, as we do reach the top, it's time to face Dagon.
I will not return. Seek me out, or go to Tanalorr. That is yours to decide.
I guess he got the message a few years too late.
If Centauri had only stood with me, we could have convinced the Council that Tanalorr was worth the sacrifice. Now she's gone. Ravus is gone. The Order is gone, and I am free!
As we walk inside, we see Dagon washing a hollow of Centauri Kree. Dagon is still adamant that Tanalorr was worth the sacrifice and is completely fixated on that fact, stating that now he's free with the death of Centauri and Ravus and others around him. But Cal just responds, "No, Dagon, you're just alone." He calls Cal a failure for not being able to defeat the Empire, throwing a stormtrooper's helmet at his feet to confirm this. But Cal is adamant they haven't beaten us yet. Dagon wants to grow an army on Tanalorr, train a new era of Jedi or soldiers in the temple, and cleanse the galaxy with fire, fighting back against the Empire. But of course we couldn't allow that to happen, and we get into a fight with Dagon.
Still chained by the past. If we agree. How does it feel to know that you're about to die? That your life meant nothing? Don't resist. You can't hide from me. Ah, yes. I feel it. Loss, suffering, shame, anger. There's immense power in such emotions, but you were too weak. And now it's too late.
Just as we thought all hope was lost. Wait, what?
The shuttles are leaving. I will not return. You're lost. You've strayed from the path. And you are no Jedi. Cal defeats Dagon and used the art of deception to get the better of him. He used his fear against him with Force hallucinations, allowing him to appear as Centauri Khri in the eyes of Dagon Gera. However, here, Cal has a brainwave. What if Dagon was right? Strange, right? Tanalorr is a fortress after all. We should use it for the hidden path. It's out of reach for all the Imperial forces. It can be a safe place that we call home, a safe place for the Archive, and just prepare for a huge battle against the Empire. However, as we're explaining this to Bode, he just doesn't seem very enthusiastic about it. And once again, he disappears after battle and says he'll meet us at the ship. We have the final compass, and we take it to Cordova to see if he can repair it. It's very heavily damaged, but Cordova is confident that it can be restored. So the crew kill a bit of time whilst Cordova's working on this compass and just have a bit of relaxing time.
Hey, I have more tea. But, you know, it's kind of heavy if anybody wanted to give me a hand.
Of course, please.
Nice. Oh, thank you. Oh, ha ha, very fun. Okay, here you go, round 2. What do you think? Strong.
Very sweet.
You'll get used to it.
Seer, I know you join us on Tanalorr.
There's no better home for the Archive or the Hidden Path. But whatever the future holds, we can face it together.
Nice offer, kid.
Yes. It's a new path for all of us. Cal, Master Tapal would be proud of the Jedi you've become.
I had a good teacher.
Everyone, the Hidden Path has found a new home. To Tanalorr.
Hey, wait a minute, Seer, does that mean you're coming?
Yes, Grease. In fact, I'm going to go and prepare the Archive for relocation.
Well, it's getting late. I'll go with you. Say, where is the Manus in there? This place is terrifying at night.
I will escort you.
Oh, great. But, hey, none of that creepy stuff, okay? Seer, are the Anchorites really coming with us?
Of course, yes.
Wow, our family's growing with a boatload of creepy aunts and uncles.
We did it, Bode.
Yeah. Compass is gonna be good as new.
Something's bothering you.
You know me too well, Scrapper. Just thinking about Kata. And people looking after her, but it's always a bit tough when I come back.
When she sees what you've done for her, she'll understand.
I hope so. I was thinking maybe we should go to Tanalorr first. Just make sure it's safe before the others join.
The sooner we get the Hidden Path set up there, the better. Gotta stay one step ahead of the Empire, right?
Yeah.
Hey. Tomorrow we're gonna have a new home. Couldn't have done that without you, Bode.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go record a bedtime story for Kata. You have a good night. You've earned it.
What a view, huh? Desert at night seems to stretch on forever.
And there is beauty in emptiness.
Now you sound like a Jedi.
You got a few things right.
Not everything. Look, the Order's gone. It's time to leave it behind. And I know what I want now.
Took you long enough.
Ooh.
Can I just say this? There is absolutely no way that it's all fine and dandy like this, right? These are my thoughts as I'm writing this and playing it right now. This isn't an afterthought. I wanted to put this in here to show you that what I was thinking at this exact time, right? I don't trust Bode. I don't know why, but it seems too good to be true here. He seems to always be there when needed, very voluntary all the time. He's way too nice. It's just really concerning. But let's continue on and, you know, see what happens. Let me know if you guys have the same vibe or felt the same vibe throughout the story as well. I felt this from the very start, to be honest, that he's just there all the time, feels very friendly, and I don't know, it didn't seem like the other characters. There was a massive difference in personality in the way he comes across, and that was fishy to me. Let me know your thoughts and opinions down below. Return to the archive the next day and speak with Cordova, and here, he's fixed the device.
Master Cordova, you did it.
However, suddenly, Cere is notified of the Imperial forces coming and fast. They've found the base location, but how?
Bode. I'm really sorry about this.
Oh. Son. Son, you don't have to do this.
Oh my god. As if it was like magic. I fucking knew it. I can't believe it. Bode, what are you doing?
I didn't know he killed him.
And kills Cordova, sprinting off into the facility. Oh my god, honestly, I was mind blown when this happened in game. I'm even mind blown reading it and thinking about it now. We chased after Bode on a skiff through the Jedha Desert, watching the Imperial forces take over the lands with the walkers and TIE fighters, but then something absolutely mental happens. Let's play the clip.
Why? Why, Bode? For this! We fought for that together, and you're just gonna hand it to the Empire?
I'm not giving it to the Empire.
You killed Master Cordova.
Cal, you don't have time for this fight. Something terrible is coming for that archive. Listen to your instincts. You know I'm right.
What have you done?
If you want to keep your family safe, you get them out of there. Right now.
What have you...
Oh shit.
You can't be.
Bode is a Jedi? Oh my god, I was screaming at my TV screen, by the way, when this happened. Absolutely mental. Bode gets the better of Cal in this fight, and he actually dies or something after this? Bode gave the location of the archive to the Imperial forces, resulting in them to just invade and try to kill any remaining Jedi and destroy the Jedi archive. But then we get the option to respawn as goddamn Cere? Oh my god, man. Cere is an absolute beast. She can just one-hit enemies and she just doesn't take any crap from anyone. What a fucking woman Cere is. Wow.
To see the two of you.
We do the best job that we can defending the Mantis and the people around us as we possibly can, but Cere could not leave the archive behind. We need to save as much as we possibly can before the Emperor gets hold of it. But then, there's something at the door.
Now.
Then, as the door slowly opened, it revealed fucking Darth Vader. I lost it at this point. Oh my god.
Ground on Nur when we blew a hole in your underwater base.
It is delusion to think your actions have had any consequence. The fortress stands. The Inquisitorius continues its work. And I have come for you.
I've been waiting.
Talk about an entrance. This was just incredible. The long drawn out battle between the two of them was just amazing. Both of them almost as powerful as one another, throwing things at each other, battling each other, and just Darth Vader, man. He's just, oh my god, what a guy, what a character. Seer didn't go down without a fight, but Darth Vader was just too much for Seer, man.
Oh, Pawn Star is actually streaming right now. See what Pawn Star's up to right now. Put him on.
And it looks like she reinstalled it, unless she lied to me. I saw her on my friends list the other day and I whispered her in game. Squirrel coming in. Hey, Capo got ducked. Let's go, Squirrel. Appreciate you, baby. Hey, yo, what's good, dude? What else was there though? Everything for something. I don't want a game on stream. No. I mean, last night when I asked for the night before, I wasn't.
Oh, he has the trustee. Is it the trustee? That's the scout rifle?
Cause we homies. Oh, are we not close enough that you couldn't tell me that? Huh? Huh? I just did. Oh. Boy, that's a little late though. Hold on now. I feel like that's somehow turned against me. Did you just moan? I don't know. Do you know what my moans sound like? Good shit, Heal. Yeah, we gotta get some more div runs in here soon. I know some of the homies still need it. Chacho needs it. That was a little wait. Okay. Alright. What is it, Elmer Fudd? Is this how it is? Is this what I become? Fuck, dude, I just need one of those drag hits and I'm like... I'm bald and shit too. Is he the one that does that? I can't unhear, dude. Div is one of the hardest things to organize, Mr. Heal. We usually try to dedicate Fridays to it. Holy shit. Wow, okay.
You know, I cut it back down.
Peruse. I'm pushing. Don't go any further when you get lifted up here.
Okay.
Just land, and then that's it. Okay, we're good now.
Yeah.
Go fast.
I wanna go fast. I wanna go fast.
Good chow.
The city sleeps. The hive not.
I will help you if I can.
It gets better. You get used to the pain. The city sleeps.
Bro, 9-7. Come on, Mets. Sorry, I'm getting like super distracted. I should be like watching this video. This is like such a sad moment. Like Seer dies. By the way, she does die. I saw this scene. I saw the scene with her and Darth Vader fighting, which was awesome. And she's OP as all hell. I'm kind of like tuning in too. 18-9 and 15. Dude, I don't know why the Braves. Braves have the pitching, man. It's the pitching, dude. Lost to Grom, which I understand. I understand why we like didn't pursue him, but like Scherzer's a little banged up. Obviously, Verlander's coming off of rehab. We really need him back. And our third and fourth guys just kind of tossed up. It's a long season, but we're chipping away though.
To cover our fear.
Nemo 1 run, 1 hit. Alonso's got 3 RBIs. Dude, he's a machine. He's going for a batting title, I know for a fact. This time around.
Always did put curiosity of the unknown above all else.
Okay, that's progressive action, progressive victory. I mean, you know, over in New York, you know, just pushing for more progressive candidates is like one thing.
Oh, Vandal's dead. Captain's about dead. Nice shit. We're actually doing. They're doing really, really good though. Dom, I'm gonna go hop off. Good night, everybody. Hey, I miss you, Dom. We gotta play soon, dude. I really don't think we've played something together in like a week or two, man. Let's get together and play some more. Do we know if there's any downtime tomorrow, or is that because hasn't the last couple times we've had downtime? Oh,
Guardian game starts tomorrow.
Been on Thursdays or something weird. Yeah, just work the regular ads here.
Ooh, touching my body.
Delibrian, are you still busy or? More than likely will be downtime tomorrow, because I don't think we had it the last 2 weeks on Tuesday, but I could be wrong.
Overload of
top okay.
Should be
Which one?
Done.
Top middle is. Yeah.
Top left, top, or yeah.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's left, I guess.
Oh, he's got rewind rounds on that Rufus. Oof.
That should do a lot to him.
Don't. Oh shoot, he moved.
Keep up that Starfire until you switch off to Sunbracers, I think it is.
Shit.
All right, he's out.
Yo, Nuke, what's going on? Okay, we're popping those. Nice. Excellent, guys. Did we? I thought the last 2 Tuesdays we didn't, but we had them on Thursdays. I didn't stream the last Tuesday because I was sick.
Alright, are we on the, what you call it?
One of these and take down most of the donuts, yeah?
Oh, let me just pause. I'm like fucking just like dropping his content. Like just like listening in on what he's saying. He's a good dude, man. It's a good community he's got going on too.
Not shelter, or a mask to cover our fear. Oh, I wish there was an end to the constant bickering of these phantoms.
Oh, fucking boot me from the game. Here, let me just go ahead and just like play this. Oh my god, again. Let me see what's going on here. Oh, here we go. We need to do this too. I think we might just run Gambit.
Mantis arrived as well. Cal had Seer and Cordova with him, but both of them were in body bags. BD sprints out to Cal and gives him a hug, as does Marin. Whilst Grease, well, is just distraught.
Take care of that?
Yeah. They're safe.
We'll find the proper place to bury him soon.
The remaining anchorites have scattered. The Empire pursues them. They may return at any moment. Seer bought enough time for BD1 to reach us with the contact codes for the hidden path. But this is all that remains of her archive.
We're so close to a second chance.
What raw deal?
Enough
Tell me,
around.
how could Bode be a Jedi and be an Imperial spy?
He is no Jedi.
Why couldn't we sense him?
He deceived us all.
No, I still should have been able to.
Now that's enough! Cal. That's enough, okay? What Bode did, that is on him. It's not on you. It's not on anyone. It's on him.
Void, solar, weakness suppression.
We all know it's a rigged game, but we choose how to play.
It's a shame there's not a bounty on his head. We could have hunted him with a guild tracker.
But then Cal remembers that he had a locator beacon. There's a signal. It's faint, but it's there. It's Bo's location in the Nova Garan system. He's gone straight to his daughter. This does feel a bit like a trap, but it's the only lead that we have, and he's got to take it. As we leave and walk off the Mantis, we're in the compound of a huge hangar bay at the foot of an Imperial facility. As we're walking through, this doesn't seem like any Imperial base. This one seems slightly different. Bode is working directly with the Imperial Army. The commander of the facility,
what is with all these gold bars?
Issued an emergency alert to bring us in, as he knew of our presence in this facility. And as we got further inside, we start to understand more around what's been going on here. We tell the commander to turn off the emergency alert and spill the beans on Bode. It turns out that Bode was working with the commander from the very start. From our very first mission on Coruscant to the final one on Jeddah. Every set of Imperials that found us along the way, every time they've been one step ahead and we've wondered how. Bode was feeding them information, data, intel on our next move every single time. Commander Denvik was the one that sent all of the additional forces into Coruscant at the start of the game, which killed all of Cal's crew. Seer, Moldova, and more, all dead because of Denvik. But as we hear Denvik speak more and more, we hear that this makes a little bit too much sense. And a bit too much sense for us to be here right now. Bode activated that beacon because he knew we'd find this information out. He knew we'd want to kill Denvik and completely tear down this facility. He wanted us to destroy it and kill everyone inside so that he and his daughter could escape and go off the radar. Cal knocks Denvik out as opposed to killing him, and BD1 has a bit of a brainwave. Let's disguise ourselves as an Imperial officer and walk our way through to Bode's room. With the art of persuasion, we make our way through to Bode's room and look around and find that he was gathering intel on us this entire time, every step of the way. We also find an audio message from Bode to his daughter Kata and a picture of his wife, daughter and himself with an echo within.
Mama.
Easy, sweetheart. I know. It's just me and you now, Kata. Just me and you.
Bode's daughter. We also walk inside Bode's bedroom, and on the side, a data disk, one that looked ancient. It was the same one that Dagon was watching when we walked inside the room during his last fight. But then, in walks Kata. Bode had told Kata to pack for a trip, so he helped Kata pack.
Is this Mookie? Kinda looks like me.
A little. And Mama gave him to me.
Did your dad tell you where he's taking you?
It was supposed to be a surprise. But you got here a little sooner than I expected. Come here, Kata.
Papa, what's going on?
This is my best friend. We had a fight, but we'll get things settled. Here we go.
Bode tries to fill in the gaps, tell us his motivations. He was once a Jedi, and he survived the Purge when the Council assigned some Jedis to intelligence during the Clone Wars, and he used that knowledge to hide himself away. But when he met his wife, it changed his life completely. One day he got a message from his wife not to come home, as the Imperial Inquisitors were looking for Bode. They found out that he was a hiding Jedi, and, well, that was a very defining moment, because they killed his wife.
I knew I couldn't run forever. So I cut a deal.
Bringing them back.
Dunvik keeps us hidden.
Primeval compromise.
As long as
Unless you're fired.
Papa stays useful.
Primeval's not long for this world. Burn it down.
They're lying to us from the very start.
Incoming. Yes, sir. That's what I call hunting.
Tanalorr was a way out for both of our families. You were gonna give it to the hidden path. A bunch of strangers.
And you were gonna sacrifice thousands of people to save yourself. We're a monster boat.
I'm a father.
God damn, so powerful, man.
First time I held her, I saw the entire galaxy in her eyes. You can't understand.
I understand betrayal.
Yeah.
And that you lured me here to take down this base. Right.
Fighting the Empire is what you do best.
Bode and Kata were able to escape, and we chased after them throughout the facility. We chase him down until we get into the hangar bay, and Marinus helps us fight off the last wave. And then, in walks Denvik.
Damn you! Go on, Jedi. Do it! Do it! Rather you than Lord Vader.
Who is this?
He sent Bode after our team. My crew. Cordova.
Fear! They're all dead because of him.
Help! This is what Bode wants. I know you are in pain, but this is not you!
Enough fooling around.
The Empire has taken enough from us! I will not lose you two!
Looks good in that Imperial uniform.
Get ready to drop.
You won't.
Get ready for a firefight, brother. And drop those boots in the bank.
Is it like double gambit?
After a close call, we get back to the Mantis and
No, it's double
explain
Vanguard before the
situation.
reset.
We take a look at the data drive that we'd recovered from Bode's room. It was a recording of Centauri Creed, stating there's another way to get through the Cobra Abyss. If all of the arrays are aligned, it will open a pathway through the Abyss safely, so you don't need the compass. This is the only chance that we have. Risky, but it's all that we can do. We reach the array control center. However, as we enter the room, Centauri has a voice recording that starts speaking. Whilst one person is going through the portal, another must stay behind as a security measure and essentially activate the arrays. Kree really did think of everything here. Now the arrays are all in place.
I'm a fucking
Zee is
idiot.
top and ready, waiting for the call to activate the arrays. Now, all
I
that's
looked
left
away
is
and I thought
us
I made the
returning to
jump.
Mantis to try not to die on our way to Tanalorr. We give Zee the all clear, and she fires up the arrays, and we fly on into the abyss. Grease, feeling a little bit nervous.
Here we go.
I know. You wanna fly this thing?
Are these all normally gold bars?
All the other poor saps said right before they were torn into vortex channel. it's an obstacle course. They're coming too fast.
But you are faster. Stop piloting and start flying.
I'm rerouting power from deflectors to the engines.
What are you, crazy? You're trading safety for speed.
Exactly. We're all in on you, buddy.
You're right. It's my ship, Bane. Greasy does it, baby. Hey, wait a minute. Is it me, or is this tunnel getting a tad cozy?
It's not just you. Z, what's going on?
We need to go faster.
I'm going as fast as I can. Wait a minute. Are you crazy? If you jump into hyperspace flying, they'll be picking up pieces of the Mantis all over the outer rim.
Do you trust me?
You know I do, Cal.
Photos ready. Let her ride.
Allies invading the other side.
Did it, you three-armed son of a gun dart!
Well, at least none of us lost our cool.
Vader's gone. Get him next time.
And there it is. Tanalorr.
I hope it's worth it.
We finally land on Tanalorr, and it's time to find Bode and end this once and for all. And to see what this place has to offer, we walk through the world, and there it is. The mountain, just like in the visions, and on the other side of the rocks, Bode's ship was still here. We enter the temple and are greeted with a voice singing in the distance. It was Kata.
It's over. Opposing team killed their friend.
Damn, they just like yeet it. Just keep going till you. We'll just play this for a little longer. Strange solar void. We gotta do like a ton of fucking.
BD1. Hey, Katsa. This is Marin. She's a friend.
I'm sorry Papa hurt you.
Yeah.
He said I'd never see you again.
They're running
What are
around?
you doing here?
Oh no, they're doing hypernet current.
Your father stole something very important. We're gonna ask him to give it back.
Will you show us the way?
Okay. Follow me. I don't like it here. It's
Oh,
dark.
I haven't seen that sidearm in SI2. I don't think I've ever seen that sidearm.
You don't have to be afraid. Better?
You're very pretty.
we finally find Bode and try to reason with him by giving him a choice.
Kata! How did you get here?
It wasn't easy.
You shouldn't have followed us.
Papa, don't!
Stay back, Kata. This is the only way to keep you safe.
She will be safe. I promise, Bode. But listen to me. It's over.
Lay down your weapons.
This planet will be a haven for those hunted by the Empire, including Kata and you.
But it just didn't work. Bode was too far gone at this point, even using the Force to keep his daughter away.
Go outside, Kata.
Listen to them, please!
I will decide what's best for my family.
Oh. Damn, he developed a special lightsaber style. God damn, man.
On your daughter.
Bode, we know what it's like to grow up alone.
Please, listen to them, Papa!
All right. And when the Empire comes, will you be able to protect my little girl? I'm sorry, Kata. I tried.
Dear God, man. Oh.
Enemy invader down. Hey. Sending small block. Portals up. Good look in the eyes. Allies headed to the other side.
Cal defeated Bode, killing him despite giving him multiple chances. Cal didn't want his daughter growing up with no one, like he and Marin did. But Bode was destined to never change. So there was nothing more they could do.
Inbound at the beach.
How are you feeling? Better. Thanks.
Good. We should speak.
You just dropped a taken on the other side. Hope you're proud.
I was not much older than you when I lost my parents.
Portals up. Good look in the eyes.
For many years I carried this pain.
That banked up.
I did not want to feel better.
Why?
I thought if I let go of the pain, I would be letting go of the people I love. But I was wrong. And one day, I met someone who also lost his family. Together we found another way to survive.
He got me with Needle Storm.
This pain is yours.
Your allies invading the other side.
It is part of you.
When my mother died, it changed Papa.
I'm evil compromised.
And
Burn
me
it
too,
down.
I guess.
Your invaders back, and they killed the
Yes.
Morguard. You want to be a
But
bad
it doesn't
guy?
have to define you.
You're ahead.
And you must not let it consume you.
I'm evil compromised. Burn it down.
He couldn't hit me. He couldn't hit me. He was desperate. He was desperate to hit me. Yeah, boy.
Like that. Since an Iron Lady named Efrati
With one of our guys dropping too.
Good work.
This is a great scene. Like he's like the one like in like still in time, but everybody else is like moving, is like quickened. I love like that sort of like scene, that sort of like setup.
You saved my life on Bracca. You let me walk my own path when I needed to. You taught me what it truly means to be a Jedi. Now you're gone. We will continue your legacy, Seer. We will build something that can outlast the Empire. I promise you that. I promise. But I'm scared.
I almost lost myself. I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know if I'm ready for what comes next.
Hi. Bring a sword. Let's bet big. Fun fact, you can ignite hive guts for a little fire out in the wild. It's toasty. Prepare for transmat. Drop those targets, take the moats and bank them.
Cal. Guide her through the darkness.
Hostiles incoming in the depot.
But guys, that is the story of Star Wars Jedi Survivor. What a fantastic game, man. A jaw-dropping game in so many areas. Darth Vader playing as Sid, just wow. I loved every second of it. Getting the crew back together. Obviously, Cal gets the girl as well, and that was amazing. Really nice ending there as well. Obviously, we've got Kata as well, so I presume there'll be a third game, so Kata will be a big part of that potentially going into it. Look, this was, for me, the absolute pinnacle of storytelling. There were some fantastic story progressions. I thought the character development was absolutely brilliant. I've got to say, I don't want to give my spoiler review in this, but this is very close to a perfect 10 out of 10 for me. One of my favourite games I've played in a very, very long time, and I thoroughly enjoyed
Listen,
it. And it was a
I would wait till they
well,
come out with a
15,
patch
16 hours.
for the game.
But guys, if you got this far into the video, comment down below Grease, just so I know who made it this far into the video. It's always interesting to know. If you did go on to enjoy this video, leave a like. It'd be very, very much appreciated. These videos take so long to make, and it's currently 3:47 in the morning as of recording this. So yeah, I'd be really appreciated if you could leave a like for my lack of sleep. Subscribe if you guys are brand new as well. It'd be very much appreciated. We'll see you all next time.
Got eyes on a high-value target. Track it down. High-value target destroyed. Moat's draining. The blockers must die, brother. Medium blocker on its way to the other side. I like your style. Incoming at the gulch. Portals prime. Show me finish.
Full on heavy. We'll go ahead and switch to a new video.
Hey, you're losing moats. Ice the blockers. You're being invaded. Find them before they find you.
Fuck. Up top. Good job.
Enemy invader down. Hey, you can't blame them for trying. Hostiles incoming at the depot.
Got him with that dead man's tail.
You've summoned a prime evil. Kill it, and the win is yours. Your enemy called up a prime evil. Finish this before they do. boy's dead. Kill the Primeval. Invader incoming. You gained the lead.
Oh, he had Eyes of Tomorrow.
Enemy invader down.
Shit.
Primeval compromised. Focus your fire.
Alright, he's weakened.
Envoys terminated. Now, bring the house down. Invaders here. Brace yourself.
Where?
That Primeval's nearly dead, brother. You've got some room.
You know what killed him? He killed himself with a rocket. Shit happens, Mo.
You fight till there's nothing left. I could use someone like you on my next crew.
Pawns there. Dude, such a good video, man. I still can't believe like Hassan was on Pod Save America.
Here's my top 5 choices for top 5 drafts. In other words, it's a top 5. Best drafts of 2023. Hey, let's do it. I need music. I need NFL Films music to set it up. Now, we just heard music. Hey, you heard Daniel Jeremiah earlier, and you've been hearing this quite a bit. Everything that I'm telling you right here, this draft wasn't as deep. This draft will have third-day picks struggling to make the roster. That's what this draft's going to be. So you saw a lot of people trading out, and you saw a lot of people being aggressive in the first 2 rounds. There's 16 trades on the second night. So
yeah, there was a lot of trades in this draft.
Why, when you've got a shot at a blue chipper, you take it. And that's why the Texans are 5th on this draft list. 5th best draft, I'm going because they went Stroud and Will Anderson. Get out of here. Get out of here. And they still have a first-round pick next year. They used a first-round pick to make this happen. In next year's draft, they still have one because of the Deshaun Watson trade. So you come away with Stroud and Will Anderson, and you need a lot? Check the box. There's a ton of other talented kids on the
Scruggs, 2 centers. Probably Patterson's going to end up being a guard.
Tank Dell. Hey, you need a little juice. You need a tank.
Toto?
To fill it up. So there you go.
Tank feller.
I kind of did that draft. You go ahead and you make the picks for kids that you want, and you be aggressive to get it done. Certainly if you don't think this draft is very deep. That's why I like the Texans draft. Number 4 on my list of top 5 drafts, I like what the Bengals did. Let's go. If we need to go after Deshaun Watson and Lamar Jackson in our division, we got to go after Mahomes, and we got to go after Josh Allen. Let's go get an edge rusher in Myles Murphy and Jordan Battle on the back end out of Alabama, and to get some points. Maybe we got Charlie Jones out of Purdue and Chase Brown, the running back at Illinois. I could see him making plays.
On the horizon.
Princeton Tiger playing for the Cincinnati Bengals kind of makes sense. And then they went smart. They got 2 Michigan guys. They got the punter, who's terrific. Brad Robinson, terrific punter.
He looks like
and
a
DJ
GM.
Turner out of Michigan. Folks, he was introduced to a lot of people in the country.
Lock and load, hotshot.
As the fastest guy at the combine. He can cover. And again, the most important thing, I said it on the air, I'll say it here. If you are playing football in Cincinnati, the one thing you need is to get guys who know how to win in the state of Ohio. So you get 2 Michigan guys. Woo, I'm living my best life.
That Princeton kid, Rich, I got a good feeling. I feel like that kid.
I don't need your advice on the Princeton guy.
That is Joe.
Please.
He cracks himself up. He cracks himself.
Got to 2 guys who know how to win in the state of Ohio. All right, number 3 on this list. I like what the Seahawks did. I like what the Seahawks did. Devin Witherspoon is on the back end of a defense that already has Tariq Woolen. And guess who's coming back? The Prez. Jamal Adams is going to be there, too. They're going to lock that thing down on the back end, man. And he is a ball hawk. He's got Pete Carroll written all over him. And Jackson Smith and Jigba, he was the first wide receiver taken. He may be the best wide receiver that Ohio State had in the last several years, as Joe Clark kept saying that Buckeye brass was telling him when Garrett Wilson was on the field and Olave was on the field. They're talking about this kid. Derek Hall can rush the passer, and I know that they made a couple of eyebrows raised when they took 2 other running backs, including Zach Charbonnet in the 2nd round. You need to keep on getting these kids and run the ball, which is what Pete likes to do. And then, again, how smart are they, Seahawks? They're a very smart organization. They took 2 Michigan guys, too. Mike Morris, who, when he wasn't on the field, the Michigan defense didn't look nearly as stout. And Oluwatimi, pardon me. He was a transfer. He was a center who can maul. He can maul, and he's right in the front of that offensive line that won the Joe Moore Award 2 years in a row for best offensive line. So you want a road grade, you get another running back, and you get this kid from Michigan, and then you get those other 2 to start. I really like what they did. Number 2, best draft. Hey, I really like the Pittsburgh Steelers draft a lot. Broderick Jones, they should go up. They beat the Jets to the punch for this kid, who was the last best, top-notch, first-round grade left tackle out there. So you get him. Najee Harris is going to love running behind him. Kenny Pickett's going to be protected by him. How about Joey Porter? How about bringing Legacy back for the top pick of the 2nd round? They stayed put, and they took the kid out of Penn State. Long, tall corner. They're going to love him. Keanu Benton is a mauler from Wisconsin, right in the middle of the defensive line. Stick him next to Cam Hayward. Darnell Washington, Nick Herbig. Those are guys who are all so-called value picks. And then number 1 on the list, we all know it. The whole country's been talking about it. It's the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yep.
Jalen Carter drops, let's go get him. Nolan Smith drops, of course they're going to take him. They get a tackle out of Alabama and Tyler Steen. Sidney Brown is a brick you-know-what house who's going to bring it defensively from Illinois. Keely Ringo, another Georgia Bulldog. Get out of here. They had 3 more kids from the defense that won the championship last year. And the best thing they did, too, they won the draft last year, in retrospect, by acquiring A.J. Brown. I'm not saying DeAndre Swift is A.J. Brown, but they were the only team, they were the first team last year to get a player in a draft and sign him. They got DeAndre Swift this year. He's a kid from Philadelphia who they're adding to their running back room. And they, you know what they coughed up? A 5th-round pick in the 2025 draft. They coughed up a pick in that draft. Guess what happened? Guess what happens if he doesn't play for them? He's got 1 more year left. Guess what happens if they don't play for him?
Are you serious?
They're going to get a 4th-round
He just launches a Gallahorn.
So, sorry, they gave up a 4th-round pick in a future draft. They're going to get a comp pick for him. So if he leaves,
come on, guys,
back, that they just flip for him, and the rest of the league is sleeping. What, you don't need a DeAndre Swift. All you got to do is swap 7th-round picks and and flip a future pick that you can replace with a comp pick if he leaves. 3-dimensional. I mean, I know a lot of eyes are rolling around the rest of the league saying that the media is just going crazy over the Eagles draft, but for good reason.
2 years in a row.
That's my top 5.
You think we need one more?
Oh.
All right, we'll get one.
It's not a draft per se. It's a specific player. The 49ers are on this list because they took the best kicker Michigan's ever had. I have been watching Michigan football since 1986. Jake Moody is, without a doubt, the best kicker Michigan has put on the field since I've been watching them since my freshman year when Jim Harbaugh was in his senior year as a quarterback there. He is that good. And let me just tell everybody out there that's just like, oh, they took a kicker 99th overall. What are they doing? They stink. Why would they do that? Oh, because some linebacker or some defensive player that you've never heard of, some offensive player that you've hardly ever seen play, has got to be rated better than a kicker? This guy's going to put a ton of points up. If Brock Purdy or whoever is your quarterback, Lance, Darnold, for some reason, fizzles around the 35-yard line, you know he's going to come out for a 52-yard field goal? This kid. And he's going to split the freaking uprights about 90 to 95% of the time. He's going to put points on the board. And what are you going to do in a draft where it's not that deep? You take guys that can make a difference, and I don't care what you say about kickers. This guy is a difference maker. Well done to the 49ers.
Let's go.
And come at me after he wins about 3 games with his leg. Feel free to come at me if he misses a kick, too. It's what happens.
I promise
well
you.
done. That's my top 5 drafts for 2023. Catch the Rich Eisen Show every single day on the Roku channel, 12 to 3
Rich
Eastern,
making it
for
known.
free.
Just gotta make sure I don't like delete any of this Dreambane armor. Yeah, B plus the Raiders, huh? Yeah, Rodgers kind of living it up in New York City.
Sir, you're saying that billionaires should not exist. So are you basically saying that once
yes, they should not exist. I agree with Sam Cedar and Bernie Sanders about this.
$1 billion that the government should confiscate all the rest?
Independent Senator Bernie Sanders sat down with Chris Wallace of CNN to talk
I'm
capitalism.
gonna get this up too.
This is a very enjoyable discussion because of how incensed Chris Wallace is at what Bernie Sanders is saying. So I got several clips to show you here, and also
we'll get this
supporting
done.
data to back up Bernie Sanders. But first here, let's get to this clip. This is about the power of those on top, and Chris Wallace is having a hard time understanding this.
You've got a small number of people in this country, Chris, who have enormous power over our political life and our economy. And the results is massive income and wealth inequality. Over 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. People on top doing phenomenally well. All right. Then you have concentration of ownership.
Wish I finished this.
You got 3 Wall Street firms, Blackstone, State Street, and Vanguard, that control assets of $20 trillion. They are the major stockholders.
That's right.
Over 90% of the S&P 500 companies.
But wait. But when you're talking about Blackstone, for instance, and I happen to know about it because my son works there, they are investing the money of the teachers' funds, of public employees' funds. Those are real people who basically are getting their pensions.
But when I'm talking about, you asked me about oligarchy, I'm talking about power.
All right, so I got a couple more clips, or a few more clips to get to here, but a few things to say on this. Chris Wallace's son works at Blackstone. Do you think that maybe clouds his judgment, and maybe he should acknowledge that when he is trying to push back against what Bernie is saying here? Look, Chris Wallace already is a an incredible capitalist, comes from Fox News, but it's sort of journalistic malpractice to have your son work at Blackstone while arguing points for Blackstone on CNN. Isn't that a problem? How does CNN or anyone else not see this as a problem? Because of course, CNN, also a massive corporation. As long as there is shared interest, there is no problem. if, I don't know, if Chris Wallace's son worked at, or was a union boss, and Chris Wallace is arguing on air for, I don't know, for a new contract for some workers in his son's union, do you think CNN would just let that slide? No, of course not. They would come in and be like, hey, you can't be arguing on behalf of your son on air on CNN. But you can if it's Blackstone. So, just to end on one more point on Blackstone here, and of course I could do like 3 hours on Blackstone, but the UN, this is from 4 years ago, but it's even worse now. The UN accuses Blackstone Group of contributing to global housing crisis. So world's largest corporate residential landlords called out for their practices of inflating rents and aggressive evictions. Of course, because they are a massive corporation looking for increasing profits. Having Blackstone own as much property as they do is one of the scariest things in modern society, to have this much control of housing under a massive corporation like this. The impact that is having, and again, this was 4 years ago, the impact this is having on people is immense. And to add a couple more examples to Bernie discussing the concentration of wealth and how that has an impact on policy, 2 examples here. Bill Gates. This is amazing. And this is, again, not someone who, I don't think he votes for Republicans, but it doesn't matter. We're talking about concentration of wealth here. A $1 billion Gates Foundation-backed education initiative failed to help students, according to a new report. Here's what happened. So I will link to all this below the video in case you want to read, deep into this. But essentially, it isn't just Gates' money going into this. No. So the Gates Foundation sank over $200 million into the initiative since 2009, with local tax dollars and the federal government adding to the pot. The initiative cost around $1 billion in total over the 7 school years, and it was a complete failure. Oh, so the Obama administration
I was getting like shot from a distance.
Federal funds
this is true too, by the way.
Establish teacher evaluation systems using test scores to varying extents. And Gates funded his Empowering Effective Teachers project with the aim of finding proof that such systems could improve student achievement. Some assessment experts were concerned from the start that the methods used to link student test scores to teacher evaluations were largely unfair and lacked statistical validity. So it's important to note that this wasn't just some experiment. This was, at the time, refuted by those who were in the field saying, hey, this does not make any sense. Don't pour money into this. But they did it anyways with the help of local tax dollars and the federal government because, well, it's Bill Gates.
Yep.
Bill Gates must know what he's doing because it's Bill Gates. This is just one example of the kind of power that these billionaires have over society. When you have this much, it's not even necessarily about the amount of money they have. It's about what is going on while that is happening, while they are amassing that wealth, what they do with their power, how many people are homeless while they're amassing their wealth. I don't care that he has, this foundation helps people, great, whatever. That money is better used if he didn't have it to begin with, to be invested into society and not to be controlled by one man and his pet projects. So the findings, as the Washington Post writes here, the findings provide questions about whether the country is well served when America's wealthiest citizens choose pet projects and fund them so generously that public institutions, policy, and money follow, even if those projects are not grounded in sound research. Like, this is what is so amazing about this, is that this was not grounded in sound research, and they went ahead with it anyways, simply because it is Bill Gates, because it is a billionaire. He must know what he's doing. And we have another example of that. Elon Musk.
Heard him.
SpaceX and Tesla get way more government money than NPR. And this is just, I could go on about his Boring Company, that whole BS project that was just meant to ensure that states or cities didn't invest into public transit. We can go on about Tesla, but just on SpaceX alone, SpaceX got a whopping $2.8 billion in government contracts last year, according to the information, and has got a total of $15.3 billion from the government since 2003. So Elon Musk, who fights against government help for low and middle income people, is getting $15.3 billion from the government. while doing this. SpaceX Starship launch under FAA investigation after raining potentially hazardous debris on homes and beaches. Again, just two very specific examples.
Oh my
but there are
God.
countless examples just like this. Let's get to the next clip, which is about how much money is enough.
Let me pick up on this because in your book you say flatly billionaires should not exist.
That's right.
And one of the targets that you go after is the Walton family.
Yep.
Sam Walton had $25 billion net worth when he died. And obviously, you'd be upset about that. On the other hand, Sam Walton built Walmart. Let me finish there. Built Walmart, which is the biggest single private employer in the United States. It employs 1.5 billion Americans. Are you saying the country?
And one guy just came in and he just kept getting everybody.
Businesses like Walmart.
Chris, what I am saying is you're asking me to be critical and attack these people. I'm not doing that.
Well, you say billionaires shouldn't exist.
That's right.
You call them American oligarchs.
I do. But it's not a personal attack on the Walton family or Musk or anybody else. It is an attack upon a system. You can have a vibrant economy without 3 people owning more wealth than the bottom half of American society.
All right, so Bernie missed a point here, or at least didn't mention something that I wish he did. So I like his critique, his systemic critique, that this is not really about the billionaires themselves. It's about the system that allows billionaires to exist and how that is an issue with policy. That's all correct. But when Chris Wallace brings up Walmart, come on. First of all, why does Sam Walton need $25 billion? Well, why? Okay, so let's grant you, even though this isn't the case, but let's grant you the point that he has helped all these people. He's created all these jobs, so he deserves $25 billion. Why $25 billion? While there are people who are homeless, while there are people who can't afford housing, people who can barely afford food, people that can't afford healthcare. Why does this one man deserve $25 billion?
All right.
There's no argument to that. There's no defense of that.
Let's see what
He doesn't deserve that. No one deserves
Vex
that.
on the field.
But on the point of Walmart especially, Walmart and McDonald's are among top employers of Medicaid and food stamp beneficiaries. So Walmart pays so low that a lot of their employees are forced to live off food stamps and Medicaid.
Hold on to your ghosts.
They're forced to live off government programs.
That was a critique of like Amazon warehouses too.
Is taking in all this money for themselves at the top, for these executives at the top, and people like the family of that created Walmart. How, like, I really wish Bernie brought this up because this flies in the face and helps to make his point that when you have all this concentrated wealth and this power, it doesn't result in or it doesn't have a positive result. So, and on top of the other part, well, Walmart has destroyed countless small businesses. These so-called job creators are not really job creators. Jobs are going to be created if there is a demand for them. If there is a demand for certain stores to exist and employees to be in those stores, there are going to be people that are hired to be in those stores. This isn't, these jobs don't come out of the thin air. They exist because there is a need that needs to be addressed. But it's all like, for Chris Wallace to bring up Walmart as like a defense for capitalism is just so completely insane. And I'm surprised Bernie didn't go deeper in that. But next one is on next clip here on the tax rate.
In your book, you ask the question, how much is enough? So let me get you an answer from you. How much is enough?
I think we should go back to the tax policies, the radical tax policies that exist under that communist president, Dwight D. Eisenhower. What do you think about that? That if you make a whole lot of money, you're going to pay a whole lot of taxes.
I think, I may be wrong, but I think back in the Eisenhower days, top marginal tax rate was around 90%.
That's right.
So basically you're saying that we should go back at a certain point, you get $1 and 90 cents goes to the government.
No, that's not quite the way it works. It means that your top dollar at a certain level, it's not 90% of your entire income.
Well, by the time you make $20 or $50 billion,
it's the top dollar.
All right, so let's get a little deeper into this. So the top marginal tax rate, which of course means, let's say
Shit.
The
Maybe a
top tax rate is at,
commemoration.
I don't know, 90% of anything over 5 million.
Couldn't do a
That
DSC
means
farm.
Any dollar you make over $5 million.
I got
is
like
taxed
watch
at
the vid
90%.
again. It's
Doesn't
been a
mean
while
that
since
all
I
of your money that you made
did
is taxed at
DSC.
90%, just to be clear about what this means, because there's always this intentional confusion put out there by conservatives about what this actually means. But the public is very clear on this. So most Democrats and Republicans who see too much inequality say government should raise taxes on the wealthy. Among those who say there is too much economic inequality, percentage saying that in order to address economic inequality in this country, the government should not raise taxes on the wealthiest of Americans. That's only 14% of all adults, 32% of Republicans, and 7% of Democrats. Meanwhile, raise taxes on the wealthiest Americans for all adults at 84% support, 65% support for Republicans.
Yep.
This is a very, very popular policy, but it's barely even discussed. Or when it is discussed by someone like Bernie Sanders or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, it's critiqued as being very far left. So I guess the vast majority of
Wow.
the U.S. is
He's
very
getting me with
far
that
left
machine
if
gun.
they think that taxes should be raised on the wealthy. Now, in terms of tax rates, so yes, during the Eisenhower era, around 91% was the top marginal tax rate. I believe that was on, in today's numbers, money made over about $3 million, so, which may seem crazy to you. 91% on anything made over $3 million? But think about it. Think about what that does to how this money is maybe reinvested or goes to various projects, be it public projects or even those that are making the money, where they may put the money. So the argument here from Eisenhower, perhaps the last real Republican, as AP writes, had a 90% tax rate for the super rich during his administration. Eisenhower explained it this way: the super rich could avoid the high taxes by investing their money in things that make America stronger. If they wanted to avoid high taxes, he said they could invest in business expansions and higher employee wages. They could give $1 million or $2 million to tax-exempt nonprofits that feed, house, and clothe the poor people of America, among other things. And then, of course, there was also investments, for example, into interstate highways. That sort of investment or that sort of taxation helped. So this is, you know, it only sounds crazy because we are so far removed from a 91% top marginal tax rate, but in practice, it was where the U.S. was the most equal in terms of wealth equality. And last thing here on that. So as the U.S. corporate tax burden drops, CEO worker pay gaps rise. Also going to the point about why it would be beneficial to raise taxes on the wealthy. In 1965, the average CEO worker pay ratio was just 21 to 1. By 95, the average CEO worker pay ratio had risen to 118.
It's the other guy with the commemoration.
And by 2019, the average CEO
I
worker
saw
pay
him the
ratio
last
had
minute.
risen to 320 to 1. So as taxes on the wealthy decrease, guess where it goes? To hoarding. Those at the top hoard their wealth, and it doesn't get reinvested back into their employees, for example. Last clip here, and I just enjoyed this because Chris Wallace is so incensed, but here you go.
But sir, you're saying that billionaires should not exist. So are you basically saying that once you get $999 million, that the government should confiscate all the rest?
I'm saying that we should go back to a very progressive tax policy like what we had under Dwight D. Eisenhower.
Which would mean that over $1 billion, basically it all goes to the government.
You may disagree with me, but
I'm just asking.
Right. Yeah, I think people can make it on $99 million. I think that they can survive just fine.
And that's a great point. Just Bertie's last point there. If anyone tries to argue against, billionaires shouldn't exist? Why? Just say, well, I think they'd be fine with $999 million.
Yeah.
So I would argue
it was just like
Bertie
those
would
two
argue that
invaders.
They shouldn't even get near there. But this is about what kind of society do you want to see? Do you want a society where there are a few people up top that control everything, that have all this immense power over public policy, over taxation, while people at the bottom, while there's, you know, homelessness, there's hunger, poverty? Is that the society you want?
Kaiser guy, my God, man.
Where people have homes, regardless of their situation, where people are able to eat and live.
He's right.
And maybe have a little more time for their interests, as opposed to always feeding into someone else's interest for 8 hours of their day. It's about thinking of how society can be restructured.
Matt's gonna come
not
back,
in a
man.
way that is even all that dramatic for most people. Just maybe a little dramatic for someone like Bill Gates or Elon Musk.
He's right, dude. The amount of like inequality that we have, and like just based on like the amount of money we make, it's insane. Which is true too. And it's not just like Walmart and like McDonald's where people are on Medicaid and on food stamps. It was like on Amazon too, until they decided to raise their wages. But that was like massive public pressure too, and the threat of like mass unionization across the country. It's crazy that we have to fight this hard for like simple things like this. Companies making billions of dollars in profits, and like we're asking for like the bare minimum and like wages, and like they fight you tooth and nail on it. Get your side hustle on. Mike, I remember, I'm old enough to remember where it was about getting a career. You work your one job, and it's your one job, and that's it. And then you make your money with your one job. Now it's like you got your job, but now you got your side hustle. Like Roy Wood Jr. would say. It's insane, dude. Like, you need a side hustle just to survive. I think legitimately he's going to sue.
What's up, guys? Streamer TV, and first up in the news with Aiden Ross. Now, last week I covered that Aiden Ross was abusing the copyright system by going around claiming everyone's YouTube videos. In the following update, Aiden Ross is celebrating falsely copy striking small YouTubers, pretty much admitting it himself, claiming all these videos. Fellow Twitch streamer Hassan has reacted to one of Aiden Ross's clips, and he states that if Aiden Ross carries on with the dumb shiz, he's going to help pay legal fees to get Aiden Ross sued. Here is Hassan's response.
Speaking of kids online, this is Internet Anarchist who is addressed
what we've got
in a tweet
Vex
that you know, he got a false copy strike, which is really f***ed up, by the way. I from Aiden Ross, which I got as well, for the record. It was a false copy strike of a video that I'm in, which is f***ed up. It's insane.
Aiden Ross celebrating falsely copyright striking small YouTubers.
Here's Aiden Ross celebrating the false strike.
W. Chat, by the way, this is Hassan's head moderator, chat. Put a W.
I don't know
It's not
who this
Hassan's
person is.
moderator.
I've never met this person. This person is not my head moderator. Aiden Ross somehow manages to be dumber and dumber every single day. It
Bro,
blows my mind
he's gonna lead
how
into
he
a
has
like
become
lawsuit. This is like nuts. You
stupider
can't do
than
this.
before. He's like reaching new levels. I don't know how the he's doing that. I don't have a head mod. That's not a thing.
For the chat, we stole $8,000 from him. W. He needed that. Yes! 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 W, yes! Oh, yes!
Aiden messing up his own bag.
The problem is copyright law isn't fully definitive on this type of novel collaborative content. I know, which is why he's up the bag for himself. That's the point. This will open up an opportunity, if it goes to courts, for people that he collaborates with without signing a release form to sue him. So every Instagram model that has ever appeared on Aiden Ross's streams could turn around and sue him for every dollar that he has. Do you understand? Because he's not sending release forms before having people appear on his streams. So hey, Aiden, have fun with that.
Hassan offers to help pay legal fees of people who have appeared on Aiden Ross streams to sue him.
I will literally personally pay the legal fees of other Instagram models and people who now hate Aiden Ross, who have appeared on his stream, to sue him for every dime he has if he keeps this dumb shit up, okay? I will go and work with lawyers to ensure that that happens. There's a reason why YouTubers don't touch this, okay? There's a reason why YouTubers don't touch this, because it would open up a legal battle that would be bad for everyone, okay? This is why false striking is stupid.
Yeah, he's got a sniper.
In other news, we have GTA RP streamer Penta, a well-known player in the GTA RP community. He has announced his departure from the NoPixel server, and this decision come after Coil, the server owner and main developer, drew a comparison between Penta and Rated Epics, a controversial figure who has faced allegations of homophobia and abuse. Here is Coil's response, and then Penta's announcement he's leaving NoPixel server.
Of course it was just edgy OOC shit to, you know, drama bait. And then you can make a Twitter post about it later. Like all the other emotional girls on the internet did.
He said one time Penta told a judge to suck his dick. Do you think that was RP? And I'm sorry, but that crossed a hard line for me. And I think understandably, you know what I mean? I think understand. So I don't think I can play on that server anymore, dude. Yeah. That's super across the line. And I don't know if I'm gonna get banned for what I just said, but that's just where I'm at with it. I mean, how can I play there when someone's friend is being outed as an abuser and his response is what about him? Like how can I play that? How can I be associated with that? So I'm out. I think I'm permanently out. Yeah, I'm done. I don't think I can.
What Buddy's doing is whole ongoing drama.
Feels good to be a bad guy.
That Buddha?
Tyler One compares himself to LeBron James.
At one of these briefing free. Who, bro? And then, as always, Riot wants to get on me about doing that, not the griefers. Bro, it's like, you know what it's like? It's like, okay, it's like LeBron James, because I'm the GOAT of league, obviously. It's like a teammate on LeBron James teams, right? Stealing the basketball from him and scoring on their own goal 500 times in a row. And then eventually, LeBron's just like, yo, f yourself. And then people are like, how dare you, LeBron? How could you? Like, dude, my God, God forbid I call one of these guys a waste of freaking oxygen, which they are, and they should stop wasting oxygen. Too much what I said. And then I'm the one that gets scolded, whatever the fuck it is. Bro, it's bull. I don't care. It's stupid.
S-Fan destroys Bonnie's code that she worked on today.
Oh. Losing streak right now.
Most normal Destiny interaction.
Oh no.
Dion, are you trans?
Oh, stay hydrated. Am I trans?
Yeah.
What?
Did you say dick or clit?
My dick, my penis, my male genitalia.
Wait, you pass like a mother.
Indeed, I do. Yeah.
Ginny becomes a tourist attraction.
There's a road is pretty rough, even though it looks like there are no way! Hi! Guys, whole bus! Hi! What the hell?
Even AI roast A-Rob.
Right? The picture's not loading for me. Is it not safe for work? Oh, there we go.
It's like a double header today, yeah. Well, yeah, that was probably a rain out.
Dr. Disrespect got a 1 and a hairline, and Moon Moon got a 5. I mean, you can already tell that this AI doesn't know what it's talking about then, right? And I got a 3.
Yeah, number 8, Aaron Rodgers.
If there's one thing that they have consistent, it's that they all roast the shit out of E-Rob. All of them. Our AIs are disagreeing on a lot of things. But they both agree that E-Rob belongs to the bottom. Too far. Holy sh**.
If you guys enjoyed this video, feel free to drop a like, and if you want to keep up with the latest news and clips, be sure to subscribe and turn notifications on, and I'll see you guys in the next one. XQC does a classic.
I didn't think I had to, but I reached out to.
Rest in peace!
Do one more gambit, then I'll move on to something else too.
Ding, 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 ding. Cabal on the field. Welcome aboard. The Cabal have been busy while I was gone. What say we remind them who owns this system?
Goddamn right. Let's go, baby.
Get ready to drop.
We'll go ahead and just do this.
Alright guys, welcome to the show. I got an awesome one for you today. So I'm playing a little bit of catch up. We will be talking
On
about
this Steven Crowder shit.
And the tape that leaked
It's fucking
that
nuts.
shows
Now here's the thing.
How he treats his wife, how ugly the divorce is getting.
Here's the thing. Here's the quick take on Steven Crowder. I actually agree with Destiny on, like, listen, from this one interaction, it makes him look really bad. However, we don't know the totality of, like, their entire relationship. Now, I'm not a fan of Steven Crowder for very many reasons. Besides, he's like this shill conservative grifter who says all this crazy shit online to further divide the country. So I'm coming in with a little bit of bias. But if you remove that bias, let's be honest with you. Marriage can be a messy thing, and people say some cruel things to each other when they're married too. So, however, like Abba said, this comports what a lot of people have said, like behind the scenes concerning Crowder, that he's kind of a dick. You know what I mean? And because he's kind of a dick, and that the type of behavior he showed in that video actually comports with what, like, people have reported, people who know him personally and have worked with him either directly or tangentially. I don't think we're too far off to say, like, the guy's, like, emotionally abusive with his wife. Not physically abusive, emotionally abusive with his wife. So I can kind of, like, I don't feel like that's like an off base, but you never know. Maybe he was just having a bad day and he's just being awful. Maybe something was just up his crawl, and, you know, that too. So I'll give him, like, that level of grace. You know? Also, it seems strange that, like, that video got released, like, in this moment, like, right after. So, in my opinion, the Daily Wire got this video. Somehow, some way, they got this video, and they decided to play this video. Shit. Succession. Oh my god, same guy, cam-wise. They got this video, and they released it too, and they want, guys, kill the...
Give them hell. Enemy invader down.
So, they got the video. They clearly want to...
High-value target is down and out. Opposing team summoned the primeval. If they kill it, they win this. Hostiles incoming at the cap. You're close. Build the bank, you get a primeval.
this.
Portals up. Go take them out. All right, you can still win this. Burn that primeval to the ground. Convoy's dead. Kill the primeval. The enemy team's about to win this. Get
No, they got.
I got a
Fuck
call.
me, dude.
The
Damn.
enemy team melted their primeval.
Just that one guy did it. Just that one guy. We weren't banking quickly enough. Yeah, so that's my take on like Steven Crowder. It's like a very soft take, similar take to Destiny, but you gotta like kind of, if you want to have like reasoned and rational, because you don't know what their interactions were beforehand too. But like everything I've ever heard about him working behind the scenes, it comports with his behavior in that video too, and it just seems like it sounds so manipulative, like when he's talking too. It just sounds so bad too. When he's talking, he just sounds like a fucking psychopath. Like, very emotionally manipulative.
Now, they're going tit for tat. Of course, Candace Owens is chiming in and having a field day with this because Steven Crowder had gone after the Daily Wire and Candace Owens is not one to bite her tongue. So you want to talk about civil war on the right. Man, it is in full effect if I've ever seen it. Also, later on in the show, Charlemagne torches Joe Biden and the DNC and prods them to do a debate. At some point, we got to do some sort of a campaign here that, like, hashtag Biden must debate, something like that, because we have to, you know, force this to be a real primary because the media is downplaying it. Joe Biden's acting like he has no opponents, even though he can't complete a sentence and his brain isn't working. So there's a lot to talk about on that front. And then...
He's the incumbent, so normally they're not going to debate.
Because when I tell you this new story about who is linked to Jeffrey Epstein, I have no words. You're going to be astonished. Your jaw's going to be on the floor. It feels like a bad
It's
dream.
Noam Chomsky. We're going to watch that video next.
Bad dream. So we'll get to that. And then also, Bernie has a heated debate about billionaires with Chris Wallace, former Fox News host, current CNN host Chris Wallace. All right, without further ado, let's go ahead and jump into it. And you guys know the deal. Shameless plugs. Everybody click like, click subscribe. Now we're trying to get to 2 million subs, and it's going to take a while, but hey, you build it one at a time, right? So everybody click subscribe. If you haven't yet, click that bell icon so you get a notification every single time a video drops. Remember, you can always support the show on Patreon. I never talk to advertisers. We like to build it from small dollar donations, so link in the video description box below for that. Support Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. Link in the video description box below for that. Also, we have a phenomenal Crystal Kyle and Friends guest this week, somebody I've been itching to talk to. I'm gonna leave it a secret still for right now, but you're definitely gonna want to see this one, so definitely check that out. And remember, you can always listen to the full shows if you want to listen in audio podcast form. You can always shoot on over to Spotify and listen to the full shows over there. You know, on YouTube we go video for video, so if you want the full thing all at once, it's over on Spotify.
Okay. Is that
All right,
Nez
so let's go
album?
ahead and jump into it here.
Those are Titans.
So Steven Crowder
Those are all
has
Titans.
been having a rough go.
I think
You guys
so.
remember he did this Virtue Signal tour recently where he was like, the Daily Wire is exploiting their talent and I'm going to swoop in and save the day and I'm going to expose them for giving Slave $50 million contracts. Well, that didn't really go too well for him. He had a brief moment where there were some people online in the right-wing world who sort of defended him, but as time has gone by here, more and more has come out about Steven Crowder, which shows he's not the nicest guy in the world. In fact, he's a pretty terrible guy. He's got 2 former close co-hosts who have now basically come out and said, this guy is a total piece of trash. And now we have video proving it, at least insofar as his wife is concerned. So I don't know if this is the full video. I watched the full video earlier in the week. I don't know if this is the full video, but I can tell you guys whatever parts are missing from this, if there's any that are missing, I can tell you what it is. So here's something that came from, you know those like doorbell cameras, those security doorbell cameras? This fight was caught on a doorbell camera, and I guess his wife leaked it, right? Something like that. So let's take a look and then we'll...
I drew a boundary.
I drew a boundary. No, you just did it. I drew a boundary of abuse. You were not taking the car. Because if you refuse to do wifey things, then I will go pick up the groceries. Steaks, wood pellets, my grill.
All right, so just to be clear here, she's like 7 or 8 months pregnant, and she wants to take the car to go pick up groceries, and he's really not having it because he says, "I feel boxed in. You're just leaving me here. This is terrible."
I know it's not unreasonable, but I'll go do it. How about you first? Hillary, how do you respect me? Yes, how do you, man? How do you, man? You see what?
So we've already got like 2 red flags here. You're not doing your wifely duties, and like, how do you respect the men? It's interesting because this is an example of like, he plays like the macho man. I'm the masculine right-wing guy. Look, I'm wearing a gun on air, bro. No big deal or anything, bro. He does that, and then here you have in real life,
he has
he's
become
sorta
the character essentially.
playing that role too, and being like domineering and controlling, and using that sort of terminology, which is like super conservative man, and I'm the king in this household.
No, I don't mean large block to the other side. You're not taking a cup. You are not. Then I will ask them. Give an Uber.
He said, "What is that? A threat?" Which he said, like, "I'll get somebody to pick me up."
Then I will ask them. Give an Uber.
Okay, Steven, I can't.
Hostiles at the tree. You're feeling some constraints? Like, I can't go. Listen to me. You want to walk out right now? Listen to me. I can't go to the gym. I can't go to my parents. I can't call my friends. I can't be home. You're going to take the car and leave me here. Hillary, just think.
What does he mean he can't call his friends?
Why do you have one car? This guy is a multi-millionaire. Why do you have one car? Is the whole point to like be controlling and have awkward blow-ups like this? And again, not for nothing, she's 7 or 8 months pregnant and she's trying to go get the groceries, and he's making a big deal about it.
Pick up. I'll get it. I'll be back when I'm back.
No, that doesn't work either. You'll be back when you're back. That doesn't work either. Do you understand the difference between running being set to the second and you're going to be back coming back? The only way out of it is discipline.
Your allies invaded.
The only way out of this is discipline and respect, he says to a grown-ass woman.
Convoy's dead. Kill the Primeval.
Man, look, there are some people who are just looking for a fight. They're looking for conflict. They're looking for drama. And this right here, I mean, I don't know what else would you call it, right? Like, it's pretty clear what this is.
Only honestly,
we already did.
Good. Because you can't have any discipline. Yeah, there you go. You throw your hand, you give up so easily. I don't give up. You give up so easily. I just said the only way out of this is discipline and respect. You said, then we're having an impasse.
Just know we are at an impasse. I love you.
Watch it. Watch it.
Dirty. Look at his response to hearing your abuse is sick. He goes, watch it. Watch it. There's no, he's not saying like, abuse, what are you talking about? Yeah, hey, easy.
Your allies invaded.
Fucking watch it.
Okay. So that goes on, they keep fighting, and at one point he says something along the lines of like, I'll fuck you up. So this is dirty, this is ugly, and you know, the way
Prime palette. Ooh, nice.
To my
New shader.
relationship or any normal relationship, you still treat the person with respect and love and adoration. It doesn't matter how long you've been together. It's
someone like
you know, you have to have basic human decency, and clearly he's very controlling. By the way, why don't you take the Uber, right? If she's getting the groceries, it's more appropriate for the person getting the groceries to have the car. It's a whole ordeal if you have to get an Uber and try to get the groceries with an Uber, right? And also, your ass is not 7 or 8 months pregnant.
I want to make this very clear if it's not already clear. Steven Crowder can go fuck himself. Fuck that guy.
You take the Uber. You could tell he's just very selfish, narcissistic, controlling. And guys, this is verified by all these people who used to work with him and were close to him. Apparently, Brian Callen, the comedian, just took a job on Louder with Crowder, and there's already been a video of him like recording backstage, and Steven Crowder basically flipping out over the fact that he's recording backstage. And look, you know, you can see the kind of person that he is. And so, again, Candace Owens is happy as a pig in shit right now, just absolutely having a field day with this, and exposing all of it and showing every little nook and cranny of everything going on. But Steven Crowder, not being one to know when to www.shuddy.com, he decides, well, I gotta respond. I gotta come out and respond. Now, look, you'll see this response. It honestly just further verifies the dynamic that has already been solidified that you saw from that video. Listen to this.
I commented on my ongoing divorce on Tuesday, requesting privacy in the best interest of the family, but also by court order agreed upon by all parties. Look, broken marriages are ugly, and in them people do ugly things. Myself, of course included, I would never claim otherwise. However, due to recent misleadingly edited leaks to the tabloid press without context and...
Misleadingly edited. There's no context that would have changed that unless at the end of it he was like, LOL, tee-hee-hee, I was just joking this whole time. Go ahead and take the car. I love you, baby. That's the only way in which, like, there would be context that changes this, fixes this, makes it less bad.
I commented on my ongoing divorce on... Broken marriages are ugly, and in them people do ugly things. Myself, of course included, I would never claim otherwise. However, due to recent misleadingly edited leaks to the tabloid press without context and not subject to consequences of the court,
let's see what
well, if not privacy, the next best option is truth. So today, I have filed a motion to officially unseal all files as they relate to the matter of legal record. Finances, relevant medical records, including mental health history or evaluations, depositions, and any motions or sanctions from the courts of Texas. I will not be leaking private marital information to the press, but if the privacy agreements are not respected by all parties, I will address all that is a matter of irrefutable legal record in full context next week.
He would have to very much show that she was the one who leaked it, though. That's the only
So
thing.
do you understand what he's doing there? He's threatening his wife, and he's saying, I'll release all the dirt I have on you. And based on the little hint he leaves in there, talking about medical records, health records, he's going to try to make the argument, oh, she's crazy. She's crazy. She has, whatever, severe depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, whatever, fill in the blank with whatever, you know, psychological illness it is. But that's his move. That's his way to be like, oh, if you want to play dirty by releasing this video, then I'll play dirty.
I was gonna say, like, she has like postpartum depression.
Everything and
Bro,
spinning
what?
it, of course, to Steven Crowder's narrative and to his liking. But you could see already the argument's going to be, hey man, you can't trust that video because bitches be tripping. She's got psychological health issues, dog. Well, Steven, maybe one of the reasons she has them is because she's married to a narcissistic psychopath like you. So look, this is one of those instances where it's like, the like, I'm the tough guy, macho man on air thing. Like, he's trying to be tough guy, masculine, controlling macho man off air too. It actually totally fits his on-air persona. But I'll tell you this, it really puts in perspective all of that, the fight with the Daily Wire. Oh, the exploitative businesses taking advantage of people by offering them $50 million, bro. Apparently, everybody he works with is like, he's exploitative, he's controlling, he's the one who apparently gives out shitty contracts. He had a terrible falling out.
Like,
with that
just
guy
like
Jared,
Pearly.
who used to be his co-host. Terrible falling out with Dave Landau, his wife, obviously. Again, based on that video, dude, you're not pregnant. You take the Uber, but also have multiple cars. Clearly, he's just controlling. He's domineering, and it is super yikesy. And look, everything is collapsing in around Steven Crowder now. It's collapsing in around Steven Crowder. He burned bridges with other right-wing media figures, and look, normally, I think those people would be defending Steven today. Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, Matt Walsh, all these people were friends, Jeremy Boring, with Steven Crowder. And then now, he burnt that bridge, and so now when there's damaging information that leaks on you about how you're a prick, a total prick to your wife, and disrespectful to everybody around you, now you got nobody to come out and defend you. And the aura of like, bro, I'm gonna checkmate you by releasing my stuff in a second. That is like, again, there's no self-reflection. It's like when he said in that video, I made a mistake. I chose wrong. You thought he was gonna do some self-reflection, and it was like, it's her, right? It's all her. So, man, yeah, his empire is collapsing in around him, and you love to see it. You love to see not the abusive stuff.
Yeah, Chud was going over like that Fresh and Fit like podcast, going over that too, and they were like basically like blaming the wife for like Crowder and giving him cover.
At the end of the day, it's crazy, man. Everybody, all these people who millions of fake people look up to, it's like they're not only are they human with just as many problems as others, it's like they probably even have more struggles and more problems and more issues, and it gets uglier than your average person. And honestly, I think this is a great example of it right here. There's a lot more to say about it, but I guess we could just leave it there. His empire is crumbling in around him, and that's nothing but a wonderful thing. And soon he'll have 0 allies left, 0 friends left, and look, it does a service in the sense that it undermines his absolute garbage philosophy, which he spews on a regular basis. All of his stuff about, you know, standard Republican, conservative, fundamentalist Christian, and that's another aspect of the hypocrisy, right? This, you know, he's against no-fault divorce, which is insane, but now, like, he literally just wanted to force this poor woman to stay in marriage with him.
He also, like, Steven Crowder, that is, he's the one who contacted a divorce attorney first, too.
Aspect of it. And so, in a sense, you welcome it, but I also do kind of feel bad for the wife, and this ain't over, man. This is gonna get uglier and uglier, and, you get the sense behind the scenes he's thinking about Candace. Please don't hit me anymore, please, please. All right, I'm on the ground, I'm bleeding. Uncle, I cry, uncle, I give up. She ain't gonna stop, man. That is not somebody to cross, and you did. Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. I know you want to.
Convoys terminate. Now, bring the house down. They wanted a fight. You gave it to them. Enemy invader down. Nice. You're in the lead. Take down that primeval, and this gambit's yours. Invading the other side. Envoys in the dirt. Now kill the big guy. Opposing team's about to win. That primeval's not long for this world. Burn it down. Take this gambit. You made that look simple.
That got lucky. We got lucky right there, too. Crowd pleaser, mulligan.
Where'd you learn to shoot like that? If you're ever looking to make extra glimmer, you come find me.
We'll go ahead and return to orbit. You get anything? Bunch of hunters. I got lucky on a couple of those Guardian kills.
So this story right here, oh man, this one hurts. This one is a gut punch. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. So Wall Street Journal has a new exclusive report here. Epstein's private calendar has been released. And his private calendar reveals very, very prominent names that had somewhat regular meetings with him. So they say in the title, Epstein's private calendar reveals prominent names including CIA chief, Goldman's top lawyer, Schedules and emails detail meetings in the years after he was a convicted sex offender. Visitors cite his wealth and connections. So, just right off the jump here, when you tell me that a CIA chief was close to Epstein, I mean, you could read that in a couple different ways, like he's CIA, or you could view it as, well, this is somebody trying to get dirt on the CIA. Who would be in a position to want to do that? It goes back to that theory, which has been floating around for a while, which there's plenty of evidence to support, which is he's probably Mossad, which is like Israel's deep state, Israel's CIA. So here's what they say. There's going to be a name in here, guys, that, it hurts. The nation's spy chief, a longtime college president and top women in finance. The circle of people who associated with Jeffrey Epstein years after he was a convicted sex offender is wider than previously reported, according to a trove of documents that include his schedules. William Burns, director of the Central Intelligence Agency since 2021, had 3 meetings scheduled with Epstein.
This guy was Mossad?
And he was Deputy Secretary of State.
Yeah, we're going into like, Kyle's going to his conspiracy mode now.
Visited Epstein's townhouse in Manhattan. Catherine Rumler, a White House counsel under President Barack Obama, had dozens of meetings with Epstein in the years after her White House service and before she became a top lawyer at Goldman Sachs Group in 2020. He also planned for her to join a 2015 trip to Paris and a 2017 visit to Epstein's private island in the Caribbean. Leon Botstein, the president of Bard College, invited Epstein, who brought a group of young female guests to the campus. Noam Chomsky, a professor, author, and political activist, was scheduled to fly with Epstein to have dinner at Epstein's Manhattan townhouse in 2015. None of their names appear in Epstein's now public Black Book of Contacts or in the public flight logs of passengers who traveled on his private jet. The documents showed that Epstein arranged multiple meetings with each of them after he had served jail time in 2008 for a sex crime involving a teenage girl and was registered as a sex offender. The documents, which include thousands of pages of emails and schedules from 2013 to 2017, haven't been previously reported. The documents don't reveal the purpose of most of the meetings. The Wall Street Journal couldn't verify whether every scheduled meeting took place. Most of those people told the Journal they visited Epstein for reasons related to his wealth and connections. Several said they thought he had served his time and had rehabilitated himself. Mr.
That's
Botstein
actually not
said he
bad
was
too.
trying to get
Got up
Epstein
to, I was like
donate
rank
to
5 or
school.
6.
Mr. Chomsky said he and Epstein discussed political and academic topics. So here's another part. Zach D. Roberts tweets, a big yikes on this response from Noam Chomsky to the Wall Street Journal, asking questions about why he flew and dined with Jeffrey Epstein after it became known what he had done. Adding defending Woody Allen into the mix says a whole lot about Chomsky. So click this here. Epstein arranged several meetings in 2015 and 2016 with Mr. Chomsky while he was a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. When asked about his relationship with Epstein, Mr. Chomsky replied in an email, quote, "First response is that it is none of your business or anyone's. Second is that I knew him and we met occasionally." That is not the direction I would have went. If I associated myself with a known pedophile after he was already knocked for pedophilia, that is not what I would have said. That's not how I would have handled this. In March 2015, Epstein scheduled a gathering with Mr. Chomsky and Harvard University professor Martin Nowak and other academics. According to the documents, Mr. Chomsky said
doesn't
they
look
had
good
several
for
meetings at Mr. Nowak's
Chomsky.
Research Institute to discuss neuroscience and other topics. 2 months later, Epstein planned to fly with Mr. Chomsky and his wife to have dinner with them and movie director Woody Allen and his wife. Soon Yi Previn, the documents show, quote, "If there was a flight, which I doubt it would have been from Boston to New York, 30 minutes, Chomsky said. I'm unaware of the principle that requires that I inform you about an evening spent with a great artist." That's in reference to Woody Allen. The Woody Allen who, by the way, didn't he like marry his stepdaughter or something incredibly creepy like that. Epstein donated at least $850,000 to MIT between 2002 and 2017, more than $9.1 million to Harvard from 1998 to 2008. The schools have said. In 2021, Harvard said it was sanctioning Mr. Nowak for violating university policies in his dealings with Epstein and was shutting a research center he ran that Epstein had funded. MIT said it was inappropriate to accept Epstein's gifts and that it later donated $850,000 to nonprofits supporting survivors of sexual abuse. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Look, I mean, all you can say about this is if you're associating yourself with a known pedophile peddler, like he was the CEO of Elite Sex Crimes Incorporated. He was like the fixer for rich, powerful, wealthy people to
Yeah, he was.
engage in prostitution with
The island is not a meme or a metaphor.
women,
It was an
right?
actual
Like, that's
island.
what he was. That's what he did, and he was knocked on this sort of stuff. If you are associating yourself with this person after that fact becomes known, then you better expect all the smoke in the world, and you better expect everybody to be like, hey dog, I'm out. I'm out. And look, with Chomsky, in terms of his ideology, nobody's been more influential in helping to shape my own worldview. I think his books are out of this world. Hegemony or Survival is a phenomenal book. Manufacturing Consent is a phenomenal book. You want to educate yourself on U.S. politics, set aside like 1 hour a day for a couple weeks and just watch old Chomsky interviews and debates and discussions, and you'll learn a lot about U.S. politics. You'll learn a lot about the nature of power and how it functions. Just an absolute brilliant, brilliant man, politically, philosophically, ideologically. But don't hang out with Jeffrey Epstein. Don't hang out with him, especially after he was already knocked for pedophilia. And then don't get OD defensive when people are like, hey man, kind of weird. Like, you have anything to say about this? I was unaware of the principle that I have to inform you about all of my travels and my discussions.
Fuck.
So look, do I know what happened vis-a-vis Chomsky? Of course not. It is true that Jeffrey Epstein also, he was very interested in science, was very interested in the arts, and he purposefully went out of his way to try to make connections with people who are generally viewed as brilliant in these realms, right?
That's
he
true.
tried to snuggle up to a number of different, prominent professors and scientists and academics. This is all very well known. Now, is every single one of them guilty of being a client to the elite sex crimes pedo trafficker? No. I'm sure that in some of these instances he was basically like laundering his money by doing all these charitable giveaways to these different foundations vis-a-vis science. Like, I'm sure it's not like everybody who associated with Jeffrey Epstein is guilty of the worst things you could possibly imagine. But at the same time, like, a lot of them sure are, man. A lot of them are, especially the more powerful they are, the more wealthy they are, the higher status they are, the bigger a celebrity they are.
I completely fucked up.
Certainly everybody who's in his black book. For those people, I'm pounding the gavel. It's a rapskis. Like, that's all I need to see in order to feel like, whoa, okay, we're done over here, right? Thankfully, Chomsky wasn't in the black book. Thankfully, well, actually, I don't know if he was ever on his plane. There sort of seems to be a little gray area of that in here. But, like, certainly the black book people, it's a wrap. But just the association enough and just the sort of getting uber defensive and obfuscating and, like, being
Okay, let me go back here.
really short-tempered about it. It's like, nah, man, it is a reasonable question for people to ask. Like, what was going on here? What are you doing? What happened? And he did not handle this well by any stretch of the imagination. Now, but probably the more important point to talk about here is that this one hurts the most. Noam Chomsky, that hurts the most. But don't forget, I just told you at the top of this this piece here, Homeboy was hanging out with like top Obama administration officials and current CIA chiefs and people from Goldman Sachs finance. It's like this guy probably had dirt on everybody. And I'll end by stating the obvious. ain't no way he killed himself. I mean, look, it's almost like too dumb to even have to point out, but that's something every reasonable person agrees on, because that would just be way too much of a coincidence. And of course, the injuries don't actually line up with somebody who took their own life. It's more indicative of somebody who strangled him from behind, and we don't need to get into it any deeper than that. But the fact of the matter is, associations with this guy, especially after he was found guilty of that stuff, man, it's unforgivable. It really is. It really is. That doesn't discount the brilliant, 2 + 2 still equals 4, whether or not one of your intellectual heroes did something bad, right? Like, that's still obviously the case. But it just sucks at a personal level. They say never meet your heroes. Never learn that your heroes hung out with Jeffrey Epstein. This is what I'm going to spin it to that. Never learn that your heroes hung out with Jeffrey Epstein. So anyway, sad day, bad day. Don't know what happened, but the fact of the matter is, I would not have handled it this way. There should have been a much better explanation. And everybody who was willing to take a meeting with this dude after what he was guilty of, it's like, what is wrong with you? And I would say with most of these people, it's the power, it's the money, it's the influence. But like, Chomsky doesn't care about power, money, or influence, right? Like, so why you? Why you? CIA people, I get it. Super horny ass scumbag ex-presidents, I get it, right? Like, that's what they do. That's what these people do. Is don't Chomsky, you're supposed to be somewhere, reading a book in a rocking chair. That's what you're supposed to be doing. So anyway, there you have it.
Never meet your heroes, folks.
Devastating new Epstein leaks. Again, this is from his private calendar, but let's really end the segment by pointing out the obvious. We want to see every single name associated with it. I mean, it's crazy that Ghislaine Maxwell is somewhere alive. Lord knows how much longer, right? But she's somewhere alive. She's got all the dirt and all the smoke on everybody. And it's still like, we're just sitting here like, yeah, well, I guess they're not releasing the rest of it. It's like, what? No, release it. But I think you'd literally put your life in danger if you release that stuff, because clearly people with the most money and the most power and the most influence are the ones who are trying to axe this problem to them. So there you have it. Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Good. Let's see. I actually really like this. All right, take this one. I think Kinetic Tremors is better, but it's alright. Where's my hung jury? Kinetic Tremors? Those are my Titan, which I have not touched that dude for God knows how long. Okay, so there's one guy up there too. Nice clean. Dude, no barrier like today. So good. Barriers are such pain in the asses, dude. Okay, hold on, get rid of this. Let's find a new video. Oh, let's see. Pawn still running. Vanguard still running. I think he's doing GMs.
I'm being torn apart. I want to be free of this pain. I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it.
Oh, fix the game. Yeah. I don't think that they do.
Yes, anything.
This death didn't feel earned. Like,
did you think that PC versions of games couldn't get worse after Arkham Knight and The Last of Us on PC? Well, boy, do I have news for you. Because
it just keeps getting worse.
Unlike how Dead Island 2 launched with a damn near perfect PC port, even though it was stuck in development hell for a literal decade whilst moving between 3 different studios, Star Wars Jedi Survivor has hands down one of the worst PC ports of any game I have ever played. But
he's young. So this is probably the worst one that he's had to deal with recently. Whenever he gets older, he will realize that it's actually not that bad, it's just that the frame rate is bad.
Hey, at least EA can brag about how fast they churned this game out after laying off most of their QA testers. This PC port isn't just on par with Arkham Knight's infamous launch, I'd argue it's possible to claim it's worse. If I were to attempt to list all of the issues with this version of the game, it would take an eternity. There is genuinely not a single aspect of this game on PC that functions as it should. On an RTX...
Well, I don't know about that. Not a single function? I think we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I have no fucking idea, but god damn, it is bad. I've heard only bad things about this as a PC port. Holy shit, just the frame rate? Well, I think it's probably not just the frame rate, but that's the main thing.
4090, you're looking at a solid 23 frames per second on the opening world.
No, I was just like having fun, laughing around, but I'm done at this point, dude. 22 frames, bro. Fuck
22 frames. Wow. What a good game.
On fuck EA. How they could sell this for $80 is insane.
In a best case scenario, you're getting 90 FPS on a motherfucking 4090, but most of the time you're looking at barely 60 FPS. Now, what about a realistic
60 FPS? Oh, I guess this makes sense because that way it's more like consoles.
High-end PC build. I myself have an RTX 3070 Ryzen 9 5900X 32GB of DDR4 memory and a Samsung 980 Pro as my SSD. So at the bare minimum, I should be seeing between 60 and 80 FPS at 1440p at any point in the game. That isn't a matter of opinion, that is a statement of fact. Do you want to know what I'm getting in terms of FPS in the open world area of Jedi Survivor?
I would bet 19 FPS.
During a boss fight, a baffling 15 FPS.
What can I say? I'm an optimist.
Yes.
Man.
That's kind of small.
Jesus.
Yikes. No, I'm not joking. With FSR set to balance and a mix of high and medium settings, this power ship port was rocking me to 15 FPS with some of the worst frame times I have ever seen in my entire life.
That is crazy, crazy, crazy bad. I thought Unreal 5 was supposed to be really good at minimizing the amount of stuff that was happening in the background. Like, I thought that was one of the biggest things about Unreal 5 is their, like, dynamic culling. It's Unreal 4? Oh, well that, okay.
Now, in fairness, you won't experience this awful level of performance all the time because this is the most broken port I have ever experienced. It is on par with Saints Row 2 and goddamn GTA 4 on PC. On Coruscant, I was experiencing between 23 to around 55 FPS, with again, insanely high frame times and basically—
This is pretty good. I could play this.
No usage of my GPU, and I was so very hopeful when I left that shit heap to go to the second planet because I landed on that bad boy, and I finally saw the game actually utilizing my GPU. Not properly, might I add, but it was finally being used. And then the game said, I'm taking my FPS down from 60 to a staggering 23 FPS.
That's funny. That's a good one.
To attempt to list off the issues with this port I've seen, there are huge fucking memory leaks. If you play the game for extended periods of time, you'll gradually see performance decrease. The worst—
Oh, that's good. Yeah, because, I mean, it makes sense. You know, the computer gets tired, you know? It's been exercising for a long time.
Utilization ever seen in gaming. Any GPU being bottlenecked by any CPU for no reason because of the absurd CPU utilization and far too much lump loading, where developers dump huge amounts of data into VRAM at once rather than gradually feeding it in, which would avoid sharp and significant stutters. And last but certainly not least, tons of frame time stuttering. Again, caused
that's
by—
the thing, is like, you know what's so bad about this is like the frame time stuttering and like all this stuff. It wouldn't really matter in some games, but this is like a Dark Souls game. This is a parry game.
Shit.
Like, this is game, bro, you've got to react to shit in a split second. So it's just like, I mean, this, like, for example, if it was Animal Crossing, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But this is just awful. It's more like Sekiro. Well, then I'm even more right. I'll be right back, guys. Yeah, it matters for an action game. Yeah, bro, if this was Animal Crossing, no one would give a fuck.
He's right about that too.
That CPU utilization, not to mention the random crashes.
You don't want to be like this. This is disgusting. This is awful in every way. If I could kill it, I will. But I legally can't.
It killed itself.
But I've considered it.
When I say there isn't a single aspect of this port which isn't broken, I mean it. FSR2, for example, barely affects performance, merely adding on at most an extra 2 FPS in my experience.
Shit, dude. Why did they put the champion up there? That's not, like, fair.
CPU utilization, that means in most cases, the game is unable to actually use most of your GPU's capabilities, and even the goddamn...
Again, I went through PUBG. I've been here. World of Warcraft, when did they have multi-core support for WoW? Didn't this come out in like 2015? Meanwhile, people had like multi-core CPUs since like 2006. I mean, really? Like, I don't get this. It's so crazy.
And menus are barely functional unless you plug a controller in. Something I think we can all agree on is absurd considering the fact this is the PC version of the game. Despite the cursor on the screen and me being able to click each toggle, I cannot click on the arrows in order to edit said toggle. There's also no image or even a bloody description to showcase the changes to the visuals of Jedi Survivor.
I am assuming that you have to select it and then use the arrow keys to change. Am I right about that? Yes?
So stupid.
So stupid.
Setting, something that wouldn't bother me.
This was supposed to be like a
even
sub.
though there is clearly room for such basic things. If there were a
So
VRAM
silly,
counter,
dude.
This is a game that requires 8 GB
I
of
shouldn't have
VRAM
died.
at
Why did you
minimum.
put the...
It has been proven to
Hey,
use up to
Bungie,
nearly
don't
20
put the
gigabytes of
fucking
VRAM if it is
champion up there.
able
That
to.
makes no sense.
I think they better be paying us, because I think there's a Bitcoin farmer on this thing. If we're talking about 20 gigs of RAM, bro, they're farming Bitcoin on this shit. No wonder it don't run so well. They gotta be
I forgot. I got Lamarnock over there. Overload.
despite clearly not needing it. And yet it has no built-in metric to allow you to measure whether or not your system is capable of running whatever settings you're attempting to run, meaning you possibly have to spend hours like I did trying to find a setting that doesn't run like ass. Unfortunately, that's just not possible anyway, thanks to again the CPU utilization. And as Alex from Digital Foundry stated, everyone is getting stutters in Jedi Survivor. No one can claim the game is smooth. If someone is claiming the game is smooth, ask them to post an entire playthrough of Coruscant or the town of Kobar.
That is fucking good.
Yep.
That is so good. He says if you say it's smooth, let's fucking see it. Alright, let's see it.
With a frame time graph active, it will show stutters even in 3D cache risings. Every time a game releases with awful frame time issues, there are always those that want to make it into, oh, your hardware is the problem thing. It's fine on my PC, when that is literally impossible. People saying such things just do not notice or ignore the stutters.
Or they already spent, how much was the deluxe edition? Was it $700 or $800? $900, $90. Okay. Yeah. I was just fucking around. No, those prices aren't going to happen until next year. Yeah. So $90. Bro, you spend $90 and you've got like fucking 75 different Star Wars Funko Pops in your house, and you cry during the sequels. Bro, you're not about to say the game sucks. You are invested. You are locked in. No. So yeah, you're 100%. You're gonna be like, oh no, the game's great, guys. It's great.
There's flat out no way to get this PC port to run in a stable manner because of the nature of the optimization.
Dude, I wonder if I'll be able to play this. Like, I feel like in a couple of days, maybe I should just start playing the first one. I should just start playing the first one, and then by the time I finish it, like after Diablo 4 comes out, and by December or so, then maybe they'll have this one fixed. But probably
more
not,
specifically,
because then by then there'll be like DLC that comes out, and the DLC will be fucked up too.
Lack of optimization. The reason I believe this game runs the way it does, regardless of settings and regardless of hardware, is because I suspect the game is not coming close to utilizing CPU multi-cores effectively and or properly. This means that
that's why it doesn't work. I am the video game player. Make it work. I don't care. Oh, it doesn't work? Make it work. Well, this is why it doesn't work. Maybe make it work. Then just make it work. Just fix it. Just fix it. Just fix the fucking. I don't care what the problem is. Fix it.
It essentially relies on single threads. Hence your hardware not mattering, and hence why even in 3D cache risings, you'll see an immense frame time stuttering. It's also likely the reason for the shoddy performance in consoles as well. If you are on console and thinking about buying this game, unless you want to be stuck in 2010 frame rates, aka 30 FPS, you're going to have a fairly negative experience with this title, as performance mode is having severe screen tearing issues, frame rates between 40 to 50 FPS, and almost laughably bad HDR support. But how exactly did EA respond to people rightfully calling out their bullshit in the Steam reviews and on YouTube? Well, they took a page out of the AAA handbook, exactly like
Bro, what did he turn into, a fucking Dementor? What the hell? What the hell is happening to him? He just got he's bro, this is mid Thanos snap. Yeah.
Page after the AAA handbook, exactly like Naughty Dog did with the Last of Us PC port.
Bro, I thought that was a bug.
Specifically, the page about the AAA scam cycle. Start charging $70 for your games, knowingly rush the developers into releasing the title in a near unplayable experience, scam tens of thousands of customers, and then make sure to attempt to gaslight the customer.
And blame it on the development studio that was given a timeline that was unrealistic. And then the development studio gets blamed, the producer takes all the money, doesn't take any of the blame, and then they go to the next development studio, and guess what they do? They do it again.
believing it's their fault and ultimately barely fix the game across a plethora of patches in the coming weeks. EA intentionally released what can only be described as a flat-out scam, knowingly, and then made this statement. A note from the Jedi team on the PC version of Star Wars Jedi Survivor. We are
It's like if a car manufacturer brought out a car and it had 3 wheels. And it's like, they're like, we're aware that it only has 3 wheels and it's not up to your standards. And then the worst part about it is, like, there will be comments underneath, well, you know, I can drive fine with 3 wheels. You know, maybe the people that need 4 wheels, maybe they just need to get better at driving. Yeah, I've driven fine. I've had to use the car multiple times, and I've driven to McDonald's with 3 wheels. It's been totally okay. Even had to take it on the highway. It's fine. Yeah, not everybody, like, maybe it's a you problem that you need 4 wheels. I don't need 4 wheels. 3 wheels are great. You know, I feel like way more accomplished, honestly, whenever I can get all the way to the store with 3 wheels. It makes driving much more interesting. 4 wheels isn't mandatory, dude. You don't need 4 wheels to drive.
Aware that Star Wars Jedi Survivor isn't performing to our standards for a percentage of our PC players, in particular those with high-end machines or certain specific configurations. For example, players using cutting-edge multi-threaded chips.
He's right too. You're the consumer. Like, that's like it's a very basic take, but it's a very true take. You as a consumer, literally as the name suggests, you just consume. You're spending your money for a product. You just want that product to work. You don't want excuses as to, like, why it doesn't work. You just want it to work. Why are you giving me excuses as to why this product is not working instead of making sure the product just works? Okay? I don't care that... I mean, that the product isn't working. I just want you to fix it now. Fix the product or give me all my money back. And this is the problem with video games. They, more often than not, now are giving you an unfinished product, but you still consume it. That's why I think that, like, from now on, for any AAA game, you guys should not buy the game. You should wait till us streamers do it, because, you know, we're in a business where we have to do it, and then we'll tell you. And if you trust us to be essentially your testers for the game, and the game isn't working, and you trust someone like Asmongold, me, someone like Some Ordinary Gamers, Mudahar, or someone else, and they're like, don't buy this game, then don't buy the game until they fix the game. That's it. And I promise you, they'll fix the game real quick. When they see those sales numbers go down like a slope, they will do everything they can to fix the game. I promise you that. They will do that.
11. We're encountering problems.
Yeah. It's like the multi-threaded chipsets that you have and the GPUs that have multi-core processing. So the reason why you're running into these problems is because our game doesn't utilize the other cores. So
see what's going on with Pawnsar here.
And GG's. Kieran, thank you for that. Oh.
Get ready to switch sides.
Yep. Got what I need. Here we go. Okay. You want me to leave this for him? I think I'll leave this for him. You got one here? Come here, BB. Take that.
Yeah, there's 2 up top on the one near me, and then 1 on top on the other side.
Yeah, so I'll leave that one. He can use that for the next wave.
Yeah, we just gotta kill Thrawn.
Alright. Alright, so we're gonna have a champion and some other shit spawning here in a second.
Guardian, I have reports of increased Taken activity near your position.
Yeah, I haven't been on this
Stay
side.
safe out
It's all good. Commercial! There's not cheese for this? Alright, here we go. I'm gonna drop well here too. Keep yours as a no shit over here with me.
I gotta run some dares too.
Don't forget the balls.
Oh, there's another ball coming.
That champ, we gotta get put down. Nice.
I'm blinded and slowed.
It's fine. Snipers, they're hurting. I got a lot of nades on them though.
Hold on.
Hold up. Oh. Let's see. Balls are coming in.
How they keep their distance so comfortably.
Yeah. Balls got me.
It's always the balls, man. The balls.
The balls hurt.
The balls do hurt
Dares,
on higher
what's in
level.
Dares? What's got you in Dares? Fighting lions, I don't think is necessarily a cheese. I mean, it's really nice damage, but people are really acting like it's that busted. We've had a couple people run it so far, and I don't think it's like help speed anything up. It's literally just using something strictly for the boss, and it's like, I don't know, man. It's just not hitting for me. I see why people like it, but
Dude, that Rufus is like so crazy. Oof.
well, that was kind of trippy. Just got kicked. What were you in the middle of a banner? All right, when that move up to where he was.
Okay.
There we go. We're zooming, baby.
Dude, Strand is just like so useful. You suspend everything. Suspend is like insane. I think like spawning threadlings is actually pretty good if you can consistently spawn threadlings.
Where I wanted to stick it. I mean, it is, you know. And there all of them are. That's a whole hell of a lot of enemies, man.
They are really going into like ad control. Yeah, it seems like Bungie's like doubling down on like you gotta control ads.
Okay. I'm gonna swing over to the left and take care of that. Ask Train how it went when you did your guys' run. I'm scared, dude. I don't know if I want to ask that. Boss is being a dickhead.
Yeah. I think everything's just about like you gotta be able to control ads.
Kill this one here.
All right. You care if I do something stupid?
Hey, go ahead.
I'm talking to Train.
Oh.
Can I just? Yeah, you got an extra well. I'm gonna drop well on the champs and all of the phalanxes and just send it with the head.
Alright.
Okay? You pop the last couple buttholes for me then?
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna send the hell out of this. Okay. How y'all doing? Oh, fuck!
Oh my god.
That was worth it, dude. Stay alive, watch the balls. Oh, you should not be over here.
No, I know that.
Train balls.
I went there because the balls were coming at me.
Wow. Next time I say something like that, Train, don't let me. Ball.
That thing, that Strand machine gun, whew, rips, man.
You got this. Easy. I was not expecting BB to follow me in, though. I wouldn't have done it if I'd have known that. You got a super or anything?
Yep.
Baby. Chain him. Easy. Never doubted it. Free. Calculated.
Balls.
Yep. No, I'm running. Calculated. Gonna come or just go.
I have not done a GM in a while too. I don't know if this is like the GM that I want to do to get that Conqueror seal. I'm not that interested in like getting it too. It's just like, you know, point of pride that you're able to do like the hardest content in the game. Almost. Dude, I need to get that Cataclysm.
It's kind of tough.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
You got that contacting Destiny servers.
There you go. Never doubted it. Easy peasy.
That's it, baby.
Oh, right.
Ring of Fires. Okay.
You got the adept version.
You return to speak to Zero. Don't tell me what to do, game. What if it's another one of those god roll things that I'm gonna delete and piss chat off again? I don't know, guys. Should I? Should I? I don't know. I don't know.
Do it.
Let's see. Let's see. Oh. Oh. It's got full court though. Somebody'd consider that a god roll. Train is pretty badass. What are these looking like here?
Fight your reaction frenzy.
That's terrible, dude. That's terrible.
Fair.
All right, enough of that. We're just like messing around with.
Unfortunately, because of your graphics card, the game doesn't run. Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, you have the wrong graphics card, and that's it. Yeah, it's this new multi-threading technology with different cores. Very, very new, cutting edge. It's only been out for 20 years. So, you know, you've got to give the market time to adjust.
You know what the shame is, too? Respawn's such a good studio, too. They do such good work. And, like, everybody knows it's fucking EA. Take care of this. Get a reverse shield. Oh, I actually didn't get a reverse shield this time. Does it have to be volatile? Plus, I'm thinking about another exotic. There's actually supposed to be another one. Okay, there we go. Just get rid of all these ads and then we'll make him weak. Perfect. Man, there is a lot of ads here. Oh, fuck. Was not paying attention. I think I do need to, like, take care of those guys up top, though. Look at that. There's one more. One more leg. I think it's actually like a build, part of a build too, with this.
CPUs also saw unexpected frame loss. Rest assured, we are working to address these cases quickly.
You were the chosen one! It was said that you would destroy this Sith, not join them! Bring balance to the Force! Not leave it in darkness!
I always love it when AAA publishers charge $70, knowingly scam their customers, and then pretend
it's
as
actually
if
a
they
decent
never knew
roll.
these issues were going to happen, whilst attempting to get...
Like, I wondered, did they ever, like, what happened? Like, did they actually play? Like, what? Did nobody test it at all? I hate you? Well, that would make sense, because it would be the developers talking to the player base. Yeah.
Gaslight the consumer. The fact alone that EA...
All they really had to do is, because this game runs badly on console, but it doesn't run very badly on console. It is playable on console. It's not playable on PC. All they had to do was just say, hey, we're going to release it into early access on console, or sorry, on PC. It's not really ready yet. It's not optimized. Play at your own risk. If you want to buy the game, this is the risk you take. But it's coming out on console. Like,
To tell you the truth, they did that. I think a lot of people would be okay with that.
You buy the game, you buy it in early access.
Because there's plenty of early access
I think if they had
games.
just said that, people would, none of these videos would happen. Nobody would be shitting on them. They'd be like, just fix it, get it ready, it's not ready yet. It's not good marketing, it wouldn't sell? Oh, yeah, well, this does.
He's pretending as if they weren't aware of these issues before launch and just happened to stumble upon them after launch is completely laughable, since this is the only game in existence to have implemented full-blown menu systems in order to tell the player that their game is completely broken. I have never seen...
To be fair, New World has, the New World had a lot of that. But yes, I do think that an indicator of a broken game is how many different ways they have to show you that the game is broken.
This in another game, and I have never heard of this being in another game, but what I do expect is to see it more often, since this game has managed to top the Steam charts still, despite the abhorrent release of this version. There are
because people love the first game, and it's because this game is really good.
When it works.
Care. Well, they probably just refund it. Nobody really cared about Forspoken being bad because it was a shit game. Who gives a fuck? But the problem with this one is that this is a legitimately good game. The first one was a legitimately good game. People want to play it because it's fucking cool.
So many things wrong with that statement, but most importantly, what the fuck do they mean by multi-threaded chipsets designed for Windows 11, encountering problems on Windows 10? Not only is the performance difference between Windows 11 and Windows 10 not even considerable in any scenario, since there's practically no
why you guys need to, like, my best advice to y'all that, like, buys these games, please do not fucking pre-order these games.
Yes.
Like, I mean, if we're talking about a company that's had like a 100% success rate, you're really confident about it, you want to play a game on release, like it's a, you know, new MMO or something like that. We're talking about new Final Fantasy expansion, new WoW expansion. Pre-order is understood. And at the end of the day, I can't tell you what to do with your money. It's your fucking money. However, I wish more people would just simply watch a YouTube video or watch a stream an hour after the game comes out to just make sure that there are not any glaring issues. There are not any, like, massive fucking problems. Just wait a few hours.
Difference between those OSs, and at most you have a 1 to 5 FPS difference between the two that could go either way. But there's just also that classic AAA response of a percentage of our PC players, or some of our PC players.
Yeah, the percentage is 100%, but yes.
Oh fuck.
Countering these issues.
It's these like sight lines, man. It's insane.
Quote unquote experiencing these issues are just the ones who haven't noticed them. It doesn't mean they aren't experiencing
Bro,
them.
I better, bro, if this lightsaber doesn't go through that shield, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
It just means they are knowledgeable enough to know they're being scammed. The fact they are blaming consumers for having the quote-unquote wrong configuration.
Nah, bro, like, it's a lightsaber. That's a lightsaber, what the fuck?
Is laughable. This title has proven time and time again does not run well no matter what. It is barely possible to get it to run above 60 FPS even on a 4090. GPUs being paired with supposed lower
Bro, I'm gonna hit up the dude at Softworks probably tonight, and we're gonna figure out a date this week. And I'm gonna get the best PC we can get. And I'm going to play this game. And we're gonna see what's gonna happen.
Main CPUs is not the issue. My testing in it.
Bro, we're gonna play that and then I play hardcore classic WoW. Bro, I buy fucking $5,000 PC, 2 PC setup, fucking you know, 240 hertz refresh rate. I gotta kill 15 harvest golems in Westfall. You're level 15 and only level 11. Shit's rough.
Itself proves that, since my CPU is overkill for a 3070. The rest of the statements don't get any better either, since they further attempt to blame the fact there's no single comprehensive solution for PC performance, which is simply not true. Game engines handle a lot of this stuff on the back end, and drivers exist for a fucking reason. As
Dude,
you so
I don't understand.
when you copy Naughty Dog's gaslighting attempts. If you see any developer and or publisher claiming that the lack of comprehensive PC builds is the issue, that almost always only translates to nothing more than fuck you, we don't care about optimizing our games because we know you'll buy this shit anyway. Is it harder to
it's and what's so stupid to me about it is it's literally a matter of managing expectations. Just tell people, hey, it's coming out in early access. It will be ready if you want to play it at the same time as console players. Go ahead, but it's not ready yet.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Why is he healing so fast?
optimized for PC than consoles? Absolutely yes. But is it as hard as these AAA scammers like Naughty Dog and EA are attempting to claim?
Don't put like fucking champions up on like these high ass ledges and shit like that, dude.
Damn near perfect PC port after a literal decade of development hell after moving between 3 different studios. Then there is zero excuse for anyone to be releasing broken garbage.
It's so stupid, dude.
There's never an excuse for it. There are reasons.
Like it should be like sub 5 minute run. Look at this.
I don't really care about why it's not working. It's the same as like in
It's
WoW.
not hard.
Like whenever I say that WoW,
But because
has,
they
like,
put
bad,
that
world
stupid champion on the
because it's really
ledge,
laggy,
you have to go up
people
there,
say,
you have to
"Oh,
kill
well, you don't know
everything
what
and
it
stun
takes
it.
to make an online game.
It's
I don't
so
care
stupid.
what it
I hate
takes.
that.
That's not
I
my
hate when like
problem.
developers
My
do
problem
stuff
is
like
I'm
that.
paying $15 a month.
It's
to
not
play
hard.
A piece of shit. That's my problem.
Not an acceptable port in any capacity, and this is clearly not a company you should be supporting. Despite the fact the game, underneath all the performance issues on consoles and PC, is fantastic. I didn't think I really needed to say
It's
that you should
EA, it's
support
not
EA, but for
Respawn.
some reason people have managed to convince themselves EA has changed a lot, when they clearly haven't.
It's different guys, it's gonna be different this time. It's different. They've changed, they've learned.
So with all that being said, we have finally come to the end of this video, and so I will now beg you to do all the things YouTubers love to beg you to do, aka check out the Discord server, the Twitter, as well as like, comment, and subscribe. So that I will see you all in the next video.
Alright, I think that was pretty fair. I think it's a pretty fair assessment of it. I was really glad to see like the CPU numbers for it. That helped a lot too. Let me link you guys the video here. Yeah, I've changed, baby. It's gonna be different this time, sweetie. Please come back. Watch Quantum, bro. The thing is with Quantum, like, obviously Quantum's a piece of shit. Right? But, like, domestic violence sucks. It's actually sad. It's just... I mean, he's a fucking idiot for what he said about Elden Ring. Getting arrested for something doesn't mean you did it. Even going on trial for it doesn't mean you did it. But don't say I didn't tell you so whenever I said that this wasn't going to be the last time that we were going to hear about old Quantum TV.
Sounds like he knew something.
I did say. Now, if Quantum wants to really help me out, he can live stream the trial. Hopefully he can do that. We'll see what happens though. They have no intention of changing. No, they don't. Because people will still buy the games. People will still buy them. And I wish that Steam would maybe... Because it's like, with so many of these games, I really do wish Steam would increase the refund window to like 3 or 4 hours. Because it's just that, like, what protection do consumers have? Like, and I've got no problem, like, if you play the game, bro, if you play the game 10 hours, like, if you play the game 5 hours, like, I don't know what the benchmark is. I think 2 hours is a good amount, though, at least. Like, it's just...
Oh.
I just... At the end of the day, like, you can't rely on somebody else to fix your stupid. Please, whenever these games come out, do not buy them the second that they come out. Just go and... Oh! You could have gone on Twitch and seen all the people that played it a day early and seen this shit. Like, you could have seen this before it even came out. Just watch the fucking reviews, look for the game, just to see what the quality of it is, and then make a decision. This is $70, man. That's a lot of fucking money. And even if it's not a lot of money for you, if it's not a lot of money for you, then you're probably fucking like, you really think you're stupid enough to get finessed by these guys? You're still getting finessed. Crowd had this a day early? Yeah, they should have given it to me a day early. I don't know, man. I bought the $100 Lost Ark Founder Pack and I refunded it. Lost Ark was alright on release. The queues were really bad though. EA has a terrible track record of releasing unfinished games. I don't know about FIFA and Madden. I don't know about that. Do you think game devs make the game as polished as it can be in the first 10 to 20% refund window over as quality drops? I don't know. I think that's the way a lot of games end up though. Sure, like Dark Souls 1's a good example of that, where like the highest quality part of the game was the beginning and the worst quality part of the game was the end. Like Lost Izalith was an L. Now, I would also say that that fucking ghost area was also an L. But yeah, it just depends. FIFA can't be unfinished because it was finished 10 years ago. Yeah, it's true, actually. Very good point.
Jesus Christ, dude. He's hitting me through the fucking the cover here. Oh. Boom, last one. Holy shit, dude. That is just crazy. Let's see. Let's make sure that is the last one in my collections. Slowly making it happen, folks. Oh. Should have did these two. So 3 more, and then I gotta finish up my arms. I saw a build for this. Gonna need renewal grasps. This one's probably gonna take the longest, but yes. I should honestly go on my Titan and like get these done. Point contact. Yeah, that's not bad. You see? You might actually run some. I got everything with decent rolls too. Second chance. This actually stuns barrier champions. That here's the thing. This is interesting. I wonder if you can build this into something too. But the thing is, you have like so many different ways, so why waste an armor piece, an exotic armor slot on this? You know what I mean? This just seems so strange too. All your shotguns? This seems like more like a PvP weapon. PvP armor piece. And I think I got almost everything except for Wings of a Sacred Dawn, Storm Dancer's Bray. Super Energy. Rounding out my hunter. Okay. So we got that done. This is gonna be a while. Okay. So, take this down. We need this, we need this. Okay, so let me open this up. This beautiful Monday. Move this here. Okay. So what are we doing? What are we doing? Oh shit, she's actually suing. So this is in regards to the Montana state representative that was censured and then removed from the House floor. She can vote, but she can't speak. So this is from AP. You know what? Let me... This keeps on happening from Bellular News. Yeah, it does actually keep on happening. God damn, that's fucking rough. We might just take a bit of a break here. Helena Montana State Representative Zoe Zephyr asked the court Monday to allow for her return to the House floor after she was silenced and barred for chiding her Republican colleagues over legislation to restrict gender-affirming health care and for encouraging protesters. Attorneys for the first-term lawmaker sued in state district court, and Helena, on behalf of Zephyr, a transgender Democrat who represents a liberal district in the college town of Missoula, and several constituents who the attorney said were being denied their right to adequate representation. Zephyr, whose comments in the Montana legislature have made her a prominent figure in transgender rights and in conversations about the muffling of dissent in state houses, said in a statement Monday that she and her constituents were targeted because I dared to give a voice to the values and needs of transgender people like myself. The legal challenge against House Speaker Matt Rieger, I'm going to guess that's how you pronounce it, and State House Sergeant-at-Arms Bradley Murphy comes with just days left in the legislature's biennial session. A spokesperson for Montana Attorney General Austin Knudsen, a Republican whose office will defend the case, said the lawsuit was frivolous. This is a performance litigation, political activism masquerading as a lawsuit, said Emily Flower, Knudsen's press secretary. She added that a court decision blocking the legislature's censure of Zephyr would violate the separation of powers between branches of government. Unless... I understand that argument. Unless the legislature overstepped its powers and it was improper under their own rules, under the state constitution, or no, actually not even the state constitution, under their own rules, it was improper to censure her for what she did, or it wasn't within their own rules to censure her, then that wouldn't be a violation of separation of powers because they would have violated their own rules. But I understand the argument that the press secretary there is trying to say. Murphy said that he would not comment on the lawsuit, and Reggie did not return telephone messages and an email seeking comment. This lawsuit will raise Zoe Zephyr's profile even more. I was aware of her before, now I'm very much aware of her now. It's the same thing with Justin Jones and Justin Pearson too. I had no idea who you think I follow Tennessee local politics? I don't. But now I know who these people are now. I'm actually very interested in seeing what they do. So this is bad, man. And honestly, independents don't like this either. You need to have a good reason to censor these people and not let them speak. Residents of people in her district too are gonna, when she's up for re-election, you think that they can actually get her in the general? You kidding me? You're gonna make her even more prominent in her district. Residents in the Missoula area said in declarations filed as part of the lawsuit that they once ever heard in the legislature. Anna Wong, who lives in Missoula County with her transgender child, supported Zephyr in 2022 election with their expectation the lawmen would speak out against the onslaught of bills targeting transgender youth. These bills aren't exactly very popular too, because it's just cultural war nonsense. It's not really addressing actual people's issues in these states either. They have to see the polling on this. They're losing moderates and independents, but I think they're one is these districts are heavily gerrymandered and like they're in their own bubbles. So because they're in their own bubbles, like they don't have to listen to anybody else. So they just need to make sure like the far right people and that live in their district continue to vote for them too. But this is making them incredibly unpopular. And unironically too, this is leaking into like the federal level too, on the national stage too. And then Republicans on the federal level have to like answer for this stuff. And let me tell you something, they're not safe. Zephyr's attorneys hope to get a ruling as quickly as possible on the request for a temporary restraining order against Rieger and Murfitt, when the most important piece of the legislature's work filing his budget for the next 2 years is unfinished. Every minute matters, said Alex Wright, legal director of the Montana ACLU and one of Zephyr's attorneys. Let me open the window real quick, it's getting a little warm in here. Get some airflow. Every minute matters. Without Zephyr having her full rights and privileges restored, her 11,000 constituents are voiceless when it comes to a budget bill that impacts every corner of Montana. Republicans achieved a supermajority in Montana during the 2022 election and now control 2/3 of the state house and senate, in addition to the governor's office. It's a red state. GOP leaders, under pressure from hardline conservatives, that is actually very true, silenced Zephyr from participating in Floyd debates and demanded she apologize 2 weeks ago after she said those who support a ban on gender affirming care for youth would have blood on their hands. I understand like the rhetoric she used too, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I think that's actually appropriate since like all the data shows that like when you get rid of gender affirming care and you don't even allow people to, parents especially, to allow their children to seek like just like the base level care, the suicidality of trans individuals like does rise. The data does bear that out. So unironically, the party of small government is the one that's using government to prevent families from doing what they feel is right for their own children. Days later, she raised her microphone in defiance as demonstrators in the House gallery angrily demanded she be allowed to speak, leading to 7 arrests and Zephyr's banishment from the House floor. Republicans moved to sideline Zephyr further by canceling some meetings of the 2 committees on which he serves and moving the bills they were to hear to other committees, Democrats said. She spent the first day of her exile last week battling to use a bench in a state house hallway. Her key card to access Capitol entrances, bathrooms, and party workspaces was deactivated according to the lawsuit. Zephyr spoke briefly during a House Judiciary Committee meeting Monday morning. The full House, minus Zephyr, reconvened in the afternoon. Zephyr cast votes from a state house snack bar because several people occupied the bench. Her situation echoed the ouster this year of 2 Tennessee lawmakers from that state's legislature for a protest over gun policy. In retaliating against Zephyr, Montana Republicans accused her of crossing a line that's faint at best in political debate. You know, it's not uncommon for us awaiting the heated issues like abortion or gun rights to be scolded about blood on your hands by protesters or even fellow representatives. That's the thing too. I've heard that comment before. This is actually very true. I've heard that comment before when you're talking about abortion and gun rights. Gun rights for people who want stricter gun reform, and then abortion for, unironically, for people on the right saying if you approve of abortion, the blood of all these unborn infants is on your hands. I've heard that line before. So I don't know. This just seems like they just want to like silence like the one trans legislator that they have in that in the House there, in the Montana House, State House. I mean, I would have to like, I didn't watch the censure. That's the only thing. I remember, who's the trans activist on Twitter, Erin Reed. She was tweeting about it, and I saw the whole, and I was kind of in and out of the thread. There were some other things going on, like on national politics. I was like paying attention that day. I kind of regret now, because I'm very interested like on how they like use like their own rules against people of the opposing party. The Tennessee thing, I was very much into it, and it made no sense to me too, because they violated those rules. But then the white woman was safe, but then the 2 black guys they kicked out, and it was just like, censure them and then like just wave your finger at them and move on. But even something like this is like very extreme. When the censuring involves, the person can't speak on behalf of her constituents. Attorneys for Zephyr noted previous legal disputes in which courts sided with politicians who make controversial statements, including cases that involved the conservative Oregon lawmakers' veiled threats against the state police. Okay? The Ninth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals last year ruled that a requirement for Oregon Senator Brian Boquist to give 12 hours notice before coming to the state capitol violated his freedom of speech as an elected official and came as a retaliation for his words. That is actually very interesting. So there's a prior federal case Montana. It's the Ninth Circuit. Okay, so this is Montana's in the Ninth Circuit. So this is controlling then. But this wasn't a censure though. I would need to get the context like behind this though. They linked the article here. Yeah, but that's not a censure though. I wonder if they moved in their legislature for this, and it was like a rule. Because you know how like the House and Senate have their rules, even state legislatures have their rules on how when you speak. You know, you don't interrupt people, yada yada yada. So I wonder if this was like a rule or a ruling from like whoever the chair was. Huh. The attorneys also cited a 1966 U.S. Supreme Court case in which justices sided against Georgia lawmakers who tried to exclude a newly elected lawmaker, Julian Bond, who later became chair of the NAACP because he endorsed criticism of the Vietnam War. Brown reported from Billings, Montana. Very interesting. I think this is, yeah. Because you do have constitutional rights of freedom of speech when you're an elected official. And I wonder if what they did violated Zoe Zephyr's freedom of speech when they censured her and told her she couldn't speak speak on behalf of her constituents. And I wonder if that's even, of her freedom of speech is even more heightened because she's an elected official. And she's speaking on behalf of other people. I wonder that. 4-3 Mets. Ugh. I say, yeah, I think she should be. You should do this. No questions asked. So, we'll do a little Twitter scrolling. Got Pawn here. Doing this thing. Legendary shard farming. Oh my god, look at that. He's got a ton of fucking... Look at this mofo, man. 14. He's got a full 10. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Get some resident. Look, 158 at the war table. I'm disgusted. Let's not even look at this anymore. It's from Restream, right? Yeah. Let's see. Bella Ramsey. Garrett Wilson, my boy Garrett. Look at this. Look at this. Picture perfect pass here. You even see it. I just know it. That's going to be faking it out to Breece Hall. Sal with the hoodie. Bro, I can't wait till football starts up. Perfect pass. You know, it'd be even better if Zach Wilson was just on the sideline, just looking at that, just like, that should be me. They keeping Zach, man. He's probably gonna be QB too. This is gonna be going into the end zone quite a bit.
throwing in a practice jersey in May.
What?
To a wide receiver.
He's
in
there,
New
baby.
Jersey, and it is an absolute strike. Bob Sala looks so cool in the background here and about now. Then you got Nathaniel Hackett down in the catcher's position. Focus, locked, great play action, and a dart from Aaron Rodgers right to Garrett Wilson's hands. And Garrett Wilson actually thought to himself, oh, fuck. We're going to be great this year. That's first ball they completed. That's first time they've thrown a ball with each other. That's first time they've been on the same field as each other. What is it? Perfect harmony in New York. Well, in New Jersey for the Jets.
That 8 looks so fucking weird. I just can't do it.
Weird. I was about to say how clean it looked. Run that thing back.
No.
Look how clean this video looks, AJ.
Yeah, I know it's college number 8.
Hey!
Okay.
Look at this play action.
I mean, yeah, it does look weird. You're right.
Let me go ahead and run. Ooh.
Looks good though.
Boom.
Yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't look cool.
Linebackers sucked up right there.
So sucked up. Just sucked him up. He sucked him up so hard. Was that a Rangers and a Knicks game this weekend? Sucked up the linebacker on a fake play action on route first air and throws a fucking strike, dude. Are you kidding me?
He was the belle of the ball this weekend at all the sporting events, wasn't he?
Biggest pop at the Knicks game. Biggest pop at the Knicks game. And at the Rangers game, MSG blew the roof off the place for him.
Yeah.
I thought Rangers were Giants fans. I guess they're Jets fans as well. He was big pop everywhere. He was yelling too.
It kind of depends. To be honest, it really depends. I know a lot of like Islanders fans or Jets fans.
He looked young and healthy, they said. Place popped big for old Aaron Rodgers in there. Then you go to the Knicks game, that was a who's who.
Yeah.
Celebrities everywhere.
Right? Jay Fox.
Who got the biggest pop,
Chris
AJ?
Rock.
Who got it? Who got it?
I assume it was Aaron, right?
Aaron! Jack Harlow next to him. Interesting song choice at number 5 on your new album. Going to be tough to listen to your music ever again, but I mean, that is something.
What happened?
Dude, he had a chance to make his album was going.
Yeah, gotta go listen to it.
Song 5 on that album is interesting. And I guess he was mocking what people would do, but that doesn't really come across in the way that's kind of delivered.
Dude, that I'm very excited for this wide receiver core. Oh, okay. Just gotta make sure that turf, man. Dude, I don't know why they just don't have like natural grass at like MetLife.
Addressed in a tweet that he got a false copy strike, which is really f***ed up, by the way.
It's dumb media, right? I wonder about this too, cause he comes off as joking, but part of me is like he's also like being serious too about it too, bro. Like, don't do that, man. That's like such an easy way. It's like something that like Destiny said. It's fine to pick fights with people. You just can't pick multiple fights at the same time with different people because they're all gang up on you. That's the thing, especially with like small to medium-sized creators. Like, it just takes one of them to reach out to the others and say, okay, all right, you guys got grievances, I got grievances. I think it's time for us to join forces and Avengers up this shit to take down our version of Thanos. I'm being serious. You can't like you can't pick a fight with like an infinite number of people and think you're gonna come out on top. Oh yeah, he knows. Y'all, gonna be honest with you, You guys should. I'm actually very interested in seeing how this goes. I knew eventually it would get to this point, and I honestly think it has to. This has to happen. I think there has to be like a major. I think there has to be like a major court case involving this too, because I think copyright law has to, like, especially around this, has to get like settled. I wonder now if it does get into like an actual court case. I wonder if it would do any like collaborative like materials, especially with like big streamers. Everyone essentially has to sign releases so they can use the content too. But it's a good thing. That's a good thing to know too. To make sure, like, if you get on like one of like a call, Discord call, like Hassan did when he was quote unquote like debating, like Andrew Tate and Aiden was there too, always make sure you're recording locally on your end too, so then you don't have that issue too. Because then if he snips you, he's like, well, no, I was recording locally, here's the proof of that, here's the video, and you can clearly see I'm recording it locally too. Because I think the issue is he had like the watermark, Aiden's watermark, his socials and all that stuff there too, which would be fine because he was the one. The clip that he from that whole VOD, it's just like the clip of like that like 20, 25 minute, 30-minute conversation he had with or debate that he had with like Andrew Tate, and that was it. And he got brought in on it too, I think, by Aiden. So see what happened. So what's happening here?
35,000 deaths attributed to the COVID-19 vaccine worldwide. 25% of those deaths are occurring
on
the day of vaccination or within 1 or 2 days.
That's not true
deaths.
At all.
Over 1.5 million adverse events, and there are 2 complaints about VAERS. It doesn't prove causation. That's true. But again, 25% of the deaths.
Jesus Christ, Montana. You fucking brought this guy back? Yeah, unfortunately, they're going to slowly destroy the country if we continue to let them, like, do whatever the fuck they want. So, who else is streaming here? Erudite. You got Quantos here. Is he really going down the red pill arc, too? Or is he just, like, fucking memeing right now? Probably memeing. Alright, let's go. Plaintiff's lawyer just $100 pays his client a month in child support. As usual, Republican running his sewer mouth that has no clue what he saw. What? What are you talking about? $100 paid his dad. $50,000 a month in rent. I don't know the context like behind this too. Is this like a case? I just don't know. I don't know. I actually kind of trust like Paul here over like fucking Ryan from the air there, who I think is like actually like paying his for Twitter Blue. Yep. Yeah, or it's gonna shut down. Like there's gonna be like major like shutdowns across the board if the writers go on strike, which I'm beginning to think that they will too. And they should too. I mean, that's how, for you, the worker, that's like your big thing. If everyone in your industry decides to go on strike, that's how you hold the quote unquote bourgeoisie accountable, and you can get what you want from there. Yeah, I don't want to play the clip because the sound's gonna get hit on YouTube as a copyright. But if you're not watching Barry, you should. It's really good. Last season, it's absolutely fantastic. You say that, JT. You say that, and then Kevin Feige comes in with the mouse and gives Bill Hader a nice fat check, and Bill looks at this and says, I can do a movie. You know, or James Gunn. I think if James Gunn came to him and said, if you did a comic book movie, do you think that... Also, here's another thing too. I understand like Bill Hader's like making fun of that too. You get like these famous directors, let's say Creed 3 director. Who is the director of Creed 3? Ryan Coogler. Like Ryan Coogler's done a lot too. Let's go do his phenomenal actor. I'm sorry, phenomenal director. Fruitvale Station. You should absolutely watch Fruitvale Station. I don't want to spoil anything for you, but the movie is absolutely phenomenal. And obviously, you know, Creed, Black Panther. Like, it's like, imagine if this was like Ryan Coogler doing a movie like Fruitvale Station, and then did like obviously like an MCU. He's kind of making fun of like stuff like that too. Like they find like these like directors who've done like these smaller movies that are really good, and they put them in these mega blockbusters. But generally speaking, like the directors there do like a good job. Like Black Panther, the original Black Panther and Black Panther Wakanda Forever were good movies. They were really good movies. You know, so it just depends. And also you want like good directors like doing like these like movies too. Now obviously the way Marvel does it is everything's like set up for them. They just have to direct the movie. And they have a certain like leeway to do certain things. Everyone keeps saying that, but I think he would do it if he was given like basically, if he was, I think he would definitely do like an Elseworld story. If he was like, let me do an Elseworld story and let me do like a fucking rated R version of like whatever, I think like James Gunn would do it. And I think DC should like really lean into Elseworlds as a brand. And if they can get away with doing like some really like dark like the Batman Who Laughs, I think, or something like that. The Man Who Laughs, or something like that. I forget what the name was. I think Bill Hader would do a great job of it.
One day at the Better Call Saul writers' room, just so I could be like, "How do you guys do this?" And then so going into Barry, it was it was a long apprenticeship to get to that place, you know. Vince Gilligan was nice to let me go and hang out one day at the Better Call Saul writers' room. Just so
that actually makes a lot of sense, believe it or not. If you've never seen Better Call Saul, I highly suggest you watch it. It's fucking great. This was like so bad. That last episode was so sad, but you could see it coming though. I don't want to spoil it for you. Didn't Bill Hader's been directing? Has he been directing and writing all the episodes so far for this season? Okay. The Gym with Friends. God damn. See? It's from the Times, okay? I agree.
Deep right field, going back Hilliard at the wall. It's out of here.
Dude, this motherfucker's having a season 2. Oh, I thought that was bad. That's McNeil. But Batty is actually having like a really good season. He actually hit a home run in the first game. Did she really talk about Pornhub? On this Pornhub sex website that also that he posted videos which sure polyamorous tantric sex guru. Her feigned ignorance about pornography is yet another pathetic effort to convince. Oh my god. Good job, guy. He did a fucking amazing job, man. Bring the energy, just leave it all out there. All in. I'm not familiar with this. It's only PC codes, no console or more. There's day before review embargoes a lot, but literal at launch embargoes are almost unheard of for major games in recent years. It always looks bad, whatever the end result turns out to actually be. It just reeks of fear. Okay. That was a heartbreaking scene. That road through the AFC ain't easy, man. We'll see what happens with the defense. Bro, I hate when like people who say that they're getting canceled and they're like on a major podcast or on like cable TV and they're talking about how they got canceled and yet they're not canceled. Jesus. Fucking children. $10 years. Ugh. Veteran. Oh, another Rogers guy. I agree with Don Winslow. Just Twitter scrolling. He's absolutely fantastic. Great actor. Ooh. All right, let's go back up. Let's see. Oh no, I can't do this. Get the fuck out of here. He soloed Vault. This was a month ago. Okay, Sunbreaker. Alright, breaks the shield. Healing grenade. Hammer. They need to hurry up and like sell the Callus mini tool. Zur or Banshee. Okay. Oh, he's got Grand Overture. Yeah, he's doing the strat. We want to solo open you can destroy the ads, that's fine. You just want to keep these guys off. With a full fire team, it's relatively easy. Destroy those things, it'll eat you. You want to keep those things off the pads so it can build. You can see it build in the background. It turns around. Yeah, then you just survive, and it just builds in the background. As long as you keep them off the pad, you're fine. And I think there's only 3 of those that spawn too. That's why you don't destroy them. If you destroy them, a fresh one respawns, and it'll head straight for the pad, so you have to maintain aggro. And then that's it. That took less than like a minute and a half to do. There's a chest there to the left, right at the entrance that he didn't pick up. I forget if there's like a cheese. You can skip all this. People solo content all the time, man. So map, he's gonna switch this out. He's going to his arc build. Striker, okay. Thunder Crash. By the way, like this Tusk Allegiance for like, I think it was like season 16, 17 is probably some of the best like helm armor you can get. Like focused armor. Alright, he's got Hoyle too, Riptide, he's got a Hothead, Adept version, he's got Trinity Ghoul. Okay. He's got a Vault Up. He switched to Void? Yeah, he switched to Void. Okay. He just wanted the... Alright, the ritual's coming up. Take care of that fucking chicken. Good rockets. Alright, yeah, overload. Alright, it's the other chicken. That's the third chicken. He's making plenty of ammo. There's plenty of cover here too. those wyverns, you don't want them going into those nodes because they'll complete the ritual of negation, and then that's a wipe for your team. For those of you who don't know, I forgot how long this lasts though. That's the only thing. I think we're like nearing the end here. Yep, we got Jolt. That should be it. This is essentially just survive. So Solar, it's going back to the Sunbreaker, Rally, Hammer, okay, Lorelei, Succession, Xenophage, so that's the cheese spot. That's a cheese spot because it gives you an angle for everything in the game. I mean, I might as well just kept Trinity Ghoul. Dude, what? He clearly memorized where these things went. This is insane. This is probably the gun he's using right now is probably the best like lightweight GL in the game. Still, I think this was like season 18, if I'm right. No, I think it was season 17, right? Boom. 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 Yes, constant healing. Now you're going into the damage phase. Oh my god, look at this. Sniper rifle. Succession. Slug shotgun. And then that heavy ammo. I forget the name of that shotgun. Exotic shotgun. So he's got the shield. Take down the oracles. So the guy with the shield has to do this. So this is damage. So if you're in a full raid team, then people just take down the oracles themselves. And the person with the shield removes the damage shield from the whatchamacallit. From the boss, and then when he shoots that blast, the guy with the shield, onto the boss to remove the boss's invulnerability shield, then you guys go on the damage. Gets back here to shoot the shot. Boom. And now this is good. Of course, somebody's always on ad clear. Okay. So if you failed there, right, you go in that center, you'll get marked for negation, but if you go in that center pool, you get cleansed of that negation. So when those oracle things come up, you have to clear them. Okay? So this is probably going to take a minute. The only thing is, why is he's waiting for it to appear in certain areas? Is that what I think it is? so nuts, dude, that he could do this. So what do you think? 2 more, 3 more runs? We'll see. I'm probably gonna fast forward this. This is only like, this is not even like a full hour. It's an hour. It's 49 minutes. And then that's it. Him soloing the Templar. Shotgun. Oh shit, somebody was like, yo. There you go. Those are the gatekeepers. Okay, so he just fast forwarded this. Okay. So no gatekeepers take a minute. Wait, what did he say about? Okay, he was doing an ammo farm. I forgot. This is impressive. There you go, boys. That's actually very impressive. That's... I do not want to watch that on stream. Dude, I am like tired. I'm getting hungry too. It's been almost like 9 hours. Oh. Alright, folks, I think we're going to end it for today. But as always, hope you enjoyed the stream. Click that follow button. Click that sub button if you want to show some support. But as always, stay frosty, touch grass, and Godspeed. Back to your regularly scheduled political commentary tomorrow.